Section 155 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. 155. The White Cat by the Comtesse d'Arnoy. There once was a king who had 3 sons, and because they were all so good and so handsome, he could not make up his mind to which of them to give his kingdom. For he was growing an old man, and began to think it would soon be time for him to let one of them reign in his stead. So he determined to set them a task to perform, and whichever should be the most successful was to have the kingdom as his reward. It was some time before he could decide what the task should be, but at last he told them that he had a fancy for a very beautiful little dog, and that they were all to set out to find one for him. They were to have a whole year in which to search, and were all to return to the castle on the same day and present the various dogs they had chosen at the same hour. The 3 princes were greatly surprised by their father's sudden fancy for a little dog. But when they heard that whichever of them brought back the prettiest little animal was to succeed his father on the throne, they made no further objection, for it gave the 2 younger sons a chance they would not otherwise have had of being king. So they bade their father good-bye, and after agreeing to be back at the castle at the same hour, and on the same day, when a year should have passed away, the 3 brothers all started together. A great number of lords and servants accompanied them out of the city. But when they had ridden about a league, they sent everyone back, and after embracing one another affectionately, they all set out to try their luck in different directions. The 2 eldest met with many adventures on their travels, but the youngest saw the most wonderful sights of all. He was young and handsome, and as clever as a prince should be, besides being brave. Wherever he went, he inquired for dogs, and hardly a day passed without his buying several, big and little, greyhounds, spaniels, lapdogs, and sheepdogs. In fact, every kind of dog that you could think of, and very soon he had a troop of 50 or 60 trotting along behind him, one of which he thought would surely win the prize. So he journeyed on from day to day, not knowing where he was going, until one night he lost his way in a thick dark forest, and after wandering many weary miles in the wind and rain, he was glad to see at last a bright light shining through the trees. He thought he must be near some woodcutter's cottage, but what was his surprise when he found himself before the gateway of a splendid castle. At first he hesitated about entering, for his garments were travel-stained, and he was drenched with rain, so that no one could have possibly taken him for a prince. All the beautiful little dogs he had taken so much trouble to collect had been lost in the forest, and he was thoroughly weary and disheartened. However, something seemed to bid him enter the castle, so he pulled the bell. Immediately the gateway flew open, and a number of beautiful white hens appeared, and beckoned to him to cross the courtyard and enter the great hall. Here he found a splendid fire blazing, beside which stood a comfortable armchair. The hens pointed invitingly towards it, and as soon as the prince had seated himself, they proceeded to take off his wet, muddy clothes and dress him in a magnificent suit of silk and velvet. When he was ready, the hands led him into a brilliantly lighted room, in which was a table spread for supper. At the end of the room was a raised platform, upon which a number of cats were seated, all playing different musical instruments. The prince began to think he must be dreaming, when the door opened, and a lovely little white cat came in. She wore a long black veil, and was accompanied by a number of cats, dressed in black and carrying swords. She came straight up to the prince, and in a sweet, sad little voice bade him welcome. Then she ordered supper to be served, and the whole company sat down together. They were waited upon by the mysterious hands, but many of the dishes were not to the prince's liking. Stewed rats and mice may be a first-rate meal for a cat, but the prince did not feel inclined to try them. However, the white cat ordered the hands to serve the prince with the dishes he liked best, and at once, without his even mentioning his favourite food, he was supplied with every dainty he could think of. After the prince had satisfied his hunger, he noticed that the cat wore a bracelet upon her paw, in which was set a miniature of himself. But when he questioned her about it, she sighed, and seemed so sad that, like a well-behaved prince, he said no more about the matter. Soon after supper, the hands conducted him to bed, when he at once fell asleep, and did not awaken until late the next morning. On looking out of his window, he saw that the white cat and her attendants were about to start out on a hunting expedition. As soon as the hands had dressed him in a hunting suit of green, he hurried down to join his hostess. The hands led him up to a wooden horse, and seemed to expect him to mount. At first the prince was inclined to be angry, but the white cat told him so gently that she had no better steed to offer him, that he at once mounted, feeling very much ashamed of his ill humour. They had an excellent day's sport. The white cat, who rode a monkey, proved herself a clever huntress, climbing the tallest trees with the greatest ease, and without once falling from her steed. Never was there a pleasanter hunting party, and day after day the time passed so happily away that the prince forgot all about the little dog he was searching for, and even forgot his own home and his father's promise. At length the white cat reminded him that in 3 days he must appear at court, and the prince was terribly upset to think that he had now no chance of winning his father's kingdom. But the white cat told him that all would be well, and giving him an acorn, bade him mount the wooden horse and ride away. The prince thought she must be mocking him, but when she held the acorn to his ear, he heard quite plainly a little dog's bark. "Inside this acorn," she said, "is the prettiest little dog in the world, but be sure you do not open the fruit until you are in the king's presence." The prince thanked her, and having bidden her a sorrowful farewell, mounted his wooden steed and rode away. Before he reached the castle, he met his 2 brothers, who made fine fun of the wooden horse, and also of the big ugly dog which trotted by his side. They imagined this to be the one that their brother had brought back from his travels, hoping that it would gain the prize. When they reached the palace, everyone was loud in praise of the 2 lovely little dogs the elder brothers had brought back with them. But when the youngest opened his acorn and showed a tiny dog lying upon a white satin cushion, they knew that this must be the prettiest little dog in the world. However, the king did not feel inclined to give up his throne just yet, so he told the brothers that there was one more task they must first perform. They must bring him a piece of muslin so fine that it would pass through the eye of a needle. So once more the brothers set out upon their travels. As for the youngest, he mounted his wooden horse and rode straight back to his dear white cat. She was delighted to welcome him, and when the prince told her that the king had now ordered him to find a piece of muslin fine enough to go through the eye of a needle, she smiled at him very sweetly, and told him to be of good cheer. "In my palace I have some very clever spinners," she said, "and I will set them to work upon the muslin." The prince had begun to suspect by this time that the white cat was no ordinary pussy, but whenever he begged her to tell him her history, she only shook her head mournfully and sighed. Well, the 2nd year passed away as quickly as the first, and the night before the day on which the 3 princes were expected at their father's court, the white cat gave the young prince a walnut, telling him that it contained the muslin. Then she bade him good-bye, and he mounted the wooden horse and rode away. This time the young prince was so late that his brothers had already begun to display their pieces of muslin to the king when he arrived at the castle gates. The materials they had brought were of extremely fine texture, and passed easily through the eye of a darning needle. But through the small needle the king had provided they would not pass. Then the youngest prince stepped into the great hall and produced his walnut. He cracked it carefully, and found inside a hazelnut. This, when cracked, held a cherry stone. Inside the cherry stone was a grain of wheat, and in the wheat a millet seed. The prince himself began to mistrust the white cat, but he instantly felt a cat's claw scratch him gently, so he persevered, opened the millet seed, and found inside a beautiful piece of soft white muslin that was 400 ells long at the very least. It passed with the greatest ease through the eye of the smallest needle in the kingdom, and the prince felt that now the prize must be his. But the old king was still very loath to give up ruling, so he told the princes that before any one of them could become king, he must find a princess to marry him who would be lovely enough to grace her high station. And whichever of the princes brought home the most beautiful bride should really have the kingdom for his own. Of course, the prince went back to the white cat and told her how very unfairly his father had behaved to him. She comforted him as best she could and told him not to be afraid, for she would introduce him to the loveliest princess the sun had ever shone upon. The appointed time passed happily away, and one evening the white cat reminded the prince that on the next day he must return home. "Alas," said he, "where shall I find a princess now? The time is so short that I cannot even look for one." Then the white cat told him that if only he would do as she bade him, all would be well. "Take your sword, cut off my head and my tail, and cast them into the flames," she said. The prince declared that on no account would he treat her so cruelly, but she begged him so earnestly to do as she asked that at last he consented. No sooner had he cast the head and the tail into the fire than a beautiful princess appeared where the body of the cat had been. The spell that had been cast upon her was broken, and at the same time her courtiers and attendants, who had also been changed into cats, hastened in their proper forms again to pay their respects to their mistress. The prince at once fell deeply in love with the charming princess, and begged her to accompany him to his father's court as his bride. She consented, and together they rode away. During the journey, the princess told her husband the story of her enchantment. She had been brought up by the fairies, who treated her with great kindness until she offended them by falling in love with a young man whose portrait the prince had seen upon her paw, and who exactly resembled him. Now the fairies wished her to marry the king of the dwarves, and were so angry when she declared she would marry no one but her own true love that they changed her into a white cat as a punishment. When the prince and his bride reached the court, all were bound to acknowledge that the princess was by far the loveliest lady they had ever seen. So the poor old king felt that now he would be obliged to give up his kingdom. But the princess knelt by his side, kissed his hand gently, and told him there was no reason for him to cease ruling, for she was rich enough to give a mighty kingdom to each of his elder sons, and still have 3 left for herself and her dear husband. So everyone was pleased, and there was a great rejoicing and feasting in the king's palace, and they all lived happily ever after.
End of 155. Recording by Ross Clement.
Section 156 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MCY. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 156. The Story of Pretty Goldilocks. There was once a princess so lovely that no one could see her without loving her. Her hair fell about her shoulders in waving masses, and because it was the color of gold, she was called Pretty Goldilocks. She always wore a crown of flowers, and her dresses were embroidered with pearls and diamonds. The fame of her beauty reached a young king, who determined to marry her, although he had never seen her. He sent an ambassador to ask her hand in marriage, and so confident was he that the princess would return with him, that he made every preparation to receive her. The ambassador arrived at the palace of the princess with 100 horses and as many servants. With great ceremony he presented the king's gifts of pearls and diamonds together with his message. The princess, however, did not favor the king's suit, and sent back his gifts with a polite refusal. When the ambassador returned without the princess, everyone blamed him for his failure, and the king's disappointment was so great that no one could console him. Now at the king's court was a young man so handsome and clever that he was called Charming. Everyone loved him, except some who were envious because he was a king's favorite. One day Charming rashly remarked that if the king had sent him for the princess, she would have come back with him. His enemies at once went to the king and used the remark to influence him against Charming. "He thinks himself so handsome that the princess could not have resisted him, although she refused his king," they told his majesty. The boastful words so offended the king that he ordered Charming to be shut up in the tower, where he had only straw to lie on and bread and water to eat. In this miserable state he languished for some time, not knowing why he had been imprisoned. One day the king happened to be passing the tower and heard him exclaim, "I am the king's most faithful subject. How have I incurred his displeasure?" Then, in spite of the protests of Charming's enemy, the king ordered the tower door opened and Charming brought forth. His old favorite sadly knelt and kissed his hand, saying, "Sire, how have I offended?" The king told him of the boast his enemies had repeated. "True, sire, I did say that had I been sent to plead your cause, you would not have failed for lack of eloquence. Could the princess see you as my tongue would picture you, I would not return without her." The king at once saw that he had been deceived, and restored Charming to favor. While at supper that night, he confided to him that he was as much in love with Goldilocks as ever, and could not be reconciled to her answer. "Do you think," asked the king, "that she could be induced to change her mind?" Charming replied that he was at the king's service, and willing to undertake the task of winning the princess for him. The king was delighted and offered him a splendid escort, but he asked only for a good horse. Early the next day he set forth with a resolute heart and the king's letter to the princess. One day, when he had ridden a great distance, he dismounted and sat down under a tree that grew beside a river. He took from his pocket a little book, in which he jotted down some happy thoughts he meant to use in his plea to the princess. Not far from where he sat, a golden carp was springing from the water to catch flies, and a bound too high landed on the grass at Charming's feet. He panted helplessly, and would have died had he not taken pity on it and thrown it back into the river. It sank out of sight, but presently returned to the surface long enough to say, "Thank you, Charming, for saving my life. Some day I may repay you." Naturally, he was greatly surprised at so much politeness from a fish. A few days later, while riding along his way, he saw a raven pursued by an eagle. In a moment more, the eagle would have overtaken the raven, had not Charming aimed his arrow in time and killed the pursuer. The raven perched on a tree near by and croaked its gratitude. "You have rescued me from a dreadful fate," it said. "Some day I will repay you." A day or two afterward, in the dusk of early morning, he heard the distressful cries of an owl. Hunting about, he found the unfortunate bird caught in a net which some bird-catchers had spread. "Why will men persecute and torment harmless creatures?" exclaimed Charming, as he set the bird free. The owl fluttered above his head, saying, "You have saved me from the fowlers, who would have killed me. I am not ungrateful, and some day I will repay you." After that it flew swiftly away. Charming at last reached the palace of the princess and asked an audience. His name so pleased her that she at once received him. He was ushered into the presence of the princess, who sat on a throne of gold and ivory. Her satin dress was embroidered with jewels, and her golden hair was confined by a crown of flowers. Soft music and perfume filled the air, and Charming was so awed by all this splendor that at first he could not speak. Recovering himself in a moment, he told of his mission, and set forth the good qualities of the king in such glowing terms that the princess listened. "You have argued so eloquently," replied she, "that I regret to deny you, but I have made a vow not to marry until the ambassador can return to me a ring which I lost in the river a month ago. I valued it more than all my other jewels, and nothing but its recovery can persuade me to your suit." Charming could urge no more, but offered an embroidered scarf and his little dog Frisk as tokens of devotion. These were declined, so bowing low, he reluctantly took leave of the Princess. He believed that she had but used this means to put him off, and his disappointment was so great that he could not sleep. In the morning he and Frisk were walking by the riverside, when the dog ran to the water's edge, barking furiously. Joining the little animal, he saw that his excitement was caught by a golden carp, which came swimming swiftly toward them. In its mouth was a beautiful ring, which he laid in Charming's hand. "You saved my life by the willow tree," said the carp, "and I now repay you by giving to you the Princess's ring." Charming lost no time in presenting it to the Princess and claiming his reward. "What fairy aids you?" asked the Princess. "Only my wish to serve you," Charming replied. "Alas," said the Princess, "I cannot marry until Galifron the giant is dead. Because I would not take him from my husband, he persecutes my subjects and lays waste my land." "Princess, I will bring back the giant's head to you or die in your defense," bravely declared Charming. The Princess and all the people tried to dissuade him, but he mounted his horse and rode off, accompanied only by his little dog Frisk. He travelled straight to the giant's castle. All about it were strewn the bones of Galifron's victims. Inside the castle the giant was singing in a terrible voice. "Little children I love to eat, their bones are tender, their flesh is sweet. I do not care, I eat so many, if their hair be straight or if they haven't any." Charming called out loudly in reply, "Be not so boastful, Galifron, till you've met a knight who may be good to feed upon, but is here to fight you." The giant appeared at the door, club in hand. When he saw Charming fearlessly awaiting him, he came toward him in a terrible rage. But before he could wield his club, a raven lit on his head and pecked at his eyes, so that he dropped his weapon and was at Charming's mercy. When the valiant knight had killed the giant, the raven croaked from a tree nearby, "You saved me from the eagle, and I in turn have saved you from the giant." Charming cut off the head of the giant and carried it back with him to the Princess. Then the people shouted until they were hoarse, and welcomed him as a great hero. "Your enemy is dead," Charming told the Princess. "Will you now make my master the happiest of kings?" "There is," replied the reluctant Princess, "some water which gives eternal health and beauty to those who drink it. I would regret to leave my kingdom without possessing some of it, but no one has dared to brave the 2 dragons that guard the cavern where the fountain is to be found." "You do not need the water, Princess, but my life is yours to command," gallantly replied Charming, and he set out at once on the perilous mission. When he came to the mouth of the cavern, black smoke issued forth, and presently he perceived the terrible form of a dragon, from whose mouth and eyes fire was darting. Bidding good-bye to faithful Frisk, he grasped his sword in one hand and the crystal flask which the Princess had given him in the other. Just then he heard his name called twice, and looking back he saw an owl flying toward him. "I can enter the gloomy cavern without danger," the owl said. "Give the flask to me, and I will repay the debt I owe you for having saved me from the net." Charming gladly surrendered the flask to the owl, who in a short time returned it to him filled with the precious water. The Princess this time consented to marry the King, and after many preparations she and Charming started for his kingdom. The journey was made so entertaining for the Princess that she one day said to Charming, "Why did I not make you king and remain in my own country?" Charming replied that he must have considered his duty to his king, even before a happiness so great. The king, with presents of rich jewels and a splendid escort, met them on the way to the palace. The marriage was celebrated with great pomp, and Charming stood first in the king's favor. His good fortune, however, did not continue long, for envious enemies pointed out to the king that the princess was never happy unless Charming was near. The unhappy knight was again put into prison, where he was cruelly chained and fed on bread and water. When Goldilocks learned this, she wept and implored the king to set him free. "But for him I never would have been here," she said. "Did he not perform every task I required, even that of getting for me the water whereby I shall never grow old?" The princess's grief only made the king more jealous, but he determined to make use of this wonderful water of which he had told. It so happened that one of the princess's ladies had broken the crystal flask and spilled all of the water. Not daring to confess, she put another in its place that exactly resembled it in appearance. This, however, contained a deadly poison. When the king bathed his face with it, he fell into a sleep from which he never awoke. There was great confusion in the palace when the king was found dead. Frisk ran immediately to Charming and told him the news. In a short time Goldilocks also appeared, unlocked his chains, and set him free. "You shall be my husband," said she, "and I will make you king." Charming fell at her feet and expressed his gratitude and joy. They were married soon afterward, and they reigned together for many happy years. End of section 156.
Section 157 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Nesbitt. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 157. Toads and Diamonds. A bad-tempered widow had 2 daughters. The eldest was like her mother, both in feature and disposition, while the youngest resembled her father. She was sweet-natured always, and as pretty as she was amiable. The widow doted on the daughter who was so like herself, but had no love for the other, whom she compelled to work hard all day, and to live upon the leavings of her elder sister. Among her other hard tasks, she was obliged to carry water every day from a great distance. One day, when she had just filled her pitcher at the fountain, an old woman asked to drink from it. "With all my heart," replied the pretty girl. Glad to show a kindness to one old and infirm, she held the pitcher, while the woman slaked her thirst. Now this was not a trembling old peasant as she appeared, but a fairy who rewarded good deeds. "Your face is pretty, and your heart is gentle," she said. "For your kindness to a poor old woman, I will make you a gift. Every time you speak, from your mouth shall come a flower or a jewel." When the girl reached home, her mother scolded her for her long absence. "Pardon me for being away so long," she sweetly replied. As she spoke, some pearls and diamonds issued from her lips. "What is this I see, child?" asked the astonished widow. The forlorn girl was so happy to be called child by her mother that she eagerly related her experience with the old woman at the fountain, while, with her words, dropped precious stones and roses. The widow immediately called her favorite daughter to her. "Fanny, wouldst thou have the same gift as thy sister?" asked she. "Go thou to the fountain and fetch water, and if an old woman asks thee for a drink, mind thou treat her civilly." The girl refused to perform the menial task, until the widow lost patience and drove her to it. Finally, she took the silver tankard and sullenly obeyed. No sooner was she at the fountain than from the wood came a lady most handsomely attired, who asked the haughty girl for a drink from her pitcher. "I have not come here to serve you," she rudely replied, "but take that pitcher and help yourself for all I care. I would have you know that I'm as good as you." The lady was the fairy who had taken the appearance of a princess to see how far the girl's insolence would go. "I will make you a gift," she said, "to equal your discourtesy and ill-breeding. Every time you speak, there shall come from your mouth a snake or a toad." The girl ran home to her mother, who met her at the door. "Well, daughter?" she said, impatient to hear her speak. When she opened her mouth, to the mother's horror, 2 vipers and 2 toads sprang from it. "This is the fault of your wretched sister," the unhappy mother cried. She ran to beat the poor younger sister, who fled to the forest to escape the cruel blows. When she was past pursuit, she threw herself upon the green grass and wept bitterly. The king's son, returning from the hunt, found her thus, and asked the cause of her tears. "My mother has driven me from my home," she told him. She was so pretty that he fell in love with her at once, and pressed her to tell him more. She then related to him the whole story, while pearls and diamonds kept falling from her lips. Enraptured, he took her to the king, who gave his consent for their immediate marriage. Meanwhile, the ugly and selfish sister had made herself so disagreeable that even her own mother turned against her. She, too, was driven forth into the forest, where she died, miserable and alone. Section 157.
Section 158 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 158. The History of Tom Thumb. It is said that in the days of the famed Prince Arthur, who was King of Britain in the year 516, there lived a great magician called Merlin, the most learned and skilful enchanter in the world at that time. This great magician, who could assume any form he pleased, was traveling in the disguise of a poor beggar, and being very much fatigued, he stopped at the cottage of an honest ploughman to rest himself and to ask for some refreshment. The countryman gave him a hearty welcome, and his wife, who was a very good-hearted, hospitable woman, soon brought him some milk in a wooden bowl and some coarse brown bread on a platter. Merlin was much pleased with this homely repast, and the kindness of the ploughman and his wife, but he could not help seeing that though everything was neat and comfortable in the cottage, they seemed both to be sad and much cast down. He therefore questioned them on the cause of their sadness, and learned that they were miserable because they had no children. The poor woman declared, with tears in her eyes, that she should be the happiest creature in the world if she had a son, and although he was no bigger than her husband's thumb, she would be satisfied. Merlin was so much amused with the idea of a boy no bigger than a man's thumb, that he made up his mind to pay a visit to the Queen of the Fairies, and ask her to grant the poor woman's wish. The droll fancy of such a little person among the human race pleased the Fairy Queen too, greatly, and she promised Merlin that the wish should be granted. Accordingly, in a short time after, the ploughman's wife had a son, who, wonderful to relate, was not a bit bigger than his father's thumb. The Fairy Queen, wishing to see the little fellow thus born into the world, came in at the window while the mother was sitting up in bed admiring him. The Queen kissed the child, and, giving it the name of Tom Thumb, sent for some of the fairies, who dressed her little favorite as she bade them. An oak-leaf hat he had for his crown, his shirt of web by spiders spun, with jacket wove of thistle's down, his trousers were of feathers done, his stockings of apple rind they tie, with eyelash from his mother's eye, his shoes were made of mouse's skin, tanned with the downy hair within. It is remarkable that Tom never grew any larger than his father's thumb, which was only of an ordinary size. But as he got older, he became very cunning and full of tricks. When he was old enough to play with the boys, and had lost all his own cherry stones, he used to creep into the bags of his playfellows, fill his pockets, and getting out unseen, would again join in the game. One day, however, as he was coming out of a bag of cherry stones, where he had been pilfering as usual, the boy to whom it belonged chanced to see him. "Aha, my little Tommy," said the boy, "so I have caught you stealing my cherry stones at last, and you shall be rewarded for your thievish tricks." On saying this, he drew the string tight round his neck, and gave the bag such a hearty shake that poor little Tom's legs, thighs, and body were sadly bruised. He roared out with the pain, and begged to be let out, promising never to be guilty of such bad practices again. A short time afterwards his mother was making a batter pudding, and Tom, being very anxious to see how it was made, climbed up to the edge of the bowl. But unfortunately his foot slipped, and he plumped over head and ears into the batter, unseen by his mother, who stirred him into the pudding bag and put him in the pot to boil. The batter had filled Tom's mouth and prevented him from crying, but on feeling the hot water he kicked and struggled so much in the pot that his mother thought that the pudding was bewitched, and instantly pulling it out of the pot, she threw it to the door. A poor tinker who was passing by lifted up the pudding, and putting it into his budget, he then walked off. As Tom had now got his mouth cleared of the batter, he then began to cry aloud, which so frightened the tinker that he flung down the pudding and ran away. The pudding being broke to pieces by the fall, Tom crept out, covered over with the batter, and with difficulty walked home. His mother, who was very sorry to see her darling in such a woeful state, put him into a teacup, and soon washed off the batter, after which she kissed him and laid him in bed. Soon after the adventure of the pudding, Tom's mother went to milk her cow in the meadow, and she took him along with her. As the wind was very high, fearing lest he should be blown away, she tied him to a thistle with a piece of fine thread. The cow soon saw the oak leaf hat, and liking the look of it, took poor Tom and the thistle at one mouthful. While the cow was chewing the thistle, Tom was afraid of her great teeth, which threatened to crush him to pieces, and he roared out as loud as he could, "Mother! Mother!" "Where are you, Tommy, my dear Tommy?" said his mother. "Here, mother," replied he, "in the cow's mouth." His mother began to cry and wring her hands, but the cow, surprised at the odd noise in her throat, opened her mouth and let Tom drop out. Fortunately his mother caught him in her apron as he was falling to the ground, or he would have been dreadfully hurt. She then put Tom in her bosom and ran home with him. Tom's father made him a whip of a barley straw to drive the cattle with, and having one day gone into the fields, he slipped a foot and rolled into the furrow. A raven, which was flying over, picked him up and flew with him to the top of a giant's castle that was near the seaside, and there left him. Tom was in a dreadful state, and did not know what to do, but he was soon more dreadfully frightened, for old Grumbo the giant came up to walk on the terrace, and seeing Tom he took him up and swallowed him like a pill. The giant had no sooner swallowed Tom than he began to repent what he had done, for Tom began to kick and jump about so much that he felt very uncomfortable, and at last threw him up again into the sea. A large fish swallowed Tom the moment he fell into the sea, which was soon after caught and bought for the table of King Arthur. When they opened the fish in order to cook it, everyone was astonished at finding such a little boy, and Tom was quite delighted to be out again. They carried him to the king, who made Tom his dwarf, and he soon grew a great favorite at court, for by his tricks and gambols he not only amused the king and queen, but also all the knights of the Round Table. It is said that when the king rode out on horseback, he often took Tom along with him, and if a shower came on, he used to creep into his Majesty's waistcoat pocket, where he slept till the rain was over. King Arthur one day asked Tom about his parents, wishing to know if they were as small as he was, and whether rich or poor. Tom told the king that his father and mother were as tall as any of the sons about court, but rather poor. On hearing this, the king carried Tom to his treasury, the place where he kept all his money, and told him to take as much money as he could carry home to his parents, which made the poor little fellow caper with joy. Tom went immediately to fetch a purse, which was made of a water bubble, and then returned to the treasury, where he got a silver threepenny piece to put into it. Our little hero had some trouble in lifting the burden upon his back, but he at last succeeded in getting it placed to his mind, and set forward on his journey. However, without meeting with any accident, and after resting himself more than 100 times by the way, in 2 days and 2 nights he reached his father's house in safety. Tom had traveled 48 hours with a huge silver piece on his back, and was almost tired to death, when his mother ran out to meet him and carried him into the house. Tom's parents were both happy to see him, and the more so as he had brought such an amazing sum of money with him. But the poor little fellow was excessively wearied, having traveled half a mile in 48 hours, with a huge silver threepenny piece on his back. His mother, in order to recover him, placed him in a walnut shell by the fireside, and feasted him for 3 days on a hazelnut, which made him very sick, for a whole nut used to serve him a month. Tom was soon well again, but as there had been a fall of rain, and the ground was very wet, he could not travel back to King Arthur's court. Therefore his mother, one day when the wind was blowing in that direction, made a little parasol of cambric paper, and tying Tom to it, she gave him a puff into the air with her mouth, which soon carried him to the king's palace. Just at the time when Tom came flying across the courtyard, the cook happened to be passing with the king's great bowl of porridge, which was a dish his Majesty was very fond of. But unfortunately the poor little fellow fell plump into the middle of it, and splashed the hot porridge about the cook's face. The cook, who was an ill-natured fellow, being in a terrible rage at Tom for frightening and scalding him with the porridge, went straight to the king, and said that Tom had jumped into the royal porridge and thrown it down out of mere mischief. The king was so enraged when he heard this that he ordered Tom to be seized and tried for high treason, and there being no person who dared to plead for him, he was condemned to be beheaded immediately. On hearing this dreadful sentence pronounced, poor Tom fell a trembling with fear, but seeing no means of escape, and observing a miller close to him, gaping with his great mouth, as country boobies do at a fair, he took a leap and fairly jumped down his throat. This exploit was done with such activity that not one person present saw it, and even the miller did not know the trick which Tom had played upon him. Now as Tom had disappeared, the court broke up, and the miller went home to his mill. When Tom heard the mill at work, he knew he was clear of the court, and therefore he began to roll and tumble about, so that the poor miller could get no rest, thinking he was bewitched. So he sent for a doctor. When the doctor came, Tom began to dance and sing, and the doctor, being as much frightened as the miller, sent in haste for 5 other doctors and 20 learned men. When they were debating about this extraordinary case, the miller happened to yawn, when Tom, seizing the chance, made another jump and alighted safely upon his feet on the middle of the table. The miller, who was very much provoked at being tormented by such a little pigmy creature, fell into a terrible rage, and laying hold of Tom, ran to the king with him. But his Majesty, being engaged with state affairs, ordered him to be taken away and kept in custody till he sent for him. The cook was determined that Tom should not slip out of his hands this time, so he put him into a mouse trap, and left him to peep through the wires. Tom had remained in the trap a whole week, when he was sent for by King Arthur, who pardoned him for throwing down the porridge, and took him again into favor. On account of his wonderful feats of activity, Tom was knighted by the king, and went under the name of the renowned Sir Thomas Thumb. As Tom's clothes had suffered much in the batter pudding, the porridge, and the insides of the giant, miller, and fishes, his Majesty ordered him a new suit of clothes, and to be mounted as a knight. Of butterflies' wings his shirt was made, his boots of chicken's hide, and by a nimble fairy blade, well learned in the tailor trade, his clothing was supplied. A needle dangled by his side, a dapper mouse he used to ride. Thus strutted Tom in stately pride. It was certainly very diverting to see Tom in this dress and mounted on the mouse, as he rode out a-hunting with the king and nobility, who were all ready to expire with laughter at Tom and his fine prancing charger. One day, as they were riding by a farmhouse, a large cat, which was lurking about the door, made a spring, and seized both Tom and his mouse. She then ran up a tree with them, and was beginning to devour the mouse, but Tom boldly drew his sword, and attacked the cat so fiercely that she let them both fall, when one of the nobles caught him in his hat, and laid him on a bed of down in a little ivory cabinet. The Queen of the Fairies came soon after to pay Tom a visit, and carried him back to Fairyland, where he lived several years. During his residence there, King Arthur and all the persons who knew Tom had died, and as he was desirous of being again at court, the Fairy Queen, after dressing him in a suit of clothes, sent him flying through the air to the palace, in the days of King Thunstone, the successor of Arthur. Everyone flocked round to see him, and being carried to the king, he was asked who he was, whence he came, and where he lived. Tom answered, "My name is Tom Thumb, from the fairies I've come. When King Arthur shone, his court was my home. In me he delighted, by him I was knighted. Did you never hear of Sir Thomas Thumb?" The king was so charmed with this address that he ordered a little chair to be made, in order that Tom might sit upon his table, and also a palace of gold, a span high, with a door an inch wide, to live in. He also gave him a coach drawn by 6 small mice. The queen was so enraged at the honor paid to Sir Thomas that she resolved to ruin him, and told the king that the little knight had been saucy to her. The king sent for Tom in great haste, but being fully aware of the danger of royal anger, he crept into an empty snail's shell, where he lay for a long time, until he was almost starved with hunger. But at last he ventured to peep out, and seeing a fine large butterfly on the ground, near his hiding place, he approached very cautiously, and getting himself placed astride on it, was immediately carried up into the air. The butterfly flew with him from tree to tree, and from field to field, and at last he returned to the court, where the king and nobility all strove to catch him. But at last poor Tom fell from his seat into a watering pot, in which he was almost drowned. When the queen saw him, she was in a rage, and said he should be beheaded, and he was again put into a mouse trap until the time of his execution. However, a cat, observing something alive in the trap, patted it about till the wires broke, and set Thomas at liberty. The king received Tom again into favor, which he did not live to enjoy, for a large spider one day attacked him, and although he drew his sword and fought well, yet the spider's poisonous breath at last overcame him. He fell dead on the ground where he stood, and the spider sucked every drop of his blood. King Thunstone and his whole court were so sorry at the loss of their little favorite that they went into mourning, and raised a fine white marble monument over his grave with the following epitaph: "Here lies Tom Thumb, King Arthur's knight, who died by a spider's cruel bite. He was well known in Arthur's court, where he afforded gallant sport. He rode at tilt and tournament, and on a mouse a hunting went. Alive he filled the court with mirth. his death to sorrow soon gave birth. Wipe, wipe your eyes, and shake your head, and cry, alas, Tom Thumb is dead. End of the history of Tom Thumb. Section 159 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 159, Jack the Giant Killer. When good King Arthur reigned, there lived near the Land's End of England, in the county of Cornwall, a farmer who had only one son called Jack. He was brisk and of ready, lively wit, so that nobody or nothing could worst him. In those days the Mount of Cornwall was kept by a huge giant named Cormoran. He was 18 feet in height, and about 3 yards round the waist, of a fierce and grim countenance, the terror of all the neighboring towns and villages. He lived in a cave in the midst of the mount, and whenever he wanted food he would wade over to the mainland, where he would furnish himself with whatever came in his way. Everybody at his approach ran out of their houses, while he seized on their cattle, making nothing of carrying 6 oxen on his back at a time, and as for their sheep and hogs, he would tie them round his waist like a bunch of tallow dips. He had done this for many years, so that all Cornwall was in despair. One day Jack happened to be at the town hall when the magistrates were sitting in council about the giant. He asked, "What reward will be given to the man who kills Cormoran?" "The giant's treasure," they said, "will be the reward." Quoth Jack, "Then let me undertake it." So he got a horn, shovel, and pickaxe, and went over to the mount in the beginning of a dark winter's evening, when he fell to work, and before morning had dug a pit 22 feet deep and nearly as broad, covering it over with long sticks and straw. Then he strewed a little mold over it, so that it appeared like plain ground. Jack then placed himself on the opposite side of the pit, farthest from the giant's lodging, and just at the break of day he put the horn to his mouth and blew. This noise roused the giant, who rushed from his cave, crying, "You incorrigible villain! Are you come here to disturb my rest? You shall pay dearly for this. Satisfaction I will have, and this it shall be. I will take you whole and broil you for breakfast." He had no sooner uttered this than he tumbled into the pit and made the very foundations of the mount to shake. "O giant," quoth Jack, "where are you now? O faith, you are gotten now into a tight place, where I will surely plague you for your threatening words. What do you think now of broiling me for your breakfast? Will no other diet serve you but poor Jack?" Then, having tantalized the giant for a while, he gave him a most weighty knock with his pickaxe on the very crown of his head, and killed him on the spot. Jack then filled up the pit with earth, and went to search the cave, which he found contained much treasure. When the magistrates heard of this, they made a declaration he should henceforth be termed Jack the Giant Killer, and presented him with a sword and a belt, on which were written these words embroidered in letters of gold: "Here's the right valiant Cornish man, who slew the giant Cormoran." The news of Jack's victory soon spread over all the west of England, so that another giant, named Blunderbore, hearing of it, vowed to be revenged on Jack if ever he should light on him. This giant was the lord of an enchanted castle situated in the midst of a lonesome wood. Now Jack, about 4 months afterwards, walking near this wood in his journey to Wales, being weary, seated himself near a pleasant fountain, and fell fast asleep. While he was sleeping, the giant, coming there for water, discovered him, and knew him to be the far famed Jack the Giant Killer by the lines written on the belt. Without ado, he took Jack on his shoulders and carried him towards the castle. Now, as they passed through a thicket, the rustling of the boughs awakened Jack, who was strangely surprised to find himself in the clutches of the giant. His terror was only begun, for on entering the castle he saw the ground strewed with human bones, and the giant told him his own would ere long be among them. After this the giant locked poor Jack in an immense chamber, leaving him there while he went to fetch another giant, his brother, living in the same wood, who might share in the meal on Jack. After waiting some time, Jack, on going to the window, beheld afar off the two giants coming towards the castle. "Now," quoth Jack to himself, "my death or my deliverance is at hand." Now there were strong cords in a corner of the room in which Jack was, and two of these he took and made a strong noose at the end. And while the giants were unlocking the iron gate of the castle, he threw the ropes over each of their heads. Then he drew the other ends across a beam and pulled with all his might, so that he throttled them. Then, when he saw they were black in the face, he slid down the rope, and drawing his sword, slew them both. Then, taking the giant's keys and unlocking the rooms, he found three fair ladies tied by the hair of their heads, almost starved to death. "Sweet ladies," quoth Jack, "I have destroyed this monster and his brutish brother, and obtained your liberty." This said, he presented them with the keys, and so proceeded on his journey to Wales. Jack made the best of his way by traveling as fast as he could, but lost his road, and was benighted, and could find no habitation until, coming into a narrow valley, he found a large house, and in order to get shelter took courage to knock at the gate. But what was his surprise when there came forth a monstrous giant with two heads, yet he did not appear so fiery as the others were, for he was a Welsh giant, and what he did was by private and secret malice under the false show of friendship. Jack, having told his condition to the giant, was shown into a bedroom, where in the dead of night he heard his host in another apartment muttering these words: "Though here you lodge with me this night, you shall not see the morning light. My club shall dash your brains outright." "Sayest thou so?" quoth Jack. "That is like one of your Welsh tricks, yet I hope to be cunning enough for you." Then, getting out of bed, he laid a log in the bed in his stead, and hid himself in a corner of the room. At the dead time of the night in came the Welsh giant, who struck several heavy blows on the bed with his club, thinking he had broken every bone in Jack's skin. The next morning Jack, laughing in his sleeve, gave him a hearty thanks for his night's lodging. "How have you rested?" quoth the giant. "Did you not feel anything in the night?" "No," quoth Jack, "nothing but a rat, which gave me 2 or 3 slaps with her tail." With that, greatly wondering, the giant led Jack to breakfast, bringing him a bowl containing 4 gallons of hasty pudding. Being loath to let the giant think it too much for him, Jack put a large leather bag under his loose coat, in such a way that he could convey the pudding into it without its being perceived. Then, telling the giant he would show him a trick, taking a knife, Jack ripped open the bag, and out came all the hasty pudding. Whereupon, saying, "Odd splutters her nails, her can do that trick herself," the monster took the knife, and ripping open his belly, fell down dead. Now it happened in these days that King Arthur's only son asked his father to give him a large sum of money in order that he might go and seek his fortune in the principality of Wales, where lived a beautiful lady possessed with 7 evil spirits. The king did his best to persuade his son from it, but in vain, so at last gave way, and the Prince set out with 2 horses, one loaded with money, the other for himself to ride upon. Now after several days' travel he came to a market town in Wales, where he beheld a vast crowd of people gathered together. The Prince asked the reason of it, and was told that they had arrested a corpse for several large sums of money which the deceased owed when he died. The Prince replied that it was a pity creditors should be so cruel, and said, "Go bury the dead, and let his creditors come to my lodging, and there their debts shall be paid." They came in such great numbers that before night he had only 2 pence left for himself. Now Jack, the giant killer, coming that way, was so taken with the generosity of the Prince that he desired to be his servant. This being agreed upon, the next morning they set forward on their journey together, when, as they were riding out of the town, an old woman called after the Prince, saying, "He has owed me 2 pence these 7 years. Pray pay me as well as the rest." Putting his hand into his pocket, the Prince gave the woman all he had left, so that after their day's food, which cost what small store Jack had by him, they were without a penny between them. When the sun got low, the king's son said, "Jack, since we have no money, where can we lodge this night?" But Jack replied, "Master, we'll do well enough, for I have an uncle lives within 2 miles of this place. He is a huge and monstrous giant with 3 heads. He'll fight 500 men in armor and make them to fly before him." "Alas," quoth the Prince, "what shall we do there? He'll certainly chop us up at a mouthful. Nay, we are scarce enough to fill one of his hollow teeth." "It is no matter for that," quoth Jack. "I myself will go before and prepare the way for you. Therefore stop here and wait till I return." Jack then rode away at full speed, and coming to the gate of the castle, he knocked so loud that he made the neighboring hills resound. The giant roared out at this like thunder. "Who's there?" Jack answered, "None but your poor cousin Jack." Quoth he, "What news with my poor cousin Jack?" He replied, "Dear uncle, bad news, God willing." "Prithee," quoth the giant, "what bad news can come to me? I am a giant with 3 heads, and besides, thou knowest, I can fight 500 men in armor, and make them fly like chaff before the wind." "Oh, but," quoth Jack, "here's the king's son a-coming with 1,000 men in armor to kill you and destroy all that you have." "Oh, cousin Jack," said the giant, "this is bad news indeed. I will immediately run and hide myself, and thou shalt lock, bolt, and bar me in, and keep the keys until the Prince is gone." Having secured the giant, Jack fetched his master, when they made themselves heartily merry, whilst the poor giant lay trembling in a vault under the ground. Early in the morning Jack furnished his master with a fresh supply of gold and silver, and then sent him 3 miles forward on his journey, at which time the Prince was pretty well out of the smell of the giant. Jack then returned and let the giant out of the vault, who asked what he should give him for keeping the castle from destruction. "Why," quoth Jack, "I want nothing but the old coat and cap, together with the old rusty sword and slippers, which are at your bed's head." Quoth the giant, "You know not what you ask. They are the most precious things I have. The coat will keep you invisible. The cap will tell you all you want to know. The sword cuts asunder whatever you strike, and the shoes are of extraordinary swiftness. But you have been very serviceable to me. Therefore take them with all my heart." Jack thanked his uncle, and then went off with them. He soon overtook his master, and they quickly arrived at the house of the lady the Prince sought, who, finding the Prince to be a suitor, prepared a splendid banquet for him. After the repast was concluded, she told him she had a task for him. She wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, saying, "You must show me that handkerchief tomorrow morning, or else you will lose your head." With that she put it in her bosom. The Prince went to bed in great sorrow, but Jack's cap of knowledge informed him how it was to be obtained. In the middle of the night she called upon her familiar spirit to carry her to Lucifer. But Jack put on his coat of darkness and his shoes of swiftness, and was there as soon as she was. When she entered the place of the demon, she gave the handkerchief to him, and he laid it upon a shelf, whence Jack took it and brought it to his master, who showed it to the lady next day, and so saved his life. On that day she gave the Prince a kiss, and told him he must show her the lips tomorrow morning that she kissed last night, or lose his head. "Ah," he replied, "if you kiss none but mine, I will." "That is neither here nor there," said she. "If you do not, death's your portion." At midnight she went as before, and was angry with the demon for letting the handkerchief go. "But now," quoth she, "I will be too hard for the king's son, for I will kiss thee, and he is to show me thy lips." Which she did, and Jack, when she was not standing by, cut off Lucifer's head, and brought it under his invisible coat to his master, who the next morning pulled it out by the horns before the lady. This broke the enchantment, and the evil spirit left her, and she appeared in all her beauty. They were married the next morning, and soon after went to the court of King Arthur, where Jack, for his many great exploits, was made one of the knights of the Round Table. Jack soon went searching for giants again, but he had not ridden far when he saw a cave, near the entrance of which he beheld a giant sitting upon a block of timber, with a knotted iron club by his side. His goggle eyes were like flames of fire, his countenance grim and ugly, and his cheeks like a couple of large flitches of bacon, while the bristles of his beard resembled rods of iron wire, and the locks that hung down upon his brawny shoulders were like curled snakes or hissing adders. Jack alighted from his horse, and putting on the coat of darkness, went up close to the giant, and said softly, "Oh, are you there? It will not be long before I take you fast by the beard." The giant all this while could not see him on account of his invisible coat, so that Jack, coming up close to the monster, struck a blow with his sword at his head, but missing his aim, he cut off the nose instead. At this the giant roared like claps of thunder, and began to lay about him with his iron club like one stark mad. But Jack, running behind, drove his sword up to the hilt in the giant's back, so that he fell down dead. This done, Jack cut off the giant's head, and sent it, with his brothers also, to King Arthur by a wagoner he hired for that purpose. Jack now resolved to enter the giant's cave in search of his treasure, and passing along through a great many windings and turnings, he came at length to a large room paved with freestone, at the upper end of which was a boiling cauldron, and on the right hand a large table, at which the giant used to dine. Then he came to a window barred with iron, through which he looked, and beheld a vast number of miserable captives, who, seeing him, cried out, "Alas, young man, art thou come to be one amongst us in this miserable den?" "Ay," quoth Jack, But pray tell me, what is the meaning of your captivity?" "We are kept here," said one, "till such time as the giants have a wish to feast, and then the fattest among us is slaughtered, and many are the times they have dined upon murdered men." "Say you so?" quoth Jack, and straightway unlocked the gate and let them free, who all rejoiced like condemned men at sight of a pardon. Then searching the giant's coffers, he shared the gold and silver equally amongst them, and took them to a neighboring castle, where they all feasted and made merry over their deliverance. But in the midst of all this mirth, a messenger brought news that Thunderdell, a giant with 2 heads, having heard of the death of his kinsman, had come from the northern dales to be revenged on Jack, and was within a mile of the castle, the country people flying before him like chaff. But Jack was not a bit daunted, and said, "Let him come. I have a tool to quiet him. And you, ladies and gentlemen, walk out into the garden, and you shall witness this giant Thunderdell's death and destruction." The castle was situated in the midst of a small island, surrounded by a moat, 30 feet deep and 20 feet wide, over which lay a drawbridge. So Jack employed men to cut through this bridge on both sides, nearly to the middle, and then dressing himself in his invisible coat, he marched against the giant with his sword of sharpness. Although the giant could not see Jack, he smelt his approach, and cried out in these words: "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make me bread." "Sayest thou so?" said Jack. "Then thou art a monstrous miller indeed." The giant cried out again: "Art thou that villain who killed my kinsman? Then I will tear thee with my teeth, suck thy blood, and grind thy bones to powder." "You'll have to catch me first," quoth Jack, and throwing off his invisible coat, so that the giant might see him, and putting on his shoes of swiftness, he ran from the giant, who followed like a walking castle, so that the very foundations of the earth seemed to shake at every step. Jack led him a long dance, in order that the gentlemen and ladies might see, and at last, to end the matter, ran lightly over the drawbridge, the giant in full speed pursuing him with his club. Then, coming to the middle of the bridge, the giant's great weight broke it down, and he tumbled headlong into the water, where he rolled and wallowed like a whale. Jack, standing by the moat, laughed at him all the while. But though the giant foamed to hear him scoff, and plunged from place to place in the moat, yet he could not get out to be revenged. Jack at length got a cart rope, and cast it over the 2 heads of the giant, and drew him ashore by a team of horses, and then cut off both his heads with his sword of sharpness, and sent them to King Arthur. After some time spent in mirth and pastime, Jack, taking leave of the knights and ladies, set out for new adventures. Through many woods he passed, and came at length to the foot of a high mountain. Here, late at night, he found a lonesome house, and knocked at the door, which was opened by an aged man with a head as white as snow. "Father," said Jack, "can you lodge a benighted traveler that has lost his way?" "Yes," said the old man, "you are right welcome to my poor cottage." Whereupon Jack entered, and down they sat together, and the old man began to speak as follows: "Son, I see by your belt you are the great conqueror of giants. And behold, my son, on the top of this mountain is an enchanted castle. This is kept by a giant named Galligantua, and he, by the help of an old conjurer, betrays many knights and ladies into his castle, where by magic art they are transformed into sundry shapes and forms. but above all I grieve for a duke's daughter, whom they fetched from her father's garden, carrying her through the air in a burning chariot drawn by fiery dragons. When they secured her within the castle, they transformed her into a white hind, and though many knights have tried to break the enchantment and work her deliverance, yet no one could accomplish it, on account of two dreadful griffins which are placed at the castle gate, and which destroy every one who comes near. But you, my son, may pass by them undiscovered. Then on the gates of the castle you will find engraven in large letters how the spell may be broken." Jack gave the old man his hand, and promised that in the morning he would venture his life to free the lady. In the morning Jack arose and put on his invisible coat and magic cap and shoes, and prepared himself for the fray. Now when he had reached the top of the mountain, he soon discovered the two fiery griffins, but passed them without fear, because of his invisible coat. When he had got beyond them, he found upon the gates of the castle a golden trumpet hung by a silver chain, under which these lines were engraved: "Whoever shall this trumpet blow shall soon the giant overthrow, and break the black enchantment straight, so all shall be in a happy state." Jack had no sooner read this, but he blew the trumpet, at which the castle trembled to its vast foundations, and the giant and the conjurer were in horrid confusion, biting their thumbs and tearing their hair, knowing their wicked reign was at an end. Then the giant, stooping to take up his club, Jack at one blow cut off his head, whereupon the conjurer, mounting up into the air, was carried away in a whirlwind. Then the enchantment was broken, and all the lords and ladies who had so long been transformed into birds and beasts returned to their proper shapes, and the castle vanished away in a cloud of smoke. This being done, the head of Galligantua was likewise, in the usual manner, conveyed to the court of King Arthur, where the very next day Jack followed, with the knights and ladies who had been delivered. Whereupon, as a reward for his good services, the king prevailed upon the duke to bestow his daughter in marriage on honest Jack. So married they were, and the whole kingdom was filled with joy at the wedding. Furthermore, the king bestowed on Jack a noble castle, with a very beautiful estate thereto belonging, where he and his lady lived in great joy and happiness all the rest of their days. End of section 159.
Section 160, Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris C. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 160. The Three Sillies. Adapted by Joseph Jacobs. Once upon a time there was a farmer and his wife who had one daughter, and she was courted by a gentleman. Every evening he used to come and see her, and stop to supper at the farmhouse, and the daughter used to be sent down into the cellar to draw the beer for supper. So one evening she had gone down to draw the beer, and she happened to look up at the ceiling while she was drawing, and she saw a mallet stuck in one of the beams. It must have been there a long, long time, but somehow or other she had never noticed it before. And she began a-thinking, and she thought it was very dangerous to have that mallet there, for she said to herself, "Suppose him and me was to be married, and we was to have a son, and he was to grow up to be a man, and come down into the cellar to draw the beer, like as I'm doing now, and the mallet was to fall on his head, and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" And she put down the candle and the jug, and sat herself down, and began a-crying. Well, they began to wonder upstairs how it was that she was so long drawing the beer, and her mother went down to see after her, and she found her sitting on the settle, crying, and the beer running over the floor. "Why, whatever is the matter?" said her mother. "Oh, mother," says she, "look at that horrid mallet. Suppose we was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down to the cellar to draw the beer, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" "Dear, dear, what a dreadful thing it would be," said the mother, and she sat her down beside the daughter and started crying too. Then after a bit the father began to wonder that they didn't come back, and he went down into the cellar to look after them himself. And there they two sat a-crying, and the beer running all over the floor. "Whatever is the matter?" says he. "Why," says the mother, "look at that horrid mallet. Just suppose if our daughter and her sweetheart was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down into the cellar to draw the beer, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" "Dear, dear, dear, so it would," said the father, and he sat himself down beside the other two and started a-crying. Now the gentleman got tired of stopping up in the kitchen by himself, and at last he went down into the cellar too, to see what they were after. And there they three sat crying side by side, and the beer running all over the floor. And he ran straight and turned the tap. Then he said, "Whatever are you three doing, sitting there crying and letting the beer run all over the floor?" "Oh," says the father, "look at that horrid mallet. Suppose you and our daughter was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down into the cellar to draw the beer, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him." And then they all started crying worse than before. But the gentleman burst out laughing, and reached up and pulled the mallet. And then he said, "I've traveled many miles, and I never met three such big sillies as you three before, and now I shall start out on my travels again, and when I can't find three bigger sillies than you three, then I'll come back and marry your daughter." So he wished them good-bye, and started off on his travels, and left them all crying because the girl had lost her sweetheart. Well, he set out, and he traveled a long way, and at last he came to a woman's cottage that had some grass growing on the roof, and the woman was trying to get her cow to go up a ladder to the grass, and the poor thing durst not go. So the gentleman asked the woman what she was doing. "Why, look ye," she said, "look at all that beautiful grass. I'm going to get the cow on the roof to eat it. She'll be quite safe, for I shall tie a string around her neck, and pass it down the chimney, and tie it to my waist as I go about the house, so she can't fall off without my knowing it." "Oh, you poor silly," said the gentleman. "You should cut the grass and throw it down to the cow." But the woman thought it was easier to get the cow up the ladder than to get the grass down, so she pushed her and coaxed her and got her up, and tied a string round her neck, and passed it down the chimney, and fastened it around her own wrist. And the gentleman went on his way, but he hadn't gone far when the cow tumbled off the roof and hung by the string tied round her neck, and it strangled her. And the weight of the cow tied to her wrist pulled the woman up the chimney, and she stuck fast halfway and was smothered in the soot. Well, that was one big silly. And the gentleman went on, and he went to an inn to stop the night, and they were so full at the inn that they had to put him in a double-bedded room, and another traveler was to sleep in the other bed. The other man was a very pleasant fellow, and they got very friendly together. But in the morning, when they were both getting up, the gentleman was surprised to see the other hang his trousers on the knobs of the chest of drawers, and run across the room and try to jump into them. And he tried and over again, and couldn't manage it, and the gentleman wondered whatever he was doing it for. At last he stopped and wiped his face with his handkerchief. "Oh dear," he says, "I do think trousers are the most awkwardest kind of clothes that ever were. I can't think who could have invented such things. It takes me the best part of an hour to get into mine every morning, and I get so hot. How do you manage yours?" So the gentleman burst out laughing and showed him how to put them on, and he was very much obliged to him and said he had never should have thought of doing it that way. So that was another big silly. Then the gentleman went on his travels again, and he came to a village, and outside the village there was a pond, and round the pond was a crowd of people, and they had rakes and brooms and pitchforks and reaching into the pond. And the gentleman asked what was the matter. "Why," they say, "matter enough. Moons tumbled into the pond, and we can't rake it out anyhow." So the gentleman burst out laughing and told them to look into the sky, and that it was only the shadow in the water. But they wouldn't listen to him, and abused him shamefully, and he got away as quick as he could. So there were a whole lot of sillies bigger than the 3 sillies at home. So the gentleman turned back home again, and married the farmer's daughter, and if they didn't live happy forever after, that's nothing to do with you or me. End of section
160.
Section 161 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. King O'Toole and His Goose. Och, I thought all the world far and near had heard of King O'Toole. Well, but the darkness of mankind is untellable. Well, sir, you must know, as you didn't hear it afore, that there was a king called King O'Toole, who was a fine old king in the old ancient times long ago. And it was he that owned the churches in the early days. The king, you see, was the right sort. He was the real boy, and loved sport as he loved his life, and hunting in particular. And from the rising of the sun up he got, and away he went o'er the mountains, after the deer. And fine times they were. Well, it was all mighty good as long as the king had his health. But you see, in the course of time the king grew old. By raison he was stiff in his limbs, and when he got stricken in years his heart failed him, and he was lost entirely for want of diversion. Because he couldn't go a-hunting no longer, and by dad the poor king was obliged at last to get a goose to divert him. Oh, you may laugh if you like, but it's the truth I'm telling you. And the way the goose diverted him was this-a-way. You see, the goose used to swim across the lake and go diving for trout, and catch fish on a Friday for the king, and flew every other day round about the lake, diverting the poor king. All went on mighty well until, by dad, the goose got stricken in years, like her master, and couldn't divert him no longer. And then it was that the poor king was lost entirely. The king was walking one morning by the edge of the lake, lamenting his cruel fate, and thinking of drowning himself, that could get no diversion in life, when all of a sudden, turning round the corner, whom should he meet but a mighty decent young man coming up to him. "God save you," says the king to the young man. "God save you kindly, King O'Toole," says the young man. "True for you," says the king. "I am King O'Toole," says he, "prince and penny tinctury of these parts," says he. "But how came ye to know that?" says he. "Oh, never mind," says St. Kavin. You see, it was St. Kavin, sure enough, the saint himself in disguise and nobody else. "Oh, never mind," says he. "I know more than that. May I make bold to ask, how is your goose, King O'Toole?" says he. "Blur and Haggers, how came ye to know about my goose?" says the king. "Oh, no matter. I was given to understand it," says St. Kavin. After some more talk, the king says, "What are you?" "I am an honest man," says St. Kavin. "Well, honest man," says the king, "and how is it you make your money so easy?" "By making old things as good as new," says St. Kavin. "Is it a tinker you are?" says the king. "No," says the saint, "I am no tinker by trade, King O'Toole. I've a better trade than a tinker," says he. "What would you say," says he, "if I made your old goose as good as new?" My dear, at the word of making his goose as good as new, you'd think the poor old king's eyes were ready to jump out of his head. With that the king whistled, and down came the poor goose, just like a hound, waddling up to the poor cripple her master, and as like him as two peas. The minute the saint clapped his eyes on the goose, "I'll do the job for you," says he, "King O'Toole." "By Gemini," says King O'Toole, "if you do, I'll say you're the cleverest fellow in the 7 parishes. "Oh, by dad," says St. Kavin, "you must say more nor that. My horn's not so soft all out," says he, "as to repair your old goose for nothing. What will you gimme if I do the job for you? That's the chat," says St. Kavin. "I'll give you whatever you ask," says the king. "Isn't that fair?" "Divil a fair," says the saint. "That's the way to do business. Now," he says, "this is the bargain I'll make with you, King O'Toole. Will you give me all the ground the goose flies over, the first offer, after I make her as good as new?" "I will," says the king. "You won't go back o' your word?" says St. Kavin. "Honour bright," says King O'Toole, holding out his fist. "Honour bright," says St. Kavin back again. "It's a bargain." "Come here," says he to the poor old goose. "Come here, you unfortunate old cripple, and it's I that'll make you the sporting bird." With that, my dear, he took up the goose by the 2 wings. "Criss o' my cross and you," says he, making her to grace with the blessed sign at the same minute, and throwing her up in the air. "Whew," says he, just giving her a blast to help her. And with that, my jewel, she took to her heels, flying like one of the eagles themselves, and cutting as many capers as a swallow before a shower of rain. Well, my dear, it was a beautiful sight to see the king standing with his mouth open, looking at his poor old goose flying as light as a lark, and better than ever she was. And when she lit at his feet, patted her on the head, and, "Mavourneen," says he, "but you are the darlint of the world." "And what do you say to me," says St. Kavin, "for making her the like?" "By jabber," says the king, "I say nothing beats the art of man, barring the bees." "And you say no more nor that," says St. Kavin. "And that I'm beholden to you," says the king. "But will you give me all the ground the goose flew over?" says St. Kavin. "I will," says King O'Toole, "and you're welcome to it," says he, "though it's the last acre I have to give." "But you'll keep your word true?" says the saint. "As true as the sun," says the king. "It's well for you, King O'Toole, that you said that word," says he, "for if you didn't say that word, the devil the bit of your goose would ever fly again." When the king was as good as his word, St. Kavin was pleased with him, and then it was that he made himself known to the king. "And," says he, "King O'Toole, you're a decent man, for I only came here to try you. You don't know me," says he, "because I'm disguised." "Musha, then," says the king, "who are you?" "I'm St. Kavin," said the saint, blessing himself. "Oh, Queen of Heaven," says the king, making the sign of the cross between his eyes and falling down on his knees before the saint. "Is it the great St. Kavin," says he, "that I've been discoursing all this time without knowing it," says he. "All is one as if he was a lump of a gossoon. And so you're a saint," says the king. "I am," says St. Kavin. "By jabers, I thought I was only talking to a decent boy," says the king. "Well, you know the difference now," says the saint. "I'm St. Kavin," says he, "the greatest of all the saints." And so the king had his goose as good as new to divert him as long as he lived. And the saint supported him after he came into his property, as I told you, until the day of his death. And that was soon after. For the goose thought he was catching a trout one Friday. But my jewel, it was a mistake he made, and instead of a trout, it was a thieving horse eel, and instead of the goose killing a trout for the king's supper, by dad the eel killed the king's goose, and small blame to him. But he didn't ate her, because he darned ate what St. Kavin had laid his blessed hands on. End of section 161. Recording by John Chase, Edmonton.
Section 162 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Walcham. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 162. The Haughty Princess, adapted by Patrick Kennedy. There was once a very worthy king whose daughter was the greatest beauty that could be seen far or near. But she was as proud as Lucifer, and no king or prince would she agree to marry. Her father was tired out at last, and invited every king and prince and duke and earl that he knew or didn't know to come to his court and give her one trial more. They all came, and next day after breakfast they stood in a row in the lawn, and the princess walked along in the front of them to make her choice. One was fat, and says she, "I won't have you, Bear Barrel." One was tall and thin, and to him she said, "I won't have you, Ramrod." To a white-faced man she said, "I won't have you, Pale Death." And to a red-cheeked man she said, "I won't have you, Coxcomb." She stopped a little before the last of all, for he was a fine man in face and form. She wanted to find some defect in him, but he had nothing remarkable but a ring of brown curling hair under his chin. She admired him a little, and then carried it off with, "I won't have you, Whiskers." So all went away, and the king was so vexed, he said to her, "Now, to punish your impudence, I'll give you to the first beggarman or singing strontiach that calls." And as sure as a hearth money, a fellow all over rags, with hair that came to his shoulders, and a bushy red beard all over his face, came next morning and began to sing before the parlour window. When the song was over, the hall door was opened, the singer asked in, the priest brought, and the princess married to Beardy. She roared and she bawled, but her father didn't mind her. "There," says he to the bridegroom, "is 5 guineas for you. Take your wife out of my sight, and never let me lay eyes on you or her again." Off he let her, and dismal enough she was. The only thing that gave her relief was the tones of her husband's voice and his genteel manners. "Whose wood is this?" said she, as they were going through one. "It belongs to the king you called Whiskers yesterday." He gave her the same answer about meadows and cornfields, and at last a fine city. "Ah, what a fool I was," said she to herself. "He was a fine man, and I might have him for a husband." At last they were coming up to a poor cabin. "Why are you bringing me here?" says the poor lady. "This was my house," said he, "and now it's yours." She began to cry, but she was tired and hungry, and she went in with him. Oh, there was neither a table laid out nor a fire burning, and she was obliged to help her husband to light it, and to boil their dinner, and clean up the place after. And next day he made her put on a stuff gown and a cotton handkerchief. When she had her house readied up, and no business to keep her employed, he brought home sallies, willows, peeled them, and showed her how to make baskets. The hard twigs bruised her delicate fingers, and she began to cry. Well, then he asked her to mend their clothes, but the needle drew blood from her fingers, and she cried again. He couldn't bear to see her tears, so he bought a creel of earthenware, and sent her to the market to sell them. This was the hardest trial of all, But she looked so handsome and sorrowful, and had such a nice air about her, so that all her pans and jugs and plates and dishes were gone before noon, and the only mark of her old pride she showed was a slap she gave a Buchan across the face when he asked her an impudent question. Well, her husband was so glad he sent her with another creel the next day, but faith, her luck was after deserting her. A drunken huntsman came up riding, and his beast got in among her ware, and made bridge of every mother's son of him. She went home crying, and her husband wasn't at all pleased. "I see," said he, "you're not fit for business. Come along, I'll get you kitchen maid's place in the palace. I know the cook." So the poor thing was obliged to stifle her pride once more. She was kept very busy, and the footman and the butler would be very impudent about looking for a kiss, but she let a screech out of her the first attempt was made, and the cook gave the fellow such a lambasting with the besom that he made no second offer. She went home to her husband every night, and she carried broken victuals wrapped in papers in her side pockets. A week after she got service, there was great bustle in the kitchen. The king was going to be married, but no one knew who the bride was to be. Well, in the evening the cook filled the princess's pockets with cold meat and puddings, and says she, "Before you go, let us have a look at the great doings in the big parlour." So they came near the door to get a peep, and who would come out but the king himself, as handsome as you please, and no other but King Whiskers himself. "Your handsome helper must pay for her peeping," said he to the cook, "and dance a jig with me." Whether she would or no, he held her hand and brought her into the parlour. The fiddler struck up, and away went him with her. But they hadn't danced 2 steps when the meat and the puddings flew out of her pockets. Everyone roared out, and she flew to the door, crying piteously. But she was soon caught by the king and taken into the back parlour. "Don't you know me, my darling?" said he. "I'm both King Whiskers, your husband, the ballad singer, and the drunken huntsman. Your father knew me well enough when he gave you to me, and all was to drive your pride out of you." Well, she didn't know how she was, with fright and shame and joy. Love was uppermost anyhow, for she laid her head on her husband's breast and cried like a child. The maid of honour soon had her away, and dressed her as fine as hands and pins could do it, and there were her mother and father too. While the company were wondering what would be the end of the handsome girl and the king, he and his queen, who they didn't know in her fine clothes, came in, and such rejoicings and fine doings as there was, none of us will ever see anyway. End of section 162.
Section 163 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 163, Jack and His Master. A poor woman had 3 sons. The eldest and second eldest were cunning, clever fellows, but they called the youngest Jack the Fool, because they thought he was no better than a simpleton. The eldest got tired of staying at home, and said he'd go look for service. He stayed away a whole year, and then came back one day dragging one foot after the other, and a poor wizened face on him, and he was as cross as 2 sticks. When he was rested and had got something to eat, he told them how he had taken service with the Grey Churl of the townland of Mischance, and that the agreement was whoever would first say he was sorry for his bargain should get an inch wide of the skin of his back from shoulder to hips taken off. If it was the master, he should also pay double wages. If it was the servant, he should get no wages at all. But the thief, says he, gave me so little to eat and kept me so hard at work that flesh and blood couldn't stand it. And when he asked me once, when I was in a passion, if I was sorry for my bargain, I was mad enough to say I was, and here I am disabled for life." Vexed enough were the poor mother and brothers, and the second eldest said on the spot he'd go and take service with the Gray Churl, and punish him by all the annoyance he'd give him till he'd make him say he was sorry for his agreement. "Oh, won't I be glad to see the skin coming off the old villain's back," said he. All they could say had no effect. He started off for the townland of mischance, and in a 12-month he was back, just as miserable and helpless as his brother. All the poor mother could say didn't prevent Jack the Fool from starting to see if he was able to regulate the Gray Churl. He agreed with him for a year for £20, and the terms were the same. "Now, Jack," said the Gray Churl, "if you refuse to do anything you are able to do, you must lose a month's wages." "I'm satisfied," said Jack, "and if you stop me from doing a thing after telling me to do it, you are to give me an additional month's wages." "I am satisfied," said the master. "Or if you blame me for obeying your orders, you must give me the same." "I am satisfied," said the master again. The first day that Jack served, he was fed very poorly, and was worked to the saddle skirts. Next day he came into the parlor just before the dinner was served up. They were taking the goose off the spit, but, well becomes Jack, he whipped a knife off the dresser, and cut off one side of the breast, one leg and thigh, and one wing, and fell to. In came the master, and began to abuse him for his assurance. "Oh, you know, master, you're to feed me, and wherever the goose goes won't have to be filled again until supper. Are you sorry for our agreement?" The master was going to cry out that he was, but he bethought himself in time. "Oh, no, no, not at all," said he. "That's well," said Jack. Next day Jack was to go plant turf on the bog. They weren't sorry to have him away from the kitchen at dinner time. He didn't find his breakfast very heavy on his stomach, so he said to the mistress, "I think, ma'am, it will be better for me to get my dinner now, and not lose time coming home from the bog." "That's true, Jack," said she. So she brought out a good cake, and a print of butter, and a bottle of milk, thinking he'd take them away to the bog. But Jack kept his seat, and never drew rein till bread, butter, and milk had gone down the red lane. "Now, mistress," said he, "I'll be earlier at my work tomorrow if I sleep comfortably on the sheltery side of a pile of dry peat on dry grass, and not be coming here and going back. So you may as well give me my supper, and be done with the day's trouble." She gave him that, thinking he'd take it to the bog, but he fell to on the spot, and did not leave a scrap to tell tales on him, and the mistress was a little astonished. He called to speak to the master in the haggard, and said he, "What are servants asked to do in this country after eating their supper?" "Nothing at all but to go to bed." "Oh, very well, sir." He went up on the stable loft, stripped and lay down, and someone that saw him told the master. He came up. "Jack, you anointed scoundrel, what do you mean?" "To go to sleep, master. The mistress, God bless her, is after giving me my breakfast, dinner, and supper, and yourself told me that bed was the next thing. Do you blame me, sir?" "Yes, you rascal, I do." "Hand me out £1 13 and fourpence, if you please, sir." "1 divil and 13 imps, you tinker, what for?" "Oh, I see, you forgot your bargain. Are you sorry for it?" "Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I'll give you the money after your nap." Next morning early, Jack asked how he'd be employed that day. "You're to be holding the plough in that fallow outside the paddock." The master went over about 9 o'clock to see what kind of a ploughman was Jack, and what did he see but the little boy driving the beasties, and the sock and coulter of the plough skimming along the sod, and Jack pulling ding-dong agin the horses. "What are you doing, you contrary thief?" said the master. "And ain't I striving to hold this divil of a plough, as you told me? But that outcrawling of a boy keeps whipping on the beasties in spite of all I say. Will you speak to him?" "No, but I'll speak to you. Didn't you know, you bosthoon, that when I said holding the plough, I meant reddening, ploughing up the ground? Faith, and if you did, I wish you had said so. Do you blame me for what I've done?" The master caught himself in time, but he was so stomached he said nothing. "Go on and redden the ground now, you knave, as other ploughmen do." "And are you sorry for our agreement?" "Oh, no, not at all, not at all." Jack ploughed away like a good workman all the rest of the day. In a day or two the master bade him go and mind the cows in a field that had half of it under young corn. "Be sure particularly," said he, "to keep Brownie from the wheat. While she's out of mischief, there's no fear of the rest." About noon he went to see how Jack was doing his duty, and what did he find but Jack asleep with his face to the sod, Brownie grazing near a thorn tree, one end of a long rope round her horns, and the other end round the tree, and the rest of the beasts all trampling and eating the green wheat. Down came the switch on Jack. "Jack, you vagabond, do you see what the cows are at?" "And do you blame me, master?" "To be sure, you lazy sluggard, I do." "Hand me out £1.13 and fourpence, master. You said if I only kept Brownie out of mischief, the rest would do no harm. There she is, as harmless as a lamb. Are you sorry for hiring me, master?" That is, not at all. I'll give you your money when you go to dinner. Now understand me, don't let a cow go out of the field nor into the wheat the rest of the day." "Never fear, master," and neither did he. But the churl would rather than a great deal he had not hired him. The next day 3 heifers were missing, and the master bade Jack go in search of them. "Where shall I look for them?" said Jack. "Oh, every place likely and unlikely for them all to be in." The churl was getting very exact in his words. When he was coming into the yard at dinner time, what work did he find Jack at but pulling armfuls of the thatch off the roof, and peeping into the holes he was making. "What are you doing there, you rascal?" "Sure, I'm looking for the heifers, poor things." "What would bring them there?" "I don't think anything could bring them in it, but I looked first into the likely places, that is the cow houses and the pastures and the fields next 'em, and now I'm looking in the unlikeliest place I can think of. Maybe it's not pleasing to you, it is." "And to be sure it isn't pleasing to me, you aggravating goose cap." "Please, sir, hand me £1.13 and fourpence before you sit down to your dinner. I'm afraid it's sorrow that's on you for hiring me at all. May the Oh, no, I'm not sorry. Will you begin, if you please, and put in the thatch again, just as if you were doing it for your mother's cabin?" "Oh, faith, I will, sir, with a heart and a half." And by the time the farmer came out from his dinner, Jack had the roof better than it was before, for he made the boy give him new straw. Says the master when he came out, "Go, Jack, and look for the heifers and bring them home." "And where shall I look for 'em?" "Go and search for them as if they were your own." The heifers were all in the paddock before sunset. Next morning, says the master, "Jack, the path across the bog to the pasture is very bad. The sheep does be sinking in it every step. Go and make the sheep's feet a good path." About an hour after he came to the edge of the bog, and what did he find Jack at but sharpening a carving knife and the sheep standing or grazing around. "Is this the way you're mending the path, Jack?" said he. "Everything must have a beginning, master," said Jack, "and a thing well begun is half done. I'm sharpening the knife, and I'll have the feet off every sheep in the flock while you'd be blessing yourself." "Feet off my sheep, you anointed rogue! And what would you be taking their feet off for?" "And sure to mend the path as you told me. Says you, Jack, make a path with the foot of the sheep." "Oh, you fool, I meant make good the path for the sheep's feet." "It's a pity you didn't say so, master. Hand me out £1.13 and fourpence if you don't like me to finish my job." Divil did you good with your £1 13 and fourpence." "It's better pray than curse, master. Maybe you're sorry for your bargain?" "And to be sure I am. Not yet, anyway." The next night the master was going to a wedding, and says he to Jack, before he set out, "I'll leave at midnight, and I wish you to come and be with me home, for fear I might be overtaken with the drink. If you're there before, you may throw a sheep's eye at me, and I'll be sure to see that they'll give you something for yourself." About 11 o'clock, while the master was in great spirits, he felt something clammy hit him on the cheek. It fell beside his tumbler, and when he looked at it, what was it but the eye of a sheep? Well, he couldn't imagine who threw it at him, or why it was thrown at him. After a little he got a blow on the other cheek, and still it was by another sheep's eye. Well, he was much vexed, but he thought better to say nothing. In 2 minutes more, when he was opening his mouth to take a sup, another sheep's eye was slapped into it. He sputtered it out and cried, "Man of the house, isn't it a great shame for you to have anyone in the room that would do such a nasty thing?" "Master," said Jack, "don't blame the honest man. Sure, it's only myself that was throwing them sheep's eyes at you, to remind you I was here, and that I wanted to drink the bride and bridegroom's health. You know yourself bade me." "I know that you're a great rascal. And where did you get the eyes?" "And where would I get 'em but in the heads of your own sheep? Would you have me meddle with the beasties of any neighbor who might put me in the stone jug for it?" "Sorrow on me that I ever had the bad luck to meet with you." "You're all witness," said Jack, "that my master says he is sorry for having met with me. My time is up. Master, hand me over double wages, and come into the next room and lay yourself out like a man that has some decency in him, till I take a strip of skin an inch broad from your shoulder to your hip." Everyone shouted out against that, but says Jack, "You didn't hinder him when he took the same strips from the backs of my 2 brothers and sent them home in that state, and penniless, to their poor mother." When the company heard the rights of the business, they were only too eager to see the job done. The master bawled and roared, but there was no help at hand. He was stripped to his hips and laid on the floor in the next room, and Jack had the carving knife in his hand ready to begin. "Now, you cruel old villain," said he, giving the knife a couple of scrapes along the floor, "I'll make you an offer. Give me, along with my double wages, 200 guineas to support my poor brothers, and I'll do without the strip." "No," said he, "I'd let you skin me from head to foot first." "Here goes then," said Jack with a grin, but the first little scar he gave, Churl roared out, "Stop your hand! I'll give you the money." "Now, neighbor," said Jack, "you mustn't think worse of me than I deserve. I wouldn't have the heart to take an eye out of a rat itself. I got half a dozen of them from the butcher, and only used 3 of them." So all came again into the other room, and Jack was made to sit down, and everybody drank his health, and he drank everybody's health at one offer. And 6 stout fellows saw himself and the master home, and waited in the parlor while he went up and brought down the 200 guineas and double wages for Jack himself. When he got home, he brought the summer along with him to the poor mother and the disabled brothers, and he was no more Jack the Fool in the people's mouths, but Skin Churl Jack. End of Jack and his Master. Section 164 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 164. Hudden and Dudden and Donald O'Neary. There was once upon a time 2 farmers, and their names were Hudden and Dudden. They had poultry in their yards, sheep on the uplands, and scores of cattle in the meadowland alongside the river. But for all that, they weren't happy, for just between their two farms there lived a poor man by the name of Donald O'Neary. He had a hovel over his head, and a strip of grass that was barely enough to keep his one cow, Daisy, from starving, and though she did her best, it was but seldom that Donald got a drink of milk or a roll of butter from Daisy. You would think there was little here to make Hudden and Dudden jealous, but so it is. The more one has, the more one wants, and Donald's neighbors lay awake of night, scheming how they might get hold of his little strip of grass land. One day Hudden met Dudden, and they were soon grumbling as usual, and all to the tune of, "If only we could get that vagabond Donald O'Neary out of the country." "Let's kill Daisy," said Hudden at last. "If that doesn't make him clear out, nothing will." No sooner said than agreed, and it wasn't dark before Hudden and Dudden crept up to the little shed where lay poor Daisy, trying her best to chew the cud, though she hadn't had as much grass in the day as would cover your hand. And when Donald came to see if Daisy was all snug for the night, the poor beast had only time to lick his hand once before she died. Well, Donald was a shrewd fellow, and downhearted though he was, began to think if he could get any good out of Daisy's death. He thought, and the next day you might have seen him trudging off early to the fair, Daisy's hide over his shoulder, every penny he had jingling in his pockets. Just before he got to the fair, he made several slits in the hide, put a penny in each slit, walked into the best inn of the town as bold as if it belonged to him, and, hanging the hide up to a nail in the wall, sat down. "Some of your best whiskey," says he to the landlord. But the landlord didn't like his looks. "Is it fearing I won't pay you, you are?" says Donald. "Why, I have a hide here that gives me all the money I want." And with that he hit it a whack with his stick, and out hopped a penny. The landlord opened his eyes, as you may fancy. "What'll you take for that hide?" "It's not for sale, my good man." "Will you take a gold piece?" "It's not for sale, I tell you. Hasn't it kept me and mine for years?" And with that Donald hit the hide another whack, and out jumped a second penny. Well, the long and the short of it was that Donald let the hide go, and that very evening who but he should walk up to Hudden's door. "Good evening, Hudden. Will you lend me your best pair of scales?" Hudden stared, and Hudden scratched his head, but he lent the scales. When Donald was safe at home, he pulled out his pocket full of bright gold, and began to weigh each piece in the scales. But Hudden had put a lump of butter at the bottom, and so the last piece of gold stuck fast to the scales when he took them back to Hudden. If Hudden had stared before, he stared 10 times more now, and no sooner was Donald's back turned than he was off as hard as he could pelt to Dudden's. "Good evening, Dudden. That vagabond, bad luck to him." "You mean Donald O'Neary?" "And who else should I mean? He's back here weighing out sackfuls of gold." "How do you know that?" "Here are my scales that he borrowed, and here's a gold piece still sticking to them." Off they went together, and they came to Donald's door. Donald had finished making the last pile of 10 gold pieces, and he couldn't finish because a piece had stuck to the scales. In they walked without an "if you please" or "by your leave." "Well, I never!" That was all they could say. "Good evening, Hudden. Good evening, Dudden. Ah, you thought you had played me a fine trick, but you never did me a better turn in all your lives. When I found poor Daisy dead, I thought to myself, well, her hide may fetch something, and it did. Hides are worth their weight in gold in the market just now." Hudden nudged Dudden, and Dudden winked at Hudden. "Good evening, Donald O'Neary." "Good evening, kind friends." The next day there wasn't a cow or a calf that belonged to Hudden or Dudden, but her hide was going to the fair in Hudden's biggest cart, drawn by Dudden's strongest pair of horses. When they came to the fair, each one took a hide over his arm, and there they were walking through the fair, bawling out at the top of their voices, "Hides to sell! Hides to sell!" Out came the tanner. "How much for your hides, my good man?" Their weight in gold." "It's early in the day to come out of the tavern." That was all the tanner said, and back he went to his yard. "Hides to sell, fine fresh hides to sell." Out came the cobbler. "How much for your hides, my men?" "Their weight in gold." "Is it making game of me you are? Take that for your pains." And the cobbler dealt Hudden a blow that made him stagger. Up the people came running from one end of the fair to the other. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" cried they. "Here are a couple of vagabonds selling hides at their weight in gold," said the cobbler. "Hold 'em fast, hold 'em fast," bawled the innkeeper, who was the last to come up, he was so fat. "I'll wager it's one of the rogues who tricked me out of 30 gold pieces yesterday for a wretched hide." It was more kicks than halfpence that Hudden and Dudden got before they were well on their way home again, and they didn't run the slower because all the dogs of the town were at their heels. Well, as you may fancy, if they loved Donald little before, they loved him less now. "What's the matter, friends?" said he, as he saw them tearing along, their hats knocked in and their coats torn off, and their faces black and blue. "Is it fighting you've been? Or mayhap you met the police? Ill luck to them." "We'll police you, you vagabond. It's mighty smart you thought yourself, deluding us with your lying tales." "Who deluded you? Didn't you see the gold with your own 2 eyes?" But it was no use talking. Pay for it he must and should. There was a meal sack handy, and into it Hudden and Dudden popped Donald O'Neary, tied him up tight, ran a pole through the knot, and off they started for the brown lake of the bog, each with a pole end on his shoulder and Donald O'Neary between. But the brown lake was far, the road was dusty, Hudden and Dudden were sore and weary and parched with thirst. There was an inn by the roadside. "Let's go in," said Hudden. "I'm dead beat. It's heavy he is for the little he had to eat." If Hudden was willing, so was Dudden. As for Donald, you may be sure his leave wasn't asked, but he was dumped down at the inn door for all the world as if he had been a sack of potatoes. "Sit still, you vagabond," said Dudden. "If we don't mind waiting, you needn't." Donald held his peace, but after a while he heard the glasses clink, and Hudden singing away at the top of his voice. "I won't have her, I tell you, I won't have her," said Donald, but nobody heeded what he said. "I won't have her, I tell you, I won't have her," said Donald, and this time he said it louder, but nobody heeded what he said. "I won't have her, I tell you, I won't have her," said Donald, and this time he said it as loud as he could. "And who won't you have, may I be so bold as to ask?" said a farmer who had just come up with a drove of cattle and was turning in for a glass. "It's the king's daughter. They are bothering the life out of me to marry her." "You're the lucky fellow. I'd give something to be in your shoes." "Do you see that now? Wouldn't it be a fine thing for a farmer to be marrying a princess all dressed in gold and jewels?" "Jewels, you say? Ah, now, couldn't you take me with you?" "Well, you're an honest fellow, and as I don't care for the king's daughter, though she's as beautiful as the day, and is covered with jewels from top to toe, you shall have her. Just undo the cord and let me out." They tied me up tight, as they knew I'd run away from her. Out crawled Donald, in crept the farmer. "Now lie still, and don't mind the shaking. It's only rumbling over the palace steps you'll be, and maybe they'll abuse you for a vagabond who won't have the king's daughter, but you needn't mind that. Ah, it's a deal I'm giving up for you, sure as it is that I don't care for the princess." "Take my cattle in exchange," said the farmer, and you may guess it wasn't long before Donald was at their tails, driving them homeward. Out came Hudden and Dudden, and the one took one end of the pole and the other the other. "I'm thinking he's heavier," said Hudden. "Ah, never mind," said Dudden. "It's only a step now to the brown lake." "I'll have her now, I'll have her now," bawled the farmer from inside the sack. "By my faith, and you shall, though," said Hudden, and he laid his stick across the sack. "I'll have her, I'll have her," bawled the farmer louder than ever. "Well, here you are," said Dudden, for they were now come to the brown lake, and unslinging the sack they pitched it plump into the lake. "You'll not be playing your tricks on us any longer," said Hudden. "True for you," said Dudden. "Ah, Donald, my boy, it was an ill day when you borrowed my scales." Off they went with a light step and an easy heart. But when they were near home, whom should they see but Donald O'Neary, and all around him the cows were grazing, and the calves were kicking up their heels and butting their heads together. "Is it you, Donald?" said Dudden. "Faith, you've been quicker than we have." "True for you, Dudden, and let me thank you kindly. The turn was good, if the will was ill. You'll have heard, like me, that the brown lake leads to the land of promise. I always put it down as lies, but it is just as true as my word. Look at the cattle." Hudden stared and Dudden gaped, but they couldn't get over the cattle. Fine, fat cattle they were, too. "It's only the worst I could bring up with me," said Donald O'Neary. "The others were so fat there was no driving them. Faith, too, it's little wonder they didn't care to leave, with grass as far as you could see, and as sweet and juicy as fresh butter." "Ah, now, Donald, we haven't always been friends," said Dudden, "but as I was just saying, you were ever a decent lad, and you'll show us the way, won't you?" "I don't see that I'm called upon to do that. There is a power more cattle down there. Why shouldn't I have them all to myself?" "Faith, they may well say, the richer you get, the harder the heart. You always were a neighborly lad, Donald. You wouldn't wish to keep the luck all to yourself." "True for you, Hudden, though it's a bad example you set me. But I'll not be thinking of old times. There is plenty for all there, so come along with me." Off they trudged, with a light heart and an eager step. When they came to the brown lake, the sky was full of little white clouds, and if the sky was full, the lake was as full. "Ah, now look, there they are!" cried Donald, as he pointed to the clouds in the lake. "Where? Where?" cried Hudden. "And don't be greedy," cried Dudden, as he jumped his hardest to be up first with the fat cattle. But if he jumped first, Hudden wasn't long behind. They never came back. Maybe they got too fat, like the cattle. As for Donald O'Neary, he had cattle and sheep all his days to his heart's content. End of Hudden and Dudden and Donald O'Neary.
Section 165 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. 165. Connla of the Golden Hair and the Fairy Maiden. Adapted by Patrick Weston Joyce. Connla of the Golden Hair was the son of Conn, the 100 fighter. One day, as he stood with his father on the royal hill of Usna, he saw a lady a little way off, very beautiful and dressed in strange attire. She approached the spot where he stood, and when she was near, he spoke to her and asked her who she was and from what place she had come. The lady replied, "I have come from the land of the living, a land where there is neither death nor old age, nor any breach of law. The inhabitants of earth call us Aes-she, for we have our dwellings within large, pleasant, green hills. We pass our time very pleasantly in feasting and harmless amusements, never growing old, and we have no quarrels or contentions." The king and his company marveled very much, for though they heard this conversation, no one saw the lady except Connla alone. "Who is this thou art talking to, my son?" said the king. And anon she answered for the youth, "Connla is speaking with a lovely, noble-born young lady who will never die, and who will never grow old. I love Connla of the Golden Hair, and I have come to bring him with me to Moy Mell, the plain of never-ending pleasure. On the day that he comes with me, he shall be made king, and he shall reign for ever in Fairyland, without weeping and without sorrow. Come with me, O gentle Connla of the ruddy cheek, the fair freckled neck, and the golden hair. Come with me, beloved Connla, and thou shalt retain the comeliness and dignity of thy form, free from the wrinkles of old age, till the awful day of judgment. Thy flowing golden hair, thy comely face, thy all-majestic form of peerless race, that show thee sprung from Con's exalted race. King Con, the 100-fighter, being much troubled, called then on his druid Coran to put forth his power against the witchery of the Banshee. O Coran of the mystic arts and of the mighty incantations, here is a contest such as I have never been engaged in since I was made king at Tara, a contest with an invisible lady, who is beguiling my son to fairyland by her baleful charms. Her cunning is beyond my skill, and I am not able to withstand her power. And if thou, Coran, help not, my son will be taken away from me by the wiles and witchery of a woman from the fairy hills. Coran the druid then came forward, and began to chant against the voice of the lady, and his power was greater than hers for that time, so that she was forced to retire. As she was going away, she threw an apple to Connla, who straightway lost sight of her, and the king and his people no longer heard her voice. The king and the prince returned with their company to the palace, and Connla remained for a whole month without tasting food or drink except the apple. And though he ate of it each day, it was never lessened, but was as whole and perfect in the end as at the beginning. Moreover, when they offered him aught else to eat or drink, he refused it, for while he had his apple, he did not deem any other food worthy to be tasted, and he began to be very moody and sorrowful, thinking of the lovely lady Maiden. At the end of the month, as Connla stood by his father's side among the nobles, on the plain of Arcomen, he saw the lady approaching him from the west, and when she had come near, she addressed him in this manner. A glorious seat indeed has Connla among wretched, short-lived mortals, awaiting the dreadful stroke of death. But now the ever-youthful people of Moimel, who never feel age, and who fear not death, seeing thee day by day among thy friends, in the assemblies of thy fatherland, love thee with a strange love, and they will make thee king over them, if thou wilt come with me. When the king heard the words of the lady, he commanded his people to call the druid again to him, saying, Bring my druid Coran to me, for I see that the fairy lady has this day regained the power of her voice. At this the lady said, Valiant Con, fighter of 100, the faith of the druids has come to little honor among the upright, mighty, numberless people of this land. When the righteous law shall be restored, it will seal up the lips of the false black demon, and his druids shall no longer have power to work their guileful spells. Now the king observed, and marvelled greatly, that whenever the lady was present, his son never spoke one word to anyone, even though they addressed him many times. And when the lady had ceased to speak, the king said, Connla, my son, has thy mind been moved by the words of the lady? Connla spake then, and replied, Father, I am very unhappy, for though I love my people beyond all, I am filled with sadness on account of this lady. When Connla had said this, the maiden again addressed him, and chanted these words in a very sweet voice. A land of youth, a land of rest, a land from sorrow free. It lies far off in the golden west, on the verge of the azure sea. A swift canoe of crystal bright, that never met mortal view. We shall reach the land ere fall of night, in that strong and swift canoe. We shall reach the strand of that sunny land, from druids and demons free, the land of rest in the golden west, on the verge of the azure sea. A pleasant land of winding vales, bright streams and verdurous plains, where summer all the livelong year in changeless splendour reigns. A peaceful land of calm delight, of everlasting bloom. Old age and death we never know, no sickness, care, or gloom. The land of youth, of love and truth, from pain and sorrow free, in the land of rest in the golden west, on the verge of the azure sea. There are strange delights for mortal men, in that island of the west. The sun comes down in evening, in its lovely vales to rest. And though far and dim on the ocean's rim it seems to mortal view, we shall reach its halls ere the evening falls in my strong and swift canoe. And evermore that verdant shore our happy home shall be, the land of rest in the golden west, on the verge of the azure sea. It will guard thee, gentle Connla, of the flowing golden hair. It will guard thee from the druids, from the demons of the air. My crystal boat will guard thee, till we reach that western shore, when thou and I in joy and love shall live for evermore. From the druid's incantation, from his black and deadly snare, from the withering imprecation of the demon of the air. It will guard thee, gentle Connla, of the flowing golden hair. My crystal boat shall guard thee, till we reach that silver strand, where thou shalt reign in endless joy, the king of the fairy land. When the maiden had ended her chant, Connla suddenly walked away from his father's side, and sprang into the curragh, the gleaming, straight-gliding, strong crystal canoe. The king and his people saw them afar off, and dimly moving away over the bright sea towards the sunset. They gazed sadly after them, till they lost sight of the canoe over the utmost verge. And no one can tell whither they went, for Connla was never again seen in his native land. End of 165. Recording by Ross Clement.
Section 166 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alma Molino. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 166, Pinocchio's Adventures in Wonderland by Carlo Lorenzini. Part 1. Master Cherry finds a queer piece of wood. There was once upon a time... A king! My little readers will instantly exclaim. No, children, you are wrong. There was once upon a time a piece of wood. This wood was not valuable. It was only a common log, like those that are burnt in winter in the stoves and fireplaces to make a cheerful blaze and warm the rooms. I cannot say how it came about, but the fact is that one fine day this piece of wood was lying in the shop of an old carpenter of the name of Master Antonio. He was, however, called by everybody Master Cherry on account of the end of his nose, which was always as red and polished as a ripe cherry. No sooner had Master Cherry set his eyes on the piece of wood than his face beamed with delight, and, rubbing his hands together with satisfaction, he said softly to himself, "This wood has come at the right moment. It will just do to make the leg of a little table." Having said this, he immediately took a sharp axe with which to remove the bark and the rough surface. Just, however, as he was going to give the first stroke, he remained with his arms suspended in the air, for he heard a very small voice saying imploringly, "Do not strike me so hard." Picture to yourselves the astonishment of good old Master Cherry. He turned his terrified eyes all around the room to try and discover where the little voice could possibly have come from, but he saw nobody. He looked under the bench. Nobody. He looked into a cupboard that was always shut. Nobody. He looked into a basket of shavings and sawdust. Nobody. He even opened the door of the shop and gave a glance into the street. And still nobody. Who then could it be? "I see how it is," he said, laughing and scratching his wig. "Evidently that little voice was all my imagination. Let us set to work again." And taking up the axe, he struck a tremendous blow on the piece of wood. "Oh, oh, you have hurt me!" cried the same little voice dolefully. This time Master Cherry was petrified. His eyes started out of his head with fright, his mouth remained open, and his tongue hung out almost to the end of his chin like a mask on a fountain. As soon as he had recovered the use of his speech, he began to say, stuttering and trembling with fear, "But where on earth can that little voice have come from that said, 'Oh, oh'?" Here there is certainly not a living soul. Is it possible that this piece of wood can have learnt to cry and to lament like a child? I cannot believe it. This piece of wood here it is, a log for fuel like all others, and thrown on the fire it would about suffice to boil a saucepan of beans. How then? Can anyone be hidden inside it? If anyone is hidden inside, so much the worse for him. I will settle him at once. So saying, he seized the poor piece of wood and commenced beating it without mercy against the walls of the room. Then he stopped to listen if he could hear any little voice lamenting. He waited 2 minutes. Nothing. 5 minutes. Nothing. 10 minutes. Still nothing. "I see how it is," he then said, forcing himself to laugh and pushing up his wig. Evidently the little voice that said, "Oh, oh," was all my imagination. Let us to work again. But all the same he was in a great fright. He tried to sing to give himself a little courage. Putting the axe aside, he took his plane to plane and polish the bit of wood. But whilst he was running it up and down, he heard the same little voice say, laughing, "How done! You are tickling me all over." This time poor Master Cherry fell down as if he had been struck by lightning. When he at last opened his eyes, he found himself seated on the floor. His face was quite changed. Even the end of his nose, instead of being crimson, as it was nearly always, had become blue from fright. Part 2. Geppetto plans a wonderful puppet. At that moment someone knocked at the door. "Come in," said the carpenter, without having the strength to rise to his feet. A lively little old man immediately walked into the shop. His name was Geppetto, but when the boys in the neighborhood wished to put him in a passion, they called him by the nickname of Polendina, because his yellow wig greatly resembled a pudding made of Indian corn. Geppetto was very fiery. Woe to him who called him Polendina. He became furious, and there was no holding him. "Good day, Master Antonio," said Geppetto. "What are you doing there on the floor?" "I am teaching the alphabet to the ants." "Much good may that do you." "What has brought you to me, neighbor Geppetto?" "My legs. But to say the truth, Master Antonio, I am come to ask a favor of you." "Here I am, ready to serve you," replied the carpenter, getting on his knees. "This morning an idea came into my head." "Let us hear it." "I thought I would make a beautiful wooden puppet that should know how to dance, to fence, and to leap like an acrobat. With this puppet I would travel about the world to earn a piece of bread and a glass of wine. What do you think of it?" "Bravo, Polendina!" exclaimed the same little voice, and it was impossible to say where it came from. Hearing himself called Polendina, Geppetto became as red as a turkey cock from rage, and turning to the carpenter, he said in a fury, "Why do you insult me?" "Who insults you? You called me Polendina. It was not I. Would you have it then that it was I? It was you, I say. No, yes. No, yes." And becoming more and more angry, from words they came to blows, and flying at each other, they bit and fought and scratched manfully. When the fight was over, Master Antonio was in possession of Geppetto's yellow wig, and Geppetto discovered that the gray wig belonging to the carpenter had remained between his teeth. "Give me back my wig!" screamed Master Antonio. "And you return me mine, and let us make friends." The two old men, having each recovered his own wig, shook hands, and swore that they would remain friends to the end of their lives. "Well then, neighbor Geppetto," said the carpenter, to prove that peace was made, "what is the favor that you wish of me?" "I want a little wood to make my puppet. Will you give me some?" Master Antonio was delighted, and he immediately went to the bench and fetched the piece of wood that had caused him so much fear. Just as he was going to give it to his friend, the piece of wood gave a shake, and wriggling violently out of his hands, struck with all its force against the dried-up shins of poor Geppetto. "Ah, is that the courteous way in which you make your presents, Master Antonio? You have almost lamed me." "I swear to you that it was not I." "Then you would have that it was I?" The wood is entirely to blame. I know that it was the wood, but it was you that hit my legs with it. I did not hit you with it. Liar! Geppetto, don't insult me, or I will call you Polendina. Ass! Polendina! Donkey! Polendina! Baboon! Polendina! On hearing himself called Polendina for the third time, Geppetto, blind with rage, fell upon the carpenter, and they fought desperately. When the battle was over, Master Antonio had 2 more scratches on his nose, and his adversary had 2 buttons less on his waistcoat. Their accounts being thus squared, they shook hands and swore to remain good friends for the rest of their lives. Geppetto carried off his fine piece of wood, and, thanking Master Antonio, returned limping to his house. Part 3. The puppet is named Pinocchio. Geppetto lived in a small ground-floor room that was only lighted from the staircase. The furniture could not have been simpler. A bad chair, a poor bed, and a broken-down table. At the end of the room there was a fireplace with a lighted fire. But the fire was painted, and by the fire was painted a saucepan that was boiling cheerfully, and sending out a cloud of smoke that looked exactly like real smoke. As soon as he reached home, Geppetto took his tools and set to work to cut out and model his puppet. "What name shall I give him?" he said to himself. "I think I will call him Pinocchio. It is a name that will bring him luck. I once knew a whole family so called. There was Pinocchio the father, Pinocchio the mother, and Pinocchio the children, and all of them did well. The richest of them was a beggar." Having found a name for his puppet, he began to work in good earnest, and he first made his hair, then his forehead, and then his eyes. The eyes being finished, imagine his astonishment when he perceived that they moved and looked fixedly at him. Geppetto, seeing himself stared at by those 2 wooden eyes, took it almost in bad part, and said in an angry voice, "Wicked wooden eyes, why do you look at me?" No one answered. Then he proceeded to carve the nose, but no sooner had he made it than it began to grow, and it grew and grew and grew, until in a few minutes it had become an immense nose that seemed as if it would never end. Poor Geppetto tired himself out with cutting it off, but the more he cut and shortened it, the longer did that impertinent nose become. The mouth was not even completed when it began to laugh and deride him. "Stop laughing," said Geppetto, provoked, but he might as well have spoken to the wall. "Stop laughing, I say," he roared in a threatening tone. The mouth then ceased laughing, but put out its tongue as far as it would go. Geppetto, not to spoil his handiwork, pretended not to see, and continued his labors. After the mouth he fashioned the chin, then the throat, and then the shoulders, the stomach, the arms, and the hands. The hands were scarcely finished when Geppetto felt his wig snatched from his head. He turned round, and what did he see? He saw his yellow wig in the puppet's hand. "Pinocchio, give me back my wig instantly!" But Pinocchio, instead of returning it, put it on his own head, and was in consequence nearly smothered. Geppetto, at this insolent and derisive behavior, felt sadder and more melancholy than he had ever been in his life before, and turning to Pinocchio, he said to him, "You young rascal, you are not yet completed, and you are already beginning to show want of respect to your father. That is bad, my boy, very bad." And he dried a tear. The legs and feet remained to be done. When Geppetto had finished the feet, he received a kick on the point of the nose. "I deserve it," he said to himself. "I should have thought of it sooner. Now it is too late." He then took the puppet under the arms and placed him on the floor to teach him to walk. Pinocchio's legs were stiff and he could not move, but Geppetto led him by the hand and showed him how to put one foot before the other. When his legs became flexible, Pinocchio began to walk by himself and to run about the room, until, having gone out of the house door, he jumped into the street and escaped. Poor Geppetto rushed after him, but was not able to overtake him, for that rascal Pinocchio leapt in front of him like a hare, and knocking his wooden feet together against the pavement, made as much clatter as 20 pairs of peasants' clogs. "Stop him! Stop him!" shouted Geppetto, but the people in the street, seeing a wooden puppet running like a racehorse, stood still in astonishment to look at it, and laughed and laughed and laughed until it beats description. Part 4. The Fire Eater Frightens Pinocchio. When Pinocchio came into the little puppet theater, an incident occurred that almost produced a revolution. I must tell you that the curtain was drawn up, and the play had already begun. On the stage, Harlequin and Punchinello were as usual quarreling with each other, and threatening every moment to come to blows. The audience, all attention, laughed till they were ill as they listened to the bickerings of these two puppets, who gesticulated and abused each other so naturally that they might have been two reasonable beings and two persons of the world. All at once Harlequin stopped short, and turning to the public, he pointed with his hand to someone far down in the pit, and exclaimed in a dramatic tone, "Gods of the firmament, do I dream or am I awake? But surely that is Pinocchio." "It is indeed Pinocchio!" cried Punchinello. "It is indeed himself!" screamed Miss Rose, peeping from behind the scenes. "It is Pinocchio! It is Pinocchio!" shouted all the puppets in chorus, leaping from all sides onto the stage. "It is Pinocchio! It is our brother Pinocchio! Long live Pinocchio!" "Pinocchio, come up here to me," cried Harlequin, "and throw yourself into the arms of your wooden brothers." At this affectionate invitation, Pinocchio made a leap from the end of the pit into the reserved seats. Another leap landed him on the head of the leader of the orchestra, and then he sprang upon the stage. The embraces, the hugs, the friendly pinches, and the demonstrations of warm brotherly affection that Pinocchio received from the excited crowd of actors and actresses of the Puppet Dramatic Company beat description. The sight was doubtless a moving one, but the public in the pit, finding that the play was stopped, became impatient and began to shout, "We will have the play! Go on with the play!" It was all breath thrown away. The puppets, instead of continuing the recital, redoubled their noise and outcries, and putting Pinocchio on their shoulders, they carried him in triumph before the footlights. At that moment, out came the showman. He was very big, and so ugly that the sight of him was enough to frighten anyone. His beard was as black as ink, and so long that it reached from his chin to the ground. I need only say that he trod upon it when he walked. His mouth was as big as an oven, and his eyes were like two lanterns of red glass with lights burning inside of them. He carried a whip made of snakes' and foxes' tails twisted together, which he cracked constantly. At his unexpected appearance there was a profound silence. No one dared to breathe. A fly might have been heard in this stillness. The poor puppets of both sexes trembled like so many leaves. "Why have you come to raise a disturbance in my theater?" asked the showman of Pinocchio in the gruff voice of a hobgoblin suffering from a severe cold in the head. "Believe me, honored sir, that it was not my fault." "That is enough. Tonight we will settle our accounts." As soon as the play was over, the showman went into the kitchen, where a fine sheep, preparing for his supper, was turning slowly on the spit in front of the fire. As there was not enough wood to finish roasting and browning it, he called Harlequin and Punchinello, and said to them, "Bring that puppet here. You will find him hanging on a nail. It seems to me that he is made of very dry wood, and I am sure that if he was thrown on the fire, he would make a beautiful blaze for the roast." At first Harlequin and Punchinello hesitated, but, appalled by a severe glance from their master, they obeyed. In a short time they returned to the kitchen, carrying poor Pinocchio, who was wriggling like an eel taken out of water, and screaming desperately, "Papa! Papa! Save me! I will not die! I will not die! Part 5. Fire Eater sneezes and pardons Pinocchio. The showman Fire Eater, for that was his name, looked, I must say, a terrible man, especially with his black beard that covered his chest and legs like an apron. On the whole, however, he had not a bad heart. In proof of this, when he saw Pinocchio brought before him, struggling and screaming, "I will not die! I will not die!" he was quite moved and felt sorry for him. He tried to hold out, but after a little he could stand it no longer, and he sneezed violently. When he heard the sneeze, Harlequin, who up to that moment had been in the deepest affliction, and bowed down like a weeping willow, became quite cheerful, and leaning towards Pinocchio, he whispered to him softly, "Good news, brother. The showman has sneezed, and that is a sign that he pities you, and consequently you are saved." For you must know that whilst most men, when they feel compassion for somebody, either weep or at least pretend to dry their eyes, Fire Eater, on the contrary, had the habit of sneezing. After he had sneezed, the showman, still acting the ruffian, shouted to Pinocchio, "Have done crying! Your lamentations have given me a pain in my stomach. I feel a spasm that almost... Hitchee! Hitchee!" And he sneezed again twice. "Bless you," said Pinocchio. "Thank you. And your papa and your mamma, are they still alive?" asked Fire Eater. "Papa, yes. My mamma I have never known." "Who can say what a sorrow would be to your poor old father if I was to have you thrown amongst those burning coals? Poor old man, I compassionate him. Itchy! Itchy! Itchy!" And he sneezed 3 times. "Bless you," said Pinocchio. "Thank you. All the same, some compassion is due to me, for you see I have no more wood with which to finish roasting my mutton, and to tell you the truth, under the circumstances you would have been of great use to me. However, I have had pity on you, so I must have patience. Instead of you, I will burn under the spit one of the puppets belonging to my company. Ho there, gendarmes!" At this call, 2 wooden gendarmes immediately appeared. They were very long and very thin, and had on cocked hats, and held unsheathed swords in their hands. The showman said to them in a hoarse voice, "Take Harlequin, bind him securely, and then throw him on the fire to burn. I am determined that my mutton shall be well roasted." Only imagine that poor Harlequin. His terror was so great that his legs bent under him, and he fell with his face on the ground. At this agonizing sight, Pinocchio, weeping bitterly, threw himself at the showman's feet, and bathing his long beard with his tears, he began to say in a supplicating voice, "Have pity, Sir Fire Eater!" "Here there are no sirs," the showman answered severely. "Have pity, Sir Knight!" "Here there are no knights." "Have pity, Commander!" "Here there are no commanders." "Have pity, Excellence!" Upon hearing himself called Excellence, the showman began to smile, and became at once kinder and more tractable. Turning to Pinocchio, he asked, "Well, what do you want from me?" "I implore you to pardon poor Harlequin." "For him there can be no pardon. As I have spared you, he must be put on the fire, for I am determined that my mutton shall be well roasted." "In that case," cried Pinocchio proudly, rising and throwing away his cap of breadcrumb, "in that case I know my duty. Come on, gendarmes, bind me and throw me amongst the flames. No, it is not just that poor Harlequin, my true friend, should die for me." These words, pronounced in a loud heroic voice, made all the puppets who were present cry. Even the gendarmes, although they were made of wood, wept like 2 newly born lambs. Fire Eater at first remained as hard and unmoved as ice, but little by little he began to melt and to sneeze. and having sneezed 4 or 5 times, he opened his arms affectionately and said to Pinocchio, "You are a good, brave boy. Come here and give me a kiss." Pinocchio ran at once, and climbing like a squirrel up the showman's beard, he deposited a hearty kiss on the point of his nose. "Then the pardon is granted?" asked poor Harlequin in a faint voice that was scarcely audible. "The pardon is granted," answered Fire Eater. He then added, sighing and shaking his head, "I must have patience. Tonight I shall have to resign myself to eat the mutton half raw, but another time, woe to him who chances." At the news of the pardon, all the puppets ran to the stage, and having lighted the lamps and chandeliers as if for a full dress performance, they began to leap and to dance merrily. At dawn, they were still dancing. Part 6. The Showman Becomes Generous. The following day, Fire Eater called Pinocchio to one side and asked him, "What is your father's name?" "Geppetto." "And what trade does he follow?" "He is a beggar." "Does he gain much?" "Gain much? Why, he has never a penny in his pocket. Only think, to buy a spelling book for me to go to school, he was obliged to sell the only coat he had to wear. A coat that between patches and darns was not fit to be seen." "Poor devil, I feel almost sorry for him. Here are 5 gold pieces. Go at once and take them to him, with my compliments." You can easily understand that Pinocchio thanked the showman 1,000 times. He embraced all the puppets of the company one by one, even to the gendarmes, and beside himself with delight, set out to return home. But he had not gone far when he met on the road a fox lame in one foot and a cat blind in both eyes, who were going along helping each other like good companions in misfortune. The fox who was lame walked leaning on the cat, and the cat who was blind was guided by the fox. "Good day, Pinocchio," said the fox, accosting him politely. "How do you come to know my name?" asked the puppet. "I know your father well." "Where did you see him?" "I saw him yesterday at the door of his house." "And what was he doing?" "He was in his shirt sleeves and shivering with cold." "Poor papa, but that is over. For the future he shall shiver no more." "Why?" "Because I am become a gentleman." "A gentleman? You!" said the fox, and he began to laugh rudely and scornfully. The cat also began to laugh, but to conceal it she combed her whiskers with her forepaws. "There is little to laugh at," cried Pinocchio angrily. "I am really sorry to make your mouths water, but if you know anything about it, you can see that here are 5 gold pieces." And he pulled out the money that Fire Eater had made him a present of. At the sympathetic ring of the money, the fox, with an involuntary movement, stretched out the paw that had seemed crippled, and the cat opened wide 2 eyes that looked like 2 green lanterns. It is true that she shut them again, and so quickly that Pinocchio observed nothing. "And now," asked the fox, "what are you going to do with all that money?" "First of all," answered the puppet, "I intend to buy a new coat for my papa, made of gold and silver and with diamond buttons, and then I will buy a spelling book for myself." "For yourself?" "Yes, indeed, for I wish to go to school to study in earnest." "Look at me," said the fox. "Through my foolish passion for study I have lost a leg." "Look at me," said the cat. "Through my foolish passion for study I have lost the sight of both my eyes." At that moment a white blackbird that was perched on the hedge by the road began his usual song and said, "Pinocchio, don't listen to the advice of bad companions. If you do, you will repent it." Poor blackbird, if only he had not spoken. The cat with a great leap sprang upon him, and without even giving him time to say, "Oh!" ate him in a mouthful, feathers and all. Having eaten him and cleaned her mouth, she shut her eyes again and feigned blindness as before. "Poor blackbird," said Pinocchio to the cat. "Why did you treat him so badly?" "I did it to give him a lesson. He will learn another time not to meddle in other people's conversation." They had gone almost halfway when the fox, halting suddenly, said to the puppet, "Would you like to double your money?" "In what way?" "Would you like to make out of your 5 miserable gold pieces 100, 1,000, 2,000?" "I should think so, but in what way?" "The way is easy enough. Instead of returning home, you must go with us." "And where do you wish to take me?" "To the land of the owls." Pinocchio reflected a moment, and then he said resolutely, "No, I will not go. I am already close to the house, and I will return home to my papa who is waiting for me. Who can tell how often the poor old man must have sighed yesterday when I did not come back? I have been a bad son indeed, and the talking cricket was right when he said, 'Disobedient boys never come to any good in the world.' I have found it to my cost, for many misfortunes have happened to me. Even yesterday, in Fire Eater's house, I ran the risk. Oh, it makes me shudder only to think of it." "Well then," said the fox, "you are quite decided to go home? Go then, and so much the worse for you." "So much the worse for you," repeated the cat. "Think well of it, Pinocchio, for you are giving a kick to fortune." "To fortune," repeated the cat. "Between today and tomorrow, your 5 gold pieces would have become 2,000. 2,000, repeated the cat. "But how is it possible that they could have become so many?" asked Pinocchio, remaining with his mouth open from astonishment. "I will explain it to you at once," said the fox. "You must know that in the land of the owls there is a sacred field called by everybody the Field of Miracles. In this field you must dig a little hole, and you put into it, we will say, 1 gold piece. Then you cover up the hole with a little earth. You water it with 2 pails of water from the fountain, then sprinkle it with 2 pinches of salt, and when night comes you can go quietly to bed. In the meanwhile, during the night, the gold piece will grow and flower, and in the morning when you return to the field, what do you find? You find a beautiful tree, laden with as many gold pieces as an ear of corn has grains in the month of June." "So that," said Pinocchio, more and more bewildered, "supposing I buried my 5 gold pieces in that field, how many should I find there the following morning?" "That is exceedingly easy calculation," replied the fox, "a calculation that you can make on the ends of your fingers. Suppose that every gold piece gives you an increase of 500. Multiply 500 by 5, and the following morning will find you with 2,500 shining gold pieces in your pocket." "Oh, how delightful!" cried Pinocchio, dancing for joy. "As soon as ever I have obtained those gold pieces, I will keep 2,000 for myself, and the other 500 I will make a present of to you two." "A present to us!" cried the fox with indignation, and appearing much offended. "What are you dreaming of?" "What are you dreaming of?" repeated the cat. "We do not work," said the fox, "for dirty interest. We work solely to enrich others." "Others," repeated the cat. "What good people!" thought Pinocchio to himself, and forgetting there and then his papa, the new coat, the spelling book, and all his good resolutions, he said to the fox and the cat, "Let us be off at once. I will go with you." Part 7. The Inn of the Red Crawfish. They walked and walked and walked, until at last towards evening they arrived dead tired at the Inn of the Red Crawfish. "Let us stop here a little," said the fox, "that we may have something to eat and rest ourselves for an hour or two. We will start again at midnight, so as to arrive at the Field of Miracles by dawn tomorrow morning. Having gone into the inn, they all three sat down to table, but none of them had any appetite. The cat, who was suffering from indigestion and feeling seriously indisposed, could only eat 35 mullet with tomato sauce and 4 portions of tripe with Parmesan cheese, and because she thought the tripe was not seasoned enough, she asked 3 times for the butter and grated cheese. The fox would also willingly have picked a little, but as his doctor had ordered him a strict diet, he was forced to content himself simply with a hare dressed with a sweet and sour sauce, and garnished lightly with fat chickens and early pullets. After the hare, he sent for a made dish of partridges, rabbits, frogs, lizards, and other delicacies. He could not touch anything else. He had such a disgust for food, he said, that he could put nothing to his lips. The one who ate the least was Pinocchio. He asked for some walnuts and a hunch of bread, and left everything on his plate. The poor boy, whose thoughts were continually fixed on the Field of Miracles, had got in anticipation an indigestion of gold pieces. When they had supped, the fox said to the host, "Give us 2 good rooms, one for Mr. Pinocchio, and the other for me and my companion. We will snatch a little sleep before we leave. Remember, however, that at midnight we wish to be called to continue our journey." "Yes, gentlemen," answered the host, and he winked at the fox and the cat as much as to say, "I know what you are up to. We understand one another." No sooner had Pinocchio got into bed than he fell asleep at once and began to dream. And he dreamt that he was in the middle of a field, and the field was filled with shrubs covered with clusters of gold pieces, and as they swung in the wind, they went zin, 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 almost as if they would say, "Let who will come and take us." But when Pinocchio was at the most interesting moment, that is, just as he was stretching out his hand to pick handfuls of those beautiful gold pieces and put them in his pockets, he was suddenly wakened by 3 violent blows on the door of his room. It was the host who had come to tell him that midnight had struck. "Are my companions ready?" asked the puppet. "Ready? Why, they left 2 hours ago." "Why were they in such a hurry?" "Because the cat had received a message to say that her eldest kitten was ill with chilblains on his feet, and was in danger of death." "Did they pay for supper?" "What are you thinking of? They are too highly educated to dream of offering such an insult to a gentleman like you." "What a pity! It is an insult that would have given me so much pleasure," said Pinocchio, scratching his head. He then asked, "And where did my good friends say they would wait for me?" "At the Field of Miracles tomorrow morning at daybreak." Pinocchio paid a gold piece for his supper and that of his companions, and then he left. Outside the inn it was so pitch dark that he had almost to grope his way, for it was impossible to see a hand's breadth in front of him. In the adjacent country not a leaf moved. Only some night birds, flying across the road from one hedge to the other, brushed Pinocchio's nose with their wings as they passed, which caused him so much terror that, springing back, he shouted, "Who goes there?" And the echo in the surrounding hills repeated in the distance, "Who goes there? Who goes there? Who goes there?" Part 8. The Puppet Falls Among Assassins. He turned to look, and saw in the gloom 2 evil-looking black figures completely enveloped in charcoal sacks. They were running after him on tiptoe, and making great leaps like 2 phantoms. "Here they are in reality," he said to himself, and not knowing where to hide his gold pieces, he put them in his mouth precisely under his tongue. Then he tried to escape, but he had not gone a step when he felt himself seized by the arm, and heard 2 sepulchral voices saying to him, "Your money or your life." Pinocchio, not being able to answer in words, owing to the money in his mouth, made 1,000 low bows and 1,000 pantomimes. He tried thus to make the 2 muffled figures, whose eyes were only visible through the holes in their sacks, understand that he was a poor puppet, and that he had not as much as a false penny in his pocket. "Come now, less nonsense and out with the money!" cried the two brigands threateningly. And the puppet made a gesture with his hands to signify, "I have got none." "Deliver up your money or you are dead," said the tallest of the brigands. "Dead," repeated the other. "And after we have killed you, we will also kill your father." "Also your father?" "No, no, no, not my poor papa!" cried Pinocchio in a despairing tone, and as he said it, the gold pieces clinked in his mouth. "Ah, you rascal! Then you have hidden your money under your tongue. Spit it out at once." But Pinocchio was obdurate. And one of them seized the puppet by the end of his nose, and the other took him by the chin, and began to pull them brutally, the one up and the other down, to constrain him to open his mouth. But it was all to no purpose. Pinocchio's mouth seemed to be nailed and riveted together. Then the shortest assassin drew out an ugly knife and tried to force it between his lips like a lever or chisel. But Pinocchio, as quick as lightning, caught his hand with his teeth, and with one bite bit it clean off and spat it out. Imagine his astonishment when instead of a hand he perceived that he had spat a cat's paw onto the ground. Encouraged by his first victory, he used his nails to such purpose that he succeeded in liberating himself from his assailants, and jumping the hedge by the roadside, he began to fly across the country. The assassins ran after him like two dogs chasing a hare, and the one who had lost the paw ran on one leg, and no one ever knew how he managed it. After a race of some miles, Pinocchio could do no more. Giving himself up for lost, he climbed the stem of a very high pine tree and seated himself in the topmost branches. The assassins attempted to climb after him, but when they had reached halfway up the stem, they slid down again, and arrived on the ground with the skin grazed from their hands and knees. But they were not to be beaten by so little. Collecting a quantity of dry wood, they piled it beneath the pine and set fire to it. In less time than it takes to tell, the pine began to burn and flame like a candle blown by the wind. Pinocchio, seeing that the flames were mounting higher every instant, and not wishing to end his life like a roasted pigeon, made a stupendous leap from the top of the tree and started afresh across the fields and vineyards. The assassins followed him and kept behind him without once giving in. The day began to break, and they were still pursuing him. Suddenly, Pinocchio found his way barred by a wide, deep ditch full of dirty water the color of coffee. What was he to do? "1, 2, 3!" cried the puppet, and making a rush he sprang to the other side. The assassins also jumped, but not having measured the distance properly, splash, splash, they fell into the very middle of the ditch. Pinocchio, who heard the plunge and the splashing of water, shouted out, laughing and without stopping, "A fine bath to you, gentlemen assassins!" He felt convinced that they were drowned, when, turning to look, he perceived that, on the contrary, they were both running after him, still enveloped in their sacks, with the water dripping from them as if they had been 2 hollow baskets. Part 9. The Fox and the Cat. Pinocchio set out, and as soon as he was in the wood, he began to run like a kid. But when he had reached a certain spot, almost in front of the big oak, he stopped because he thought that he heard people amongst the bushes. In fact, 2 persons came out on the road. Can you guess who they were? His 2 traveling companions, the fox and the cat, with whom he had supped at the Inn of the Red Crawfish. "Why, here is our dear Pinocchio!" cried the fox, kissing and embracing him. "How come you to be here?" "How come you to be here?" repeated the cat. "It is a long story," answered the puppet, "which I will tell you when I have time. But do you know that the other night, when you left me alone at the inn, I met with assassins on the road?" "Assassins? Oh, poor Pinocchio! And what did they want?" "They wanted to rob me of my gold pieces." "Villains," said the fox. "Infamous villains," repeated the cat. "But I ran away from them," continued the puppet, "and they followed me, and at last they overtook me and hung me to a branch of that oak tree." And Pinocchio pointed to the big oak, which was 2 steps from them. "Is it possible to hear of anything more dreadful?" said the fox. "In what a world we are condemned to live! Where can respectable people, like us, find a safe refuge?" Whilst they were thus talking, Pinocchio observed that the cat was lame of her front right leg, for in fact she had lost her paw with all its claws. He therefore asked her, "What have you done with your paw?" The cat tried to answer, but became confused. Therefore the fox said immediately, "My friend is too modest, and that is why she doesn't speak. I will answer for her. I must tell you that an hour ago we met an old wolf on the road, almost fainting from want of food, who asked alms of us. Not having so much as a fish bone to give to him, what did my friend, who has really the heart of a Caesar, do? She bit off one of her forepaws and threw it to that poor beast, that he might appease his hunger." And the fox, in relating this, dried a tear. Pinocchio was also touched, and approaching the cat, he whispered into her ear, "If all cats resemble you, how fortunate the mice would be." "And now what are you doing here?" asked the fox of the puppet. "I am waiting for my papa, whom I expect to arrive every moment." "And your gold pieces?" "I have got them in my pocket, all but one that I spent at the Inn of the Red Crawfish." "And to think that, instead of 4 pieces, by tomorrow they might become 1 or 2,000. Why do you not listen to my advice? Why will you not go and bury them in the field of miracles?" "Today it is impossible. I will go another day." "Another day it will be too late," said the fox. "Why?" "Because the field has been bought by a gentleman, and after tomorrow no one will be allowed to bury money there." "How far off is the field of miracles?" "Not 2 miles. Will you come with us? In half an hour you will be there. You can bury your money at once, and in a few minutes you will collect 2,000, and this evening you will return with your pockets full. Will you come with us?" Pinocchio thought of the good fairy, old Geppetto, and the warning of the talking cricket, and he hesitated a little before answering. He ended, however, by doing as all boys do who have not a grain of sense and who have no heart. He ended by giving his head a little shake, and saying to the fox and cat, "Let us go. I will come with you." And they went. After having walked half the day, they reached a town that was called Trap for Blockheads. As soon as Pinocchio entered this town, he saw that the streets were crowded with dogs who had lost their coats and who were yawning from hunger, shorn sheep trembling with cold, cocks without combs or crests who were begging for a grain of Indian corn, large butterflies who could no longer fly because they had sold their beautiful colored wings, peacocks who had no tails and were ashamed to be seen, and pheasants who went scratching about in a subdued fashion, mourning for their brilliant gold and silver feathers gone forever. In the midst of this crowd of beggars and shamefaced creatures, some lordly carriage passed from time to time, containing a fox, or a thieving magpie, or some other ravenous bird of prey. "And where is the field of miracles?" asked Pinocchio. "It is here, not 2 steps from us." They crossed the town, and having gone beyond the walls, they came to a solitary field which, to look at, resembled all other fields. "We are arrived," said the fox to the puppet. "Now stoop down and dig with your hands a little hole in the ground, and put your gold pieces into it." Pinocchio obeyed. He dug a hole, put into it the 4 gold pieces that he had left, and then filled up the hole with a little earth. "Now then," said the fox, "go to that canal close to us, Fetch a can of water, and water the ground where you have sowed them." Pinocchio went to the canal, and as he had no can, he took off one of his old shoes, and filling it with water, he watered the ground over the hole. He then asked, "Is there anything else to be done?" "Nothing else," answered the fox. "We can now go away. You can return in about 20 minutes, and you will find a shrub already pushing through the ground, with its branches quite loaded with money." The poor puppet, beside himself with joy, thanked the fox and the cat 1,000 times, and promised them a beautiful present. "We wish for no presents," answered the two rascals. "It is enough for us to have taught you the way to enrich yourself without undergoing hard work, and we are as happy as folk out for a holiday." Thus saying, they took leave of Pinocchio, and, wishing him a good harvest, went about their business. Part 10. Pinocchio is robbed. The puppet returned to the town, and began to count the minutes one by one, and when he thought it must be time, he took the road leading to the Field of Miracles. And as he walked along with hurried steps, his heart beat fast, tick-tack, tick-tack, like a drawing-room clock when it is really going well. Meanwhile he was thinking to himself, "And if instead of 1,000 gold pieces, I was to find on the branches of the tree 2,000? And instead of 2,000, supposing I found 5,000? And instead of 5,000, that I found 100,000? Oh, what a fine gentleman I should then become! I would have a beautiful palace, 1,000 little wooden horses, and 1,000 stables to amuse myself with, a cellar full of currant wine and sweet syrups, and a library quite full of candies, tarts, plum cakes, macaroons, and biscuits with cream." Whilst he was building these castles in the air, he had arrived in the neighborhood of the field, and he stopped to look if by chance he could perceive a tree with its branches laden with money. But he saw nothing. He advanced another 100 steps. Nothing. He entered the field. He went right up to the little hole where he had buried his gold pieces. And nothing. He then became very thoughtful, and forgetting the rules of society and good manners, he took his hands out of his pockets and gave his head a long scratch. At that moment he heard an explosion of laughter close to him, and looking up he saw a large parrot perched on a tree, who was preening the few feathers he had left. "Why are you laughing?" asked Pinocchio in an angry voice. "I am laughing because in preening my feathers I tickled myself under my wings." The puppet did not answer, but went to the canal, and, filling the same old shoe full of water, he proceeded to water the earth afresh that covered his gold pieces. Whilst he was thus occupied, another laugh, and still more impertinent than the first, rang out in the silence of that solitary place. "Once for all," shouted Pinocchio in a rage, "may I know, you ill-educated parrot, what are you laughing at?" "I am laughing at those simpletons who believe in all the foolish things that are told them, and who allow themselves to be entrapped by those who are more cunning than they are." "Are you perhaps speaking of me?" "Yes, I am speaking of you, poor Pinocchio, of you who are simple enough to believe that money can be sown and gathered in fields in the same way as beans and gourds. I also believed it once, and today I am suffering for it. Today, but it is too late, I have at last learnt that to put a few pennies honestly together, it is necessary to know how to earn them, either by the work of our own hands or by the cleverness of our own brains." "I don't understand you," said the puppet, who was already trembling with fear. "Have patience, I will explain myself better," rejoined the parrot. "You must know then that whilst you were in the town, the fox and the cat returned to the field. They took the buried money and then fled like the wind, and now he that catches them will be clever." Pinocchio remained with his mouth open, and, not choosing to believe the parrot's words, he began with his hands and nails to dig up the earth that he had watered. And he dug and dug, and made such a deep hole that a rick of straw might have stood up in it. But the money was no longer there. He rushed back to the town in a state of desperation, and went at once to the courts of justice to denounce the two knaves who had robbed him to the judge. The judge was a big ape of the gorilla tribe, an old ape respectable for his age, his white beard, but especially for his gold spectacles without glasses that he always was obliged to wear, on account of an inflammation of the eyes that had tormented him for many years. Pinocchio related in the presence of the judge all the particulars of the infamous fraud of which he had been the victim. He gave the names, the surnames, and other details of the two rascals, and ended by demanding justice. The judge listened with great benignity, took a lively interest in the story, and was much touched and moved. And when the puppet had nothing further to say, he stretched out his hand and rang a bell. At this summons, two mastiffs immediately appeared, dressed as gendarmes. The judge then, pointing to Pinocchio, said to them, "That poor devil has been robbed of 4 gold pieces. Take him up and put him immediately into prison." The puppet was petrified on hearing this unexpected sentence, and tried to protest. But the gendarmes, to avoid losing time, stopped his mouth and carried him off to the lockup. And there he remained for 4 months. 4 long months, and he would have remained longer still if a fortunate chance had not released him. For I must tell you that the young emperor who reigned over the town of Trap for Blockheads, having won a splendid victory over his enemies, ordered great public rejoicings. There were illuminations, fireworks, horse races, and velocipede races, and as a further sign of triumph, he commanded that the prisons should be opened and all prisoners liberated. "If the others are to be let out of prison, I will go also," said Pinocchio to the jailer. "No, not you," said the jailer, "because you do not belong to the fortunate class." "I beg your pardon," replied Pinocchio. "I am also a criminal." "In that case, you are perfectly right," said the jailer, and taking off his hat and bowing to him respectfully, he opened the prison door and let him escape. End of recording. End of section 166. Recording by Alma Molino.
Section 167 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MCY. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 167. The Story of the Man Who Did Not Wish to Die. Adapted by Yae Theodora Ozaki. Long, long ago there lived a man called Sentaro. His surname meant millionaire, but although he was not so rich as all that, he was still very far removed from being poor. He had inherited a small fortune from his father, and lived on this, spending his time carelessly, without any serious thoughts of work, till he was about 32 years of age. One day, without any reason whatsoever, the thought of death and sickness came to him. The idea of falling ill or dying made him very wretched. "I should like to live," he said to himself, "till I am 500 or 600 years old at least, free from all sickness. The ordinary span of a man's life is very short." He wondered whether it were possible, by living simply and frugally henceforth, to prolong his life as long as he wished. He knew there were many stories in ancient history of emperors who had lived 1,000 years, and there was a princess of Yamato who, it was said, lived to the age of 500. This was the latest story of a very long life on record. Sentaro had often heard the tale of the Chinese king named Shinoshiko. He was one of the most able and powerful rulers in Chinese history. He built all the large palaces and also the famous Great Wall of China. He had everything in the world he could wish for, but in spite of all his happiness and the luxury and splendor of his court, the wisdom in his counselors and the glory of his reign, he was miserable because he knew that one day he must die and leave it all. When Shinoshiko went to bed at night, when he rose in the morning, as he went through his day, the thought of death was always with him. He could not get away from it. If only he could find the elixir of life, he would be happy. The emperor at last called a meeting of his courtiers and asked them all if they could not find for him the elixir of life, of which he had so often read and heard. One old courtier, Jofuku by name, said that far away across the seas there was a country called Horizon, and that certain hermits lived there who possessed the secret of the elixir of life. Whoever drank of this wonderful draught lived forever. The emperor ordered Jofuku to set out for the land of Horizon, to find the hermits, and to bring him back a phial of the magic elixir. He gave Jofuku one of his best junks, fitted it out for him, and loaded it with great quantities of treasures and precious stones for Jofuku to take as presents to the hermits. Jofuku sailed for the land of Horizon, but he never returned to the waiting emperor. But ever since that time, Mount Fuji has been said to be the fabled Horizon, and the home of hermits who had the secret of the elixir, and Jofuku has been worshipped as their patron god. Now Sentaro determined to set out to find the hermits, and if he could, to become one, so that he might obtain the water of perpetual life. He remembered that as a child he had been told that not only did these hermits live on Mount Fuji, but that they were said to inhabit all the very high peaks. So he left his old home to the care of his relatives, and started out on his quest. He traveled through all the mountainous regions of the land, climbing to the tops of the highest peaks, but never a hermit did he find. At last, after wandering in an unknown region for many days, he met a hunter. "Can you tell me," asked Sentaro, "where the hermits live who have the elixir of life?" "No," said the hunter, "I can't tell you where such hermits live. But there is a notorious robber living in these parts. It is said that he is chief of a band of 200 followers." This odd answer irritated Sentaro very much, and he thought now how foolish it was to waste more time in looking for the hermits in this way, so he decided to go at once to the shrine of Jofuku, who is worshipped as the patron god of the hermits in the south of Japan. Sentaro reached the shrine and prayed for 7 days, entreating Jofuku to show him the way to a hermit who could give him what he wanted so much to find. At midnight of the 7th day, as Sentaro knelt in the temple, the door of the innermost shrine flew open, and Jofuku appeared in a luminous cloud, and calling to Sentaro to come nearer, spoke thus: "Your desire is a very selfish one, and cannot be easily granted. You think that you would like to become a hermit so as to find the elixir of life. Do you know how hard a hermit's life is? A hermit is only allowed to eat fruit and berries and the bark of pine trees. A hermit must cut himself off from the world so that his heart may become as pure as gold and free from every earthly desire. Gradually, after following these strict rules, the hermit ceases to feel hunger or cold or heat, and his body becomes so light that he can ride on a crane or a carp, and can walk on water without getting his feet wet. You, Sentaro, are fond of good living and of every comfort. You are not even like an ordinary man, for you are exceptionally idle, and more sensitive to heat and cold than most people. You would never be able to go barefoot or to wear only one thin garment in the winter time. Do you think that you would ever have the patience or the endurance to live a hermit's life? In answer to your prayer, however, I will help you in another way. I will send you to the country of perpetual life, where death never comes, where the people live forever. Saying this, Jofuku put into Sentaro's hand a little crane made of paper, telling him to sit on his back and it would carry him there. Sentaro obeyed wonderingly. The crane grew large enough for him to ride on it with comfort. It then spread its wings, rose high in the air, and flew away over the mountains right out to sea. Sentaro was at first quite frightened, but by degrees he grew accustomed to the swift flight through the air. On and on they went for thousands of miles. The bird never stopped for rest or food, but as it was a paper bird, it doubtless did not require any nourishment. And strange to say, neither did Sentaro. After several days they reached an island. The crane flew some distance inland and then alighted. As soon as Sentaro got down from the bird's back, the crane folded up of its own accord and flew into his pocket. Now Sentaro began to look about him wonderingly, curious to see what the country of perpetual life was like. He walked first round about the country and then through the town. Everything was, of course, quite strange and different from his own land, but both the land and the people seemed prosperous, so he decided that it would be good for him to stay there and took up lodgings at one of the hotels. The proprietor was a kind man, and when Sentaro told him that he was a stranger and had come to live there, he promised to arrange everything that was necessary with the governor of the city concerning Sentaro's sojourn there. He even found a house for his guest, and in this way Sentaro obtained his great wish and became a resident in the country of perpetual life. Within the memory of all the islanders no man had ever died there, and sickness was a thing unknown. Priests had come over from India and China and told them of a beautiful country called Paradise, where happiness and bliss and contentment fill all men's hearts, but its gates could only be reached by dying. This tradition was handed down for ages from generation to generation, but none knew exactly what death was, except that it led to paradise. Quite unlike Sentaro and other ordinary people, instead of having a great dread of death, they all, both rich and poor, longed for it as something good and desirable. They were all tired of their long, long lives, and longed to go to the happy land of contentment called Paradise, of which the priestess had told them centuries ago. All this Sentaro soon found out by talking to the islanders. He found himself, according to his ideas, in the land of topsy-turvydom. Everything was upside down. He had wished to escape from dying. He had come to the land of perpetual life with great relief and joy, only to find that the inhabitants themselves, doomed never to die, would consider it bliss to find death. What he had hitherto considered poison, these people ate as good food, and all the things to which he had been accustomed as food, they rejected. Whenever any merchants from other countries arrived, the rich people rushed to them eager to buy poisons. These they swallowed eagerly, hoping for death to come so that they might go to paradise. But what were deadly poisons in other lands, without affecting this strange place, and people who swallowed them with the hope of dying only found that in a short time they felt better, in health, instead of worse. Vainly they tried to imagine what death could be like. The wealthy would have given all their money and all their goods if they could but shorten their lives to 200 or 300 years even. Without any change, to live on forever seemed to these people wearisome and sad. In the drug shops there was a drug which was in constant demand, because after using it for 100 years, it was supposed to turn the hair slightly gray and to bring about disorders of the stomach. Sentaro was astonished to find that the poisonous globefish was served up in restaurants as a delectable dish, and hawkers in the streets went about selling sauces made of Spanish flies. He never saw anyone ill after eating these horrible things, nor did he ever see anyone with as much as a cold. Sentaro was delighted. He said to himself that he would never grow tired of living, and that he considered it profane to wish for death. He was the only happy man on the island. For his part, he wished to live thousands of years and to enjoy life. He set himself off in business, and for the present never even dreamed of going back to his native land. As years went by, however, things did not go as smoothly as at first. He had heavy losses in business, and several times some affairs went wrong with his neighbors. This caused him great annoyance. Time passed like the flight of an arrow for him, for he was busy from morning till night. 300 years went by in this monotonous way, and then at last he began to grow tired of life in this country, and he longed to see his own land and his old home. However long he lived here, life would always be the same. So was it not foolish and wearisome to stay on here forever? Sentaro, in his wish to escape from the country of perpetual life, recollected Jofuku, who had helped him before when he was wishing to escape from death, and he prayed to the saint to bring him back to his own land again. No sooner did he pray than the paper crane popped out of his pocket. Sentaro was amazed to see that it had remained undamaged after all these years. Once more the bird grew and grew till it was light enough for him to mount it. As he did so, the bird spread its wings and flew swiftly out across the sea in the direction of Japan. Such was the wilfulness of the man's nature that he looked back and regretted all he had left behind. He tried to stop the bird in vain. The crane held on its way for thousands of miles across the ocean. Then a storm came on, and the wonderful paper crane got damp, crumpled up, and fell into the sea. Sentaro fell with it. Very much frightened at the thought of being drowned, he cried out loudly for Jofuku to save him. He looked round, but there was no ship in sight. He swallowed a quantity of sea water, which only increased his miserable plight. While he was thus struggling to keep himself afloat, he saw a monstrous shark swimming towards him. As it came nearer, it opened its huge mouth, ready to devour him. Sentaro was all but paralyzed with fear, now that he felt his end was so near, and screamed out as loudly as ever he could to Jofuku to come and rescue him. Lo and behold, Sentaro was awakened by his own screams, to find that during his long prayer he had fallen asleep before the shrine, and that all his extraordinary and frightful adventures had been only a wild dream. He was in a cold perspiration with fright and utterly bewildered. Suddenly a bright light came towards him, and in the light stood a messenger. The messenger held a book in his hand, and spoke to Sentaro. "I am sent to you by Jofuku, who in answer to your prayer has permitted you in a dream to see the land of perpetual life. But you grew weary of living there, and begged to be allowed to return to your native land, so that you might die. Jofuku, so that he might try you, allowed you to drop into the sea, and then sent a shark to swallow you up. Your desire for death was not real, for even at that moment you cried out loudly and shouted for help. It is also vain for you to wish to become a hermit or to find elixir of life. These things are not for such as you. Your life is not austere enough. It is best for you to go back to your paternal home and to live a good and industrious life. Never neglect to keep the anniversaries of your ancestors, and make it your duty to provide for your children's future. Thus will you live to a good old age, and be happy. But give up the vain desire to escape death, for no man can do that, and by this time you have surely found out that even when selfish desires are granted, they do not bring happiness. In this book I give you, there are many precepts good for you to know. If you study them, you will be guided in the way I have pointed out to you." The angel disappeared as soon as he had finished speaking, and Sentaro took the lesson to heart. With the book in his hand, he returned to his old home, and giving up all his old vain wishes, tried to live a good and useful life, and to observe the lessons taught him in the book, and he and his house prospered henceforth. End of section 167.
Section 168 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Corey Samuel. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 168. The Accomplished and Lucky Teakettle. Adapted by A.B. Mitford. A long time ago, at a temple called Morinji, in the province of Josue, there was an old teakettle. One day, when the priest of the temple was about to hang it over the hearth to boil the water for its tea, to his amazement, the kettle all of a sudden put forth the head and tail of a badger. What a wonderful kettle! To come out all over fur. The priest, thunderstruck, called in the novices of the temple to see the sight, and whilst they were stupidly staring, one suggesting one thing and another, the kettle, jumping up into the air, began flying about the room. More astonished than ever, the priest and his pupils tried to pursue it, but no thief or cat was ever half so sharp as this wonderful badger kettle. At last, however, they managed to knock it down and secure it, and holding it in with their united efforts, they forced it into a box, intending to carry it off and throw it away in some distant place, so that they might no more be plagued by the goblin. For this day their troubles were over, but, as luck would have it, the tinker, who was in the habit of working for the temple, called in, and the priest suddenly bethought him that it was a pity to throw away the kettle for nothing, and that he might as well get a trifle for it, no matter how small. So he brought out the kettle, which had resumed its former shape, and had got rid of its head and tail, and showed it to the tinker. When the tinker saw the kettle, he offered 20 copper coins for it, and the priest was only too glad to close the bargain, and be rid of his troublesome piece of furniture. But the tinker trudged off home with his pack and his new purchase. That night, as he lay asleep, he heard a strange noise near his pillow. So he peered out from under the bedclothes, and there he saw the kettle that he had bought in a temple, covered with fur, and walking about on 4 legs. The tinker started up in a fright to see what it all could mean, when all of a sudden the kettle resumed its former shape. This happened over and over again, until at last the tinker showed the teakettle to a friend of his, who said, "This is certainly an accomplished and lucky teakettle. You should take it about as a show, with songs and accompaniments of musical instruments, and make it dance and walk on the tightrope." The tinker, thinking this good advice, made arrangements with a showman, and set up an exhibition. The noise of the kettle's performances soon spread abroad, until even the princes of the land sent to order the tinker to come to them, and he grew rich beyond all his expectations. Even the princesses, too, and the great ladies of the court took great delight in the dancing kettle, so that no sooner had it shown its tricks in one place than it was time for them to keep some other engagement. At last the tinker grew so rich that he took the kettle back to the temple, where it was laid up as a precious treasure and worshipped as a saint. End of section 168.
Section 169 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 169, The Tongue-cut Sparrow. Once upon a time, a cross old woman laid some starch in a basin, intending to put it in the clothes in her wash tub. But a sparrow that a woman, her neighbour, kept as a pet, ate it up. Seeing this, the cross old woman seized the sparrow, and saying, "You hateful thing!" cut its tongue and let it go. When the neighbour woman heard that her pet sparrow had got its tongue cut for its offence, she was greatly grieved, and set out with her husband over mountains and plains to find where it had gone, crying, "Where does the tongue-cut sparrow stay? Where does the tongue-cut sparrow stay?" At last they found its home. When the sparrow saw that its old master and mistress had come to see it, it rejoiced, and brought them into its house, and thanked them for their kindness in old times. It spread a table for them, and loaded it with rice, wine, and fish, till there was no more room, and made its wife and children and grandchildren all serve the table. At last, throwing away its drinking cup, it danced a jig called the Sparrow's Dance, and thus they spent the day. When it began to grow dark, and there was talk of going home, the sparrow brought out 2 wicker baskets, and said, "Will you take the heavy one, or shall I give you the light one?" The old people replied, "We are old, so give us the light one. It will be easier to carry it." The sparrow then gave them the light basket, and they returned with it to their home. "Let us open it and see what is in it," they said. And when they had opened it and looked, they found gold and silver and jewels and rolls of silk. They never expected anything like this. The more they took out, the more they found inside. The supply was inexhaustible, so that the house at once became rich and prosperous. When the cross old woman who had cut the sparrow's tongue saw this, she was filled with envy, and went and asked her neighbour where the sparrow lived, and all about the way. "I will go too," she said, and at once set out on her search. Again the sparrow brought out 2 wicker baskets, and asked as before, "Will you take the heavy one, or shall I give you the light one?" Thinking the treasure would be great in proportion to the weight of the basket, the old woman replied, "Let me have the heavy one." Receiving this, she started home with it on her back, the sparrows laughing at her as she went. It was as heavy as a stone and hard to carry, but at last she got back with it to her house. Then, when she took off the lid and looked in, a whole troop of frightful creatures came bouncing out from the inside, and at once they caught her up and flew away with her. End of section 169, The Tongue-cut Sparrow. Recording by Ross Clement. Section 170 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 170, Battle of the Monkey and the Crab. A monkey and a crab once met when going round a mountain. The monkey had picked up a persimmon seed, and the crab had a piece of toasted rice cake. The monkey, seeing this, and wishing to get something that could be turned to good account at once, said, "Pray, exchange that rice cake for this persimmon seed." The crab, without a word, gave up his cake, and took the persimmon seed and planted it. At once it sprung up, and soon became a tree so high one had to look far up to see it. The tree was full of persimmons, but the crab had no means of climbing it, so he asked the monkey to scramble up and get the fruit for him. The monkey got up on a limb of the tree and began to eat the persimmons. The unripe ones he threw at the crab, but all the ripe and good ones he put in his pouch. The crab under the tree thus got his shell badly bruised, and only by good luck escaped into his hole, where he lay distressed with pain, and not able to get up. Now, When the relatives and household of the crab heard how matters stood, they were surprised and angry, and declared war, and attacked the monkey, who, leading forth a numerous following, bade defiance to the other party. The crabs, finding themselves unable to meet and cope with this force, became still more exasperated and enraged, and retreated into their hole and held a council of war. Then came a rice mortar, a pestle, a bee, and an egg, and together they devised a deep-laid plot to be avenged. First they requested that peace be made with the crabs, and thus they induced the king of the monkey to enter their hole unattended, and seated him on the hearth. The monkey, not suspecting any plot, took the hibashi, or poker, to stir up the slumbering fire, when bang went the egg, which was lying hidden in the ashes, and burned the monkey's arm. Surprised and alarmed, he plunged his arm into the pickle tub in the kitchen to relieve the pain of the burn. Then the bee, which was hidden near the tub, stung him sharply in his face, already wet with tears. Without waiting to brush off the bee, and howling bitterly, he rushed for the back door. But just then some seaweed entangled his legs and made him slip. Then down came the pestle, tumbling on him from a shelf, and the mortar too came rolling down on him from the roof of the porch, and broke his back, and so weakened him that he was unable to rise up. Then out came the crabs in a crowd, and, brandishing on high their pinchers, they pinched the monkey so sorely that he begged them for forgiveness, and promised never to repeat his meanness and treachery. End of section 170. Battle of the Monkey and the Crab. Recording by Ross Clement.
Section 171 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MCY. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 171. Momotaro, or Little Peachling. A long, long time ago there lived an old man and an old woman. One day the old man went to the mountains to cut grass, and the old woman went to the river to wash clothes. While she was washing, a great thing came tumbling and splashing down the stream. When the old woman saw it, she was very glad, and pulled it to her with a piece of bamboo that lay nearby. When she took it up and looked at it, she saw that it was a very large peach. She then quickly finished her washing and returned home, intending to give the peach to her old man to eat. When she cut the peach in two, out came a child from the large kernel. Seeing this, the old couple rejoiced, and named the child Momotaro, or Little Peachling, because he came out of a peach. As both the old people took good care of him, he grew and became strong and enterprising. So the old couple had their expectations raised, and bestowed still more care on his education. Momotaro, finding that he excelled everybody in strength, determined to cross over to the island of the devils, take their riches, and come back. He at once consulted with the old man and the old woman about the matter, and got them to make him some dumplings. These he put in his pouch. Besides this, he made every kind of preparation for his journey to the island of the devils, and set out. Then first a dog came to the side of the way and said, "Momotaro, what have you there hanging out your belt?" He replied, "I have some of the very best Japanese millet dumplings." "Give me one and I will go with you," said the dog. So Momotaro took a dumpling out of his pouch and gave it to the dog. Then a monkey came and got one the same way. A pheasant also came flying and said, "Give me a dumpling too, and I will go along with you." So all three went along with him. In no time they arrived at the island of the devils, and at once broke through the front gate. Momotaro first, then his three followers. Here they met a great multitude of the devil's retainers who showed fight, but they pressed still inwards, and at last encountered the chief of the devils, called Akandoji. Then came the tug-of-war. Akandoji hit at Momotaro with an iron club, but Momotaro was ready for him and dodged him adroitly. At last they grappled each other, and without difficulty Momotaro just crushed down Akandoji and tied him with the rope so tightly that he could not even move. All this was done in a fair fight. After this, Akandoji, the chief of the devils, said he would surrender all his riches. "Out with the riches, then," said Momotaro, laughing. Having collected and ranged in order a great pile of precious things, Momotaro took them and set out for his home, rejoicing as he marched bravely back that with the help of his 3 companions, to whom he attributed all his success, he had been able so easily to accomplish his end. Great was the joy of the old man and the old woman when Momotaro came back. He feasted everybody bountifully, told many stories of his adventure, displayed his riches, and at last became a leading man, a man of influence, very rich and honorable, a man to be very much congratulated indeed. End of section 171. Section 172 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MCY. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 172. Urashimataro and the Turtle. Urashimataro, which means in Japanese son of the island, was the only and dearly beloved son of an old fisherman and his wife. He was a fine, strong youth who could manage a boat more cleverly than anyone else on the neighboring coast. He often ventured so far out to sea that neighbors warned his parents that he would sometime go too far and never return. His parents knew, however, that he understood his boat and the sea very well, and they were never much concerned about him. Even when he failed to come back as soon as he was expected, they awaited his return without anxiety. They loved him better than their own lives, and were proud that he was braver and stronger than their neighbors' sons. Early one morning, Urashimataro went to haul in his nets, which had been set the night before. In one of them, among some fishes, he found a small turtle. This he placed in the boat by itself, where it would safely keep until he could take it home. To his amazement, the turtle begged for its life in most pitiful tones. "Of what use am I to you?" it asked. "I am too small to eat, and so young that it will take me a long time to grow. Have mercy and put me back into the sea, for I do not want to die." Urashimataro had a very kind heart, and could not bear to see anything that was small and helpless suffer, so he did as his turtle asked him. Several years after this, when Urashimataro was one day far out at sea, a terrible whirlwind struck his boat and shattered it. He was a good swimmer and managed for a long time to make progress toward the land, but as he was so far from shore in the rough sea, his strength at last gave out, and he felt himself sinking. Just as he had given up hope, and thought that he would never see his dear parents again, he heard his name called and saw a large turtle swimming toward him. "Climb on my back," shouted the turtle, "and I will carry you to land." When Urashimataro was safely sitting on the turtle's back, it continued, "I am the turtle whose life you saved when you found me little and helpless in your net, and I am glad of this opportunity to show that I am not ungrateful." Before they reached the shore, the turtle asked Urashimataro how he would like to be shown some of the wonderful beauties hidden under the sea. The young fisherman replied that the experience would please him. In a moment they were shooting down through the green water. He clung to the turtle's back, who carried him many, many fathoms below. After 3 nights they reached the bottom of the sea, and came to a wonderful palace of gold and crystal. Coral and pearls and precious stones dazzled his eyes, but inside the palace was more beautiful still, and blazing fish scales lighted it. "This," said the turtle, "is the palace of the sea god. I am a waiting maid to his lovely daughter, the princess." The turtle went to announce the arrival of Urashimataro to the princess, and soon returning, led him to her presence. She was so beautiful that when she asked him to remain in the palace he gladly consented. "Do not leave me, and you shall always be as handsome as you are now, and old age cannot come to you," she said. So it happened that Urashimataro lived in the marvelous palace at the bottom of the sea with the daughter of the sea god. He was so happy that the time passed by unheeded. How long he dwelt there he could not have told, but one day he thought of his parents. Then he remembered that they must be troubled by his absence. The thought of them kept coming to him continually, and the longing to see them grew so strong that at last he told the princess he must go to visit them. She begged him not to leave her, and wept bitterly. "If you go, I shall never see you again," she sobbed. But he told her that he must see his father and mother once again, that he would return to the palace in the sea to be with her always. When she found that she could not persuade him to remain, she gave him a small gold box, which she told him he must on no account open. "If you heed my words," said she, "you may come back to me. When you are ready, the turtle will be there to bring you, but if you forget what I have told you, I shall never see you again." Urashimataro fondly assured her that nothing in the world should keep him from her, and bade her farewell. Mounting the turtle's back, he soon left the palace far below. For 3 days and 3 nights they swam, and then the turtle left him on the familiar sands near his old home. He eagerly ran to the village and looked about for some of his comrades. All of the faces were strange, and even the houses seemed different. The children playing in the street where he had lived, he had never seen before. Stopping in front of his own house, he regarded it with a sinking heart. There was a sound of music from a window above, and a strange woman opened the door to him. She could tell him nothing of his parents, and had never heard their names. Everyone whom he questioned looked at him curiously. At last he wandered from the village and came to the burying ground. Searching about among the graves, he soon found himself beside a stone bearing the dear names he sought. The date showed him that his father and mother had died soon after he left them, and then he discovered that he had been away from his home 300 years. Bowed with sorrow, he went back to the city. At each step he hoped to wake and find it all a dream, but the people in the streets were real. He thought of the princess and remembered the gold box she had given to him. It might be that he was under some cruel enchantment, and that his box contained the charm to break the spell. He eagerly raised the cover, and a purple vapor escaped and left the box empty. To his alarm he noticed that the hand that held it had shriveled and grown suddenly old. Trembling with horror, he ran to a stream of water which ran down from the mountain, and saw reflected in its waters the face of a mummy. He crawled fearfully back to the village, and no one recognized him as the strong youth who had entered it a few hours before. Nearly exhausted, he finally reached the shore, where he sat wearily on a rock and cried to the turtle. But he called to it in vain. The turtle never came, and soon his quavering voice was hushed in death. Before he died, the people of the village gathered about him and listened to his strange story. Long afterward they told their children of the young man who, for the love of his parents, left a marvelous palace in the sea, and a princess more beautiful than the day. End of section 172.
Section 173 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 173. The Son of Seven Queens. Adapted by Joseph Jacobs. Once upon a time there lived a king who had 7 queens, but no children. This was a great grief to him, especially when he remembered that on his death there would be no heir to inherit the kingdom. Now it happened one day that a poor old fakir came to the king and said, "Your prayers are heard. Your desire shall be accomplished. one of your 7 queens shall bear a son. The king's delight at this promise knew no bounds, and he gave orders for appropriate festivities to be prepared against the coming event throughout the length and breadth of the land. Meanwhile the 7 queens lived luxuriously in a splendid palace, attended by hundreds of female slaves, and fed to their heart's content on sweetmeats and confectionery. Now the king was very fond of hunting, and one day, before he started, the 7 queens sent him a message saying, "May it please our dearest lord not to hunt towards the north today, for we have had bad dreams and fear lest evil should befall you." The king, to allay their anxiety, promised regard for their wishes and set out towards the south. But as luck would have it, although he hunted diligently, he found no game, nor had he more success to the east or west, so that, being a keen sportsman and determined not to go home empty-handed, he forgot all about his promise and turned to the north. Here also he was at first unsuccessful, but just as he made up his mind to give up for that day, a white hind with golden horns and silver hooves flashed past him into a thicket. So quickly did it pass that he scarcely saw it. Nevertheless, a burning desire to capture and possess the beautiful strange creature filled his breast. He instantly ordered his attendants to form a circle around the thicket, and so circle the hind. Then, gradually narrowing the circle, he pressed forward till he could distinctly see the white hind panting in the midst. Nearer and nearer he advanced, till just as he thought to lay hold of the beautiful strange creature, it gave one mighty bound, leaping clean over the king's head, and fled towards the mountains. Forgetful of all else, the king, setting spurs to his horse, followed at full speed. On he galloped, leaving his retinue far behind, keeping the white hind in view, never drawing bridle until, finding himself in a narrow ravine with no outlet, he reined in his steed. Before him stood a miserable hovel, into which, being tired after his long unsuccessful chase, he entered to ask for a drink of water. An old woman, seated in the hut at a spinning wheel, answered his request by calling to her daughter, and immediately from an inner room came a maiden so lovely and charming, so white-skinned and golden-haired, that the king was transfixed by astonishment at seeing so beautiful a sight in the wretched hovel. She held the vessel of water to the king's lips, and as he drank he looked into her eyes, and then it became clear to him that the girl was no other than the white hind with the golden horns and silver feet he had chased so far. Her beauty bewitched him, so he fell on his knees begging her to return with him as his bride. But she only laughed, saying 7 queens were quite enough even for a king to manage. However, when he would take no refusal but implored her to have pity on him, promising her everything she could desire, she replied, "Give me the eyes of your 7 queens, and then, perhaps, I may believe you mean what you say." The king was so carried away by the glamour of the white hind's magical beauty that he went home at once, had the eyes of his 7 queens taken out, and after throwing the poor blind creatures into a noisome dungeon whence they could not escape, set off once more for the hovel in the ravine, bearing with him his horrible offering. But the white hind only laughed cruelly when she saw the 14 eyes, and threading them as a necklace, flung it round her mother's neck, saying, "Wear that, little mother, as a keepsake, while I am away in the king's palace." Then she went back with the bewitched monarch as his bride, and he gave her the 7 queens rich clothes and jewels to wear, the 7 queens' palace to live in, and the 7 queens' slaves to wait upon her, so that she really had everything even a witch could desire. Now, very soon after the 7 wretched hapless queens had their eyes torn out and were cast into prison, a baby was born to the youngest of the queens. It was a handsome boy, but the other queens were very jealous that the youngest among them should be so fortunate. But though at first they disliked the handsome little boy, he soon proved so useful to them that ere long they all looked on him as their son. Almost as soon as he could walk about, he began scraping at the mud walls of their dungeon, and in an incredibly short space of time had made a hole big enough for him to crawl through. Through this he disappeared, returning in an hour or so laden with sweetmeats, which he divided equally among the 7 blind queens. As he grew older, he enlarged the hole, and slipped out 2 or 3 times every day to play with little nobles in the town. No one knew who the tiny boy was, but everyone liked him, and he was so full of funny tricks and antics, so merry and bright, that he was sure to be rewarded by some griddle cakes, or a handful of parched grain, or some sweetmeats. All these things he brought home to his 7 mothers, as he loved to call the 7 blind queens, who, by his help, lived on in their dungeon when all the world thought they had starved to death ages before. At last, when he was quite a big lad, he one day took his bow and arrow and went out to seek for game. Coming by chance past the palace where the White Hind lived in wicked splendour and magnificence, he saw some pigeons fluttering around the white marble tower, and taking good aim, shot one dead. It came tumbling past the very window where the White Queen was sitting. She rose to see what was the matter and looked out. At the first glance of the handsome young lad standing there bow in hand, she knew by witchcraft that it was the king's son. She nearly died of envy and spite, determining to destroy the lad without delay. Therefore, sending a servant to bring him to her presence, she asked him if he would sell her the pigeon he had just shot. "No," replied the sturdy lad. "The pigeon is for my 7 blind mothers who live in the noisome dungeon, and who would die if I did not bring them food." "Poor souls!" cried the cunning white witch. "Would you not like to bring them their eyes again? Give me the pigeon, my dear, and I faithfully promise to show you where to find them." Hearing this, the lad was delighted beyond measure, and gave up the pigeon at once. Whereupon the White Queen told him to seek her mother without delay, and ask for the eyes which she wore as a necklace. "She will not fail to give them," said the cruel queen, "if you show her this token on which I have written what I want done." So saying, she gave the lad a piece of broken potsherd, with these words inscribed on it: "Kill the bearer at once, and sprinkle his blood like water." Now, as the son of 7 queens could not read, he took the fatal message cheerfully, and set off to find the White Queen's mother. While he was journeying, he passed through a town where every one of the inhabitants looked so sad that he could not help asking what was the matter. They told him it was because the king's only daughter refused to marry. Therefore, when her father died, there would be no heir to the throne. They greatly feared she must be out of her mind, for though every good-looking young man in the kingdom had been shown to her, she declared she would only marry one who was the son of 7 mothers. Who had ever heard of such a thing? The king, in despair, had ordered every man who entered the city gates to be led before the princess. So much to the lad's impatience, for he was in an immense hurry to find his mother's eyes, he was dragged into the presence chamber. No sooner did the princess catch sight of him than she blushed, and, turning to the king, said, "Dear father, this is my choice." Never were such rejoicings as these few words produced. The inhabitants nearly went wild with joy. But the son of 7 queens said he could not marry the princess until they first let him recover his mother's eyes. When the beautiful bride heard his story, she asked to see the potsherd, for she was very learned and clever. Saying the treacherous words, she said nothing, But taking another similar-shaped bit of potsherd, she wrote on it these words, "Take care of this lad, giving him all he desires," and returned it to the son of 7 queens, who, none the wiser, set off on his quest. Ere long he arrived at the hovel in the ravine where the White Witch's mother, a hideous old creature, grumbled dreadfully on reading the message, especially when the lad asked for the necklace of eyes. Nevertheless, she took it off and gave it to him, saying, "There are only 13 of them now, for I lost one last week." The lad, however, was only too glad to get any at all, so he hurried home as fast as he could to his 7 mothers, and gave 2 eyes apiece to the 6 elder queens. But to the youngest he gave 1, saying, "Dearest little mother, I will be your other eye always." After this he set off to marry the princess, as he had promised. But when passing by the White Queen's palace, he saw some pigeons on the roof. Drawing his bow, he shot one, and it came fluttering past the window. The White Hind looked out, and lo, there was the king's son, alive and well. She cried with hatred and disgust, but, sending for the lad, asked him how he had returned so soon, and when she heard how he had brought home the 13 eyes, and given them to the 7 blind queens, she could hardly restrain her rage. Nevertheless, she pretended to be charmed with his success, and told him that if he would give her this pigeon also, she would reward him with the Yogi's wonderful cow, whose milk flows all day long and makes a pond as big as a kingdom. The lad, nothing loath, gave her the pigeon, whereupon, as before, she bade him go and ask her mother for the cow, and gave him a potsherd whereon was written, "Kill this lad without fail, and sprinkle his blood like water." But on the way, the son of 7 queens looked in on the princess, just to tell her how he came to be delayed. And she, after reading the message on the potsherd, gave him another in its stead, so that when the lad reached the old hag's hut and asked her for the Yogi's cow, she could not refuse, but told the boy how to find it, and bidding him of all things not to be afraid of the 18,000 demons who kept watch and ward over the treasure, told him to be off before she became too angry at her daughter's foolishness in thus giving away so many good things. Then the lad bravely did as had been told. He journeyed on and on till he came to the milk-white pond, guarded by the 18,000 demons. They were really frightful to behold, but, plucking up courage, he whistled a tune as he walked through them, looking neither to the right nor the left. By and by he came upon the Yogi's cow, tall, white and beautiful, while the Yogi himself, who was king of all the demons, sat milking her day and night, and the milk streamed from her udder, filling the milk-white tank. The Yogi, seeing the lad, called out fiercely, "What do you want here?" Then the lad answered, according to the old hag's bidding, "I want your skin, for King Indra is making a new kettle drum, and says your skin is nice and tough." Upon this the Yogi began to shiver and shake, for no Jinn nor Yogi dares disobey King Indra's command, and falling at the lad's feet cried, If you will spare me, I will give you anything I possess, even my beautiful white cow." To this the son of 7 queens, after a little pretended hesitation, agreed, saying that, after all, it would not be too difficult to find a nice tough skin like the Yogi's elsewhere. So driving the wonderful cow before him, he set off homeward. The 7 queens were delighted to possess so marvellous an animal, and though they toiled from morning till night making curds and whey, besides selling milk to the confectioners, they could not use half the cow gave, and became richer and richer day by day. Seeing them so comfortably off, the son of 7 queens started with a light heart to marry the princess. But when passing the White Hind's palace, he could not resist sending a bolt at some pigeons that were cooing on the parapet. One fell dead just beneath the window where the White Queen was sitting. Looking out, she saw the lad, hale and hearty, standing before her, and grew whiter than ever with rage and spite. She sent for him to ask how he returned so soon, and when she heard how kindly her mother had received him, she very nearly had a fit. However, she dissembled her feelings as well as she could, and smiling sweetly said she was glad to have been able to fulfil her promise, and that if he would give her this third pigeon, she would do yet more for him than she had done before, by giving him the millionfold rice which ripens in one night. The lad was of course delighted at the very idea, and giving up the pigeon, set off on his quest, armed as before with a potsherd on which was written, "Do not fail this time. Kill the lad and sprinkle his blood like water." But when he looked in on his princess, just to prevent her becoming anxious about him, she asked to see the potsherd as usual, and substituted another on which was written, "Yet again, give this lad all he requires, for his blood shall be as your blood." Now when the old hag saw this, and heard how the lad wanted the millionfold rice which ripens in a single night, she fell into the most furious rage. But, being terribly afraid of her daughter, she controlled herself, and bade the boy go and find the field guarded by 18 millions of demons, warning him on no account to look back after having plucked the tallest spike of rice which grew in the centre. So the son of 7 queens set off, and soon came to the field where, guarded by 18 millions of demons, the millionfold rice grew. He walked on bravely, looking neither to the left or to right, till he reached the centre and plucked the tallest ear. But, as he turned homeward, 1,000 sweet voices rose behind him, crying in tenderest accent, "Pluck me too, oh, pluck me too." He looked back, and lo, there was nothing left of him but a little heap of ashes. Now as time passed by, and the lad did not return, the old hag grew uneasy, remembering the message, "His blood shall be as your blood." So she set off to see what had happened. Soon she came upon the heap of ashes, and knowing by her arts what it was, she took a little water, and kneading the ashes into a paste, formed it into the likeness of a man. Then, putting a drop of blood from her little finger into its mouth, she blew on it, and instantly the son of 7 queens started up as well as ever. "Don't disobey orders again," grumbled the old hag, "or next time I'll leave you alone. Now be off before I repent of my kindness." So the son of 7 queens returned joyfully to his 7 mothers, who, by the aid of the millionfold rice, soon became the richest people in the kingdom. Then they celebrated their son's marriage to the clever princess with all imaginable pomp. But the bride was so clever, she would not rest until she had made known her husband to his father, and punished the wicked white witch. So she made her husband build a palace exactly like the one in which the 7 queens had lived, and in which the white witch now dwelt in splendour. Then, when all was prepared, she bade her husband give a grand feast to the king. Now, the king had heard much of the mysterious son of 7 queens and his marvellous wealth, so he gladly accepted the invitation. But what was his astonishment when on entering the palace he found it was a facsimile of his own in every particular. And when his host, richly attired, led him straight to the private hall where on royal thrones sat the 7 queens, dressed as he had last seen them, he was speechless with surprise, until the princess, coming forward, threw herself at his feet and told him the whole story. Then the king awoke from his enchantment, and his anger rose against the wicked white hind who had bewitched him so long, until he could not contain himself. So she was put to death, and a grave ploughed over. And after that the 7 queens returned to their own splendid palace, and everybody lived happily. End of section 173 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories.
Section 174 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 174. Who Killed the Otter's Babies? Adapted by Walter Skeet. The otter said to the mouse deer, "Friend, mouse dear, will you be so good as to take charge of the children till I come back? I am going down to the river to catch fish, and when I come back, I'll share the catch with you." The mouse deer replied, "Very well, go along, and I'll look after the children." So the otter went down to the river to catch fish. Here the story of what the otter did stops, and the story of what happened when the woodpecker sounded the war gong commences. The mouse deer was chief dancer of the war dance, and as he danced he trod on the otter's babies and crushed them flat. Presently the otter returned home, bringing a string of fish with him. On arriving, he saw that his children had been killed, and exclaimed, "How comes it, friend mouse dear, that my babies have died?" The mouse deer replied, "The woodpecker came and sounded the war gong, and I, being chief war dancer, danced, and forgetting about your children, I trod upon them and crushed them flat." On hearing this, the otter went and made complaint unto King Solomon, prostrating himself and saying, "Your Majesty's most humble slave craves pardon for presuming to address your Majesty, but friend mouse deer has murdered your slave's children, and your slave desires to learn whether he is guilty or not according to the law of the land." King Solomon replied, saying, "If the mouse deer hath done this thing wittingly, assuredly he is guilty of death." Then he summoned the mouse deer before him. And when the mouse deer came into the presence of the king inquired of the otter, "What is your charge against him?" The otter replied, "Your slave accuses him of the murder of your slave's children. Your slave would hear the law of the land." Then the king said unto the mouse deer, "Was it your doing that the otter's children were killed?" The mouse deer replied, "Assuredly it was, but I crave pardon for doing so." "How was it then," said the king, "that you came to kill them?" The mouse deer replied, "Your slave came to kill them because the woodpecker appeared and sounded the war gong. Your slave, as your Majesty is aware, is chief dancer of the war dance. Therefore your slave danced, and forgetting about the otter's children, your slave trod upon them and crushed them flat." Here the king sent for the woodpecker also, and the woodpecker came before him. "Was it you, woodpecker," said the king, "who sounded the war gong?" "Assuredly it was," said the woodpecker, "forasmuch as your slave saw the great lizard wearing his sword." The king replied, "If that is the case, there is no fault to be found in the woodpecker, for the woodpecker was chief beater of the war gong." Then the king commanded the great lizard to be summoned, and when he arrived, the king inquired, "Was it you, lizard, wearing your sword?" The great lizard replied, Assuredly it was, your Majesty. And why were you wearing your sword? The great lizard replied, Your slave wore it forasmuch as your slave saw the tortoise had donned his coat of mail. So the tortoise was summoned likewise. Why did you, tortoise, don your coat of mail? The tortoise replied, Your slave donned it forasmuch as your slave saw the king crab trailing his three-edged pike. Then the king crab was sent for. Why were you, king crab, trailing your three-edged pike? Because your slave saw that the crayfish had shouldered his lance. Then the king sent for the crayfish and said, Was it you, crayfish, who was shouldering your lance? And the crayfish replied, Assuredly it was, your Majesty. And why did you shoulder it? Because your slave saw the otter coming down to devour your slave's own children. Oh, said King Solomon, if that is the case, you, otter, are the guilty party, and your complaint of your children's death cannot be sustained against the mouse deer by the law of the land. End of section 174. Read by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Section 175 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 175. The Alligator and the Jackal. Adapted by M. Frere. A hungry jackal once went down to the riverside in search of little crabs, bits of fish, and whatever else he could find for his dinner. Now it chanced that in this river there lived a great big alligator, who, being also very hungry, would have been extremely glad to eat the jackal. The jackal ran up and down here and there, but for a long time could find nothing to eat. At last, close to where the alligator was lying among some tall bulrushes under the clear, shallow water, he saw a little crab sidling along as fast as his legs could carry him. The jackal was so hungry that when he saw this, he poked his paw into the water to try to catch the crab, when, snap, the old alligator caught hold of him. "Oh dear," thought the jackal to himself, "what can I do? This great big alligator has caught my paw in his mouth, and in another minute he will drag me down by it under the water and kill me. My only chance is to make him think he has made a mistake." So he called out in a cheerful voice, clever alligator, to catch hold of a bulrush root instead of my paw. I hope you find it very tender." The alligator, who was so buried among the bulrushes that he could hardly see, thought, on hearing this, "Dear me, how tiresome! I fancied I'd caught hold of the jackal's paw, but there he is, calling out in a cheerful voice. I suppose I must have seized a bulrush root instead, as he says." And he let the jackal go. The jackal ran away as fast as he could, crying, "Oh, wise alligator, so you let me go again." Then the alligator was very much vexed, but the jackal had run away too far to be caught. Next day the jackal returned to the riverside to get his dinner, as before. But because he was very much afraid of the alligator, he called out, "Whenever I go to look for my dinner, I see the nice little crabs peeping up through the mud. Then I catch them and eat them. I wish I could see one now." The alligator, who was buried in the mud at the bottom of the river, heard every word. So he popped the little point of his snout above it, thinking, "If I do but just show the tip of my nose, the jackal will take me for a crab and put in his paw to catch me. And as soon as ever he does, I'll gobble him up." But no sooner did the Jackal see the little tip of the alligator's nose than he called out, "Aha, my friend, there you are. No dinner for me in this part of the river, then, I think." And so saying, he ran farther on and fished for his dinner a long way from that place. The alligator was very angry at missing his prey a second time, and determined not to let him escape again. So on the following day, when his little tormentor returned to the waterside, the alligator hid himself close to the bank in order to catch him if he could. Now the Jackal was rather afraid of going near the river, for he thought, "Perhaps the alligator will catch me today." But yet, being hungry, he did not wish to go without his dinner, so to make all as safe as he could, he cried, "Where are all the little crabs gone? There is not one here, and I am so hungry. And generally, even when they are under water, one can see them going bubble, 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 and all the little bubbles go pop, pop, pop." On hearing this, the alligator, who was buried in the mud under the riverbank, thought, "I will pretend to be a little crab," and he began to blow. Puff, 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 bubble, bubble, bubble. And all the great bubbles rushed to the surface of the river and burst there, and the waters eddied around and round like a whirlpool, and there was such a commotion when the huge monster began to blow bubbles in this way that the Jackal saw very well who must be there, and he ran away as fast as he could, saying, "Thank you, kind alligator, thank you, thank you. Indeed, I would not have come here had I known you were so close." This enraged the alligator extremely. It made him quite cross to think of being so often deceived by a little jackal, and he said to himself, "I will be taken in no more. Next time I will be very cunning." So for a long time he waited and waited for the Jackal to return to the riverside. But the Jackal did not come, for he had thought to himself, "If matters go on in this way, I shall some day be caught and eaten by the wicked old alligator. I had better content myself with living on wild figs." And he went no more near the river, but stayed in the jungles and ate wild figs and roots which he dug up with his paws. When the alligator found this out, he determined to try and catch the Jackal on land. So going under the largest of the wild fig trees, where the ground was covered with the fallen fruit, he collected a quantity of it together, and burying himself under the great heap, waited for the Jackal to appear. But no sooner did the cunning little animal see this great heap of wild figs all collected together than he thought, "That looks very like my friend the alligator." And to discover if it were so or not, he called out, "The juicy little wild figs I love to eat always tumble down from the tree and roll here and there as the wind drives them. But this great heap of figs is quite still. These cannot be good figs. I will not eat any of them." "Ho, ho," thought the alligator, "is that all? How suspicious this Jackal is. I will make the figs roll about a little. Then when he sees that, he will doubtless come and eat them." So the great beast shook himself, and all the heap of little figs went roll, 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 some a mile this way, some a mile that, farther than they had ever rolled before, or than the most blustering wind could have driven them. Seeing this, the Jackal scampered away, saying, "I am so much obliged to you, alligator, for letting me know you were there, for indeed I should hardly have guessed it. You were so buried under that heap of figs." The alligator, hearing this, was so angry that he ran after the Jackal, but the latter ran very, very fast away, too quickly to be caught. Then the alligator said to himself, I will not allow that little wretch to make fun of me another time and then run away out of reach. I will show him that I could be more cunning than he fancies. And early the next morning he crawled as fast as he could to the jackal's den, which was a hole in the side of a hill, and crept into it and hid himself, waiting for the jackal, who was out, to return home. But when the jackal got near the place, he looked about him and thought, Dear me, the ground looks as if some heavy creature had been walking over it, and here are great clods of earth knocked down from each side of the door of my den, as if a very big animal had been trying to squeeze himself through it. I certainly will not go inside until I know that all is safe there. So he called out, Little house, pretty house, my sweet little house, why do you not give an answer when I call? If I come, and all is safe and right, you always call out to me. Is anything wrong that you do not speak? Then the alligator, who was inside, thought, If that is the case, I had better call out, that he may fancy that all is right in his house. And in as gentle a voice as he could, he said, Sweet little jackal. At hearing these words, the jackal felt quite frightened, and thought to himself, So the dreadful old alligator is there. I must try to kill him if I can, for if I do not, he will certainly catch and kill me some day. He therefore answered, Thank you, my dear little house. I like to hear your pretty voice. I am coming in a minute, but first I must collect firewood to cook my dinner. And he ran as fast as he could and dragged all the dry branches and bits of stick he could find close up to the mouth of the den. Meantime, the alligator inside kept as quiet as a mouse. But he could not help laughing a little to himself as he thought, So I have deceived this tiresome little jackal at last. In a few minutes he will run in here, and then won't I snap him up? When the jackal had gathered together all the sticks he could find and put them round the mouth of his den, he set them on fire and pushed them as far into it as possible. There was such a quantity of them that they soon blazed up into a great fire, and the smoke and flames filled the den and smothered the wicked old alligator and burned him to death, while the little jackal ran up and down outside, dancing for joy and singing. How do you like my house, my friend? Is it nice and warm? Ding dong, ding dong. The alligator is dying. Ding dong, ding dong. He will trouble me no more. I have defeated my enemy. Ring-a-ting, ding-a-ting, ding-ding, dong. End of section 175. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 176 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 176. The Farmer and the Moneylender. There was once a farmer who suffered much at the hands of a moneylender. Good harvest or bad, the farmer was always poor, the moneylender rich. At the last, when he hadn't a farthing left, the farmer went to the moneylender's house and said, "You can't squeeze water from a stone, and as you have nothing to get by me now, you might tell me the secret of becoming rich." "My friend," returned the money-lender piously. "Riches come from Ram. Ask him." "Thank you, I will," replied the simple farmer. So he prepared 3 girdle cakes to last him on the journey, and set out to find Ram. First he met a Brahmin, and to him he gave a cake, asking him to point out the road to Ram. But the Brahmin only took the cake and went on his way without a word. Next the farmer met a yogi, or devotee, and to him he gave a cake, without receiving any help in return. At last he came upon a poor man sitting under a tree, and finding out he was hungry, the kindly farmer gave him his last cake, and sitting down to rest beside him, entered into conversation. "And where are you going?" asked the poor man at length. "Oh, I have a long journey before me, for I am going to find Ram," replied the farmer. "I don't suppose you could tell me which way to go." "Perhaps I can," said the poor man, smiling, "for I am Ram. What do you want of me?" Then the farmer told the whole story, and Ram, taking pity on him, gave him a conch shell and showed him how to blow it in a particular way, saying, "Remember, whatever you wish for, you have only to blow the conch that way, and your wish will be fulfilled. Only have a care of that money-lender, for even magic is not proof against his wiles." The farmer went back to his village rejoicing. In fact, the money-lender noticed his high spirits at once, and said to himself, "Some good fortune must have befallen the stupid fellow, to make him hold his head so jauntily." Therefore he went over to the simple farmer's house, and congratulated him on his good fortune in such cunning words, pretending to have heard all about it, that before long the farmer found himself telling the whole story, all except the secret of blowing the conch. For with all his simplicity, the farmer was not quite such a fool as to tell that. Nevertheless, the money-lender determined to have the conch by hook or by crook, and as he was villain enough not to stick at trifles, he waited for a favorable opportunity and stole the conch. But after nearly bursting himself with blowing the conch in every conceivable way, he was obliged to give up the secret as a bad job. However, being determined to succeed, he went back to the farmer and said coolly, "Look here, I've got your conch, but I can't use it. You haven't got it, so it's clear you can't use it either. Business is at a standstill unless we make a bargain. Now, I promise to give you back your conch and never to interfere with your using it, on one condition, which is this: whatever you get from it, I am to get double." "Never!" cried the farmer. "That would be the old business all over again." "Not at all," replied the wily money-lender. "You will have your share. Now, don't be a dog in the manger, for if you get all you want, what could it matter to you if I am rich or poor?" At last, though it went sorely against the grain to be of any benefit to a money-lender, the farmer was forced to yield, and from that time, no matter what he gained by power of the conch, the money-lender gained double, and the knowledge that this was so preyed upon the farmer's mind day and night, so that he had no satisfaction out of anything. At last there came a very dry season, so dry that the farmer's crops withered for want of rain. Then he blew his conch, and wished for a well to water them, and lo! there was the well. But the money-lender had two beautiful new wells. This was too much for any farmer to stand, and our friend brooded over it, and brooded over it, till at last a bright idea came into his head. He seized the conch, blew it loudly, and cried out, "O Ram, I wish to be blind of one eye." And so he was, in a twinkling. But the moneylender, of course, was blind of both, and in trying to steer his way between the two new wells he fell into one, and was drowned. Now, this true story shows that a farmer once got the better of a moneylender, but only by losing one of his eyes. End of section 176. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 177 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 177. Tit for Tat. There once lived a camel and a jackal who were great friends. One day the jackal said to the camel, "I know that there is a fine field of sugar cane on the other side of the river. If you will take me across, I'll show you the place. This plan will suit me as well as you. You will enjoy eating the sugar cane, and I am sure to find many crabs' bones and bits of fish by the riverside on which to make a good dinner." The camel consented and swam across the river, taking the jackal, who could not swim, on his back. When they reached the other side, the camel went to eating the sugar cane, and the jackal ran up and down the river bank, devouring all the crabs, bits of fish, and bones he could find. But being a much smaller animal, he had made an excellent meal before the camel had eaten more than 2 or 3 mouthfuls. And no sooner had he finished his dinner than he ran round and round the sugar-cane field, yelping and howling with all his might. The villagers heard him, and thought, "There is a jackal among the sugar-canes. He will be scratching holes in the ground and spoiling the roots of the plants." And they all went down to the place to drive him away. But when they got there, they found to their surprise not only a jackal, but a camel who was eating the sugar-canes. This made them very angry, and they caught the poor camel and drove him from the field and beat him until he was nearly dead. When they had gone, the jackal said to the camel, "We had better go home." And the camel said, "Very well, then jump upon my back as you did before." So the jackal jumped upon the camel's back, and the camel began to recross the river. When they had got well into the water, the camel said, "This is a pretty way in which you have treated me, friend jackal. No sooner had you finished your own dinner than you must go yelping about the place loud enough to arouse the whole village, and bring all the villagers down to beat me black and blue, and turn me out of the field before I had eaten 2 mouthfuls. What in the world did you make such a noise for?" "I don't know," said the jackal. "It's a custom I have. I always like to sing a little after dinner." The camel waded on through the river. The water reached up to his knees, then above them, up, 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 higher and higher, until he was obliged to swim. Then, turning to the jackal, he said, "I feel very anxious to roll." "Oh, pray don't. Why do you wish to do so?" asked the jackal. "I don't know," answered the camel. "It is a custom I have. I always like to have a little roll after dinner." So saying, he rolled over in the water, shaking the jackal off as he did so, and the jackal was drowned, but the camel swam safely ashore. End of section 177. Section 178 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 178. Sing Raja and the Cunning Little Jackals. Once upon a time, in a great jungle, there lived a great lion. He was Raja of all the country round, and every day he used to leave his den in the deepest shadow of the rocks and roar with a loud, angry voice. And when he roared, the other animals in the jungle, who were all his subjects, got very much frightened and ran here and there, and Singh Raja would pounce upon them and kill them and gobble them up for his dinner. This went on for a long, long time, until at last there were no living creatures left in the jungle but two little jackals, a Raja jackal and a Renee jackal, husband and wife. A very hard time of it the poor little jackals had, running this way and that to escape the terrible Singh Raja, and every day the little Renee jackal would say to her husband, "I am afraid he will catch us today. Do you hear how he is roaring? Oh dear, oh dear!" And he would answer her, "Never fear, I will take care of you. Let us run on a mile or two. Come, come, quick, quick, quick!" And they would both run away as fast as they could. After some time spent in this way, they found, however, one fine day, that the lion was so close upon them that they could not escape. Then the little Renee jackal said, "Husband, husband, I feel much frightened. The Singh Raja is so angry he will certainly kill us at once. What can we do?" But he answered, "Cheer up, we can save ourselves yet. Come, and I'll show you how we may manage it." So what did these cunning little jackals do but they went to the great lion's den, and when he saw them coming, he began to roar and shake his mane, and he said, "You little wretches, come and be eaten at once. I have had no dinner for 3 whole days, and all that time I have been running over hill and dale to find you. Roar, roar! Come and be eaten, I say." And he lashed his tail and gnashed his teeth and looked very terrible indeed. Then the jackal Raja, creeping quite close up to him, said, "O great Singh Raja, we all know you are our master, and we would have come at your bidding long ago. But indeed, sir, there is a much bigger Raja even than you in this jungle, and he tried to catch hold of us and eat us up, and frighten us so much that we were obliged to run away." "What do you mean?" growled Singh Raja. "There is no king in this jungle but me." "Ah, sire," answered the jackal, "in truth one would think so, for you are very dreadful. Your very voice is death. But it is as we say, for we with our own eyes have seen one with whom you could not compete, whose equal you can no more be than we are yours, whose face is as flaming fire, his step as thunder, and his power supreme." "It is impossible," interrupted the old lion. "But show me this Raja of whom you speak so much, that I may destroy him instantly." Then the little jackals ran on before him until they reached a great well, and pointing down to his own reflection in the water, they said, "See, sire, there lives the terrible king of whom we spoke." When Singh Raja looked down the well, he became very angry, for he thought he saw another lion there. He roared and shook his great mane, and the shadow lion shook his and looked terribly defiant. At last, beside himself with rage at the violence of his opponent, Singh Raja sprang down to kill him at once. But no other lion was there, only the treacherous reflection, and the sides of the well were so steep that he could not get out again to punish the two jackals, who peeped over the top. After struggling for some time in the deep water, he sank, to rise no more. And the little jackals threw stones down upon him from above, and danced round and round the well, singing, "Ayo, ayo, 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 the king of the forest is dead, is dead. We have killed the great lion who would have killed us. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ring-a-ting, ding-a-ting, ring-a-ting, ding-a-ting, ayo, ayo, ayo." End of section 178.
Section 179 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 179. The White Stone Canoe, adapted by H.R. Schoolcraft. There was once a very beautiful Indian maiden who died suddenly on the day she was to have been married to a handsome young warrior. He was also brave, but his heart was not proof against this loss. From the hour she was buried, there was no more joy or peace for him. He went often to visit the spot where the women had buried her, and sat musing there, when it was thought by some of his friends he would have done better to try to amuse himself in the chase, or by diverting his thoughts in the war-path. But war and hunting had both lost their charms for him. His heart was already dead within him. He pushed aside both his war club and his bow and arrows. He had heard the old people say that there was a path that led to the land of souls, and he determined to follow it. He accordingly set out one morning after having completed his preparations for the journey. At first he hardly knew which way to go. He was only guided by the tradition that he must go south. For a while he could see no change in the face of the country. Forests and hills and valleys and streams had the same look which they wore in his native place. There was snow on the ground when he set out, and it was sometimes seen to be piled and matted on the thick trees and bushes. At length it began to diminish, and finally disappeared. The forest assumed a more cheerful appearance, the leaves put forth their buds, and before he was aware of the completeness of the change, he found himself surrounded by spring. He had left behind him the land of snow and ice. The air became mild, the dark clouds of winter had rolled away from the sky, a pure field of blue was above him, and as he went he saw flowers beside his path, and heard the songs of birds. By these signs he knew he was going the right way, for they agreed with the traditions of his tribe. At length he spied a path. It led him through a grove, then up a long and elevated ridge, on the very top of which he came to a lodge. At the door stood an old man, with white hair, whose eyes, though deeply sunk, had a fiery brilliance. He had a long robe of skins thrown loosely around his shoulders, and a staff in his hands. The young Chippewayan began to tell his story, but the venerable chief arrested him before he had proceeded to speak 10 words. "I have expected you," he replied, "and had just risen to bid you welcome to my abode. She whom you seek passed here but a few days since, and being fatigued with her journey, rested herself here. Enter my lodge and be seated, and I will then satisfy your inquiries and give you directions for your journey from this point." Having done this, they both issued forth to the lodge door. "You see yonder gulf," said he, "and the wide stretching blue plains beyond? It is the land of souls. You stand upon its borders, and my lodge is the gate of entrance. But you cannot take your body along. Leave it here with your bow and arrows, your bundle, and your dog. You will find them safe on your return." So saying, he re-entered the lodge, and the freed traveler bounded forward as if his feet had suddenly been endowed with the power of wings. But all things retained their natural colors and shapes. The woods and leaves and streams and lakes were only more bright and comely than he had ever witnessed. Animals bounded across his path with a freedom and a confidence which seemed to tell him there was no blood shed here. Birds of beautiful plumage inhabited the groves, and sported in the waters. There was but one thing in which he saw a very unusual effect. He noticed that his passage was not stopped by trees or other objects. He appeared to walk directly through them. They were, in fact, but the souls or shadows of material trees. He became sensible that he was in a land of shadows. When he had traveled half a day's journey through a country which was continually becoming more attractive, he came to the banks of a broad lake, in the center of which was a large and beautiful island. He found a canoe of shining white stone tied to the shore. He was now sure that he had taken the right path, for the aged man had told him this. There were also shining paddles. He immediately entered the canoe and took the paddles in his hands, when to his joy and surprise, on turning round, he beheld the object of his search in another canoe, exactly its counterpart in everything. She had exactly imitated his motions, and they were side by side. They at once pushed out from shore and began to cross the lake. Its waves seemed to be rising, and at a distance looked ready to swallow them up. But just as they entered the whitened edge of them, they seemed to melt away, as if they were but the images of waves. But no sooner was one wreath of foam past than another, more threatening still, arose. Thus they were in perpetual fear, and what added to it was the clearness of the water, through which they could see heaps of beings who had perished before, and whose bones lay strewed on the bottom of the lake. The Master of Life had, however, decreed to let them pass, for the actions of neither of them had been bad. But they saw many others struggling and sinking in the waves. Old and young of all ages and ranks were there. Some passed, and some sank. It was only the little children whose canoes seemed to meet no waves. At length every difficulty was gone, as in a moment, and they both leaped out on the happy island. They felt that the very air was food. It strengthened and nourished them. They wandered together over the blissful fields, where everything was formed to please the eye and the ear. There were no tempests. There was no ice, no chilly winds. No one shivered for the want of warm clothes. No one suffered hunger. No one mourned for the dead. They saw no graves. They heard of no wars. There was no hunting of animals, for the air itself was their food. Gladly would the young warrior have remained there forever, but he was obliged to go back for his body. He did not see the Master of Life, but he heard his voice in a soft breeze. "Go back," said this voice, "to the land from whence you came. Your time has not yet come. The duties for which I made you, and which you are to perform, are not yet finished. Return to your people and accomplish the duties of a good man. You will be the ruler of your tribe for many days. The rules you must observe will be told you by my messenger who keeps the gate. When he surrenders back your body, he will tell you what to do. Listen to him, and you shall afterward rejoin the spirit which you must now leave behind. She is accepted and will be ever here, as young and as happy as she was when I first called her from the land of snows." When this voice ceased, the narrator awoke. It was all the fabric of a dream, and he was still in the bitter land of snows, and hunger, and tears. End of section 179. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 180 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Priscilla Hewitt. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by Various Authors. Section 180. The Maiden Who Loved a Fish. There was once among the marsh peas a small tribe who have their hunting grounds on the shores of the great lake near the Cape of Storms, a woman whose name was Awashanks. She was rather silly and very idle. For days together she would sit doing nothing. Then she was so ugly and ill-shaped that not one of the youths of the village would have aught to say to her by way of courtship or marriage. She squinted very much. Her face was long and thin, her nose excessively large and humped, her teeth crooked and projecting, her chin almost as sharp as the bill of a loon, and her ears as large as those of a deer. Altogether, she was a very odd and strangely formed woman, and wherever she went she never failed to excite much laughter and derision among those who thought that ugliness and deformity were fit subjects for ridicule. Though so very ugly, there was one faculty she possessed in a more remarkable degree than any woman of the tribe. It was that of singing. Nothing, unless such could be found in the land of spirits, could equal the sweetness of her voice or the beauty of her songs. Her favorite place of resort was a small hill, a little removed from the river of her people, and there, seated beneath the shady trees, she would while away the hours of summer with her charming songs. So beautiful and melodious were the things she uttered that by the time she had sung a single sentence, the branches above her head would be filled with the birds that came thither to listen. The thickets around her would be crowded with beasts, and the waters rolling beside her would be alive with fishes, all attracted by the sweet sounds. From the minnow to the porpoise, from the wren to the eagle, from the snail to the lobster, from the mouse to the mole, all hastened to the spot to listen to the charming songs of the hideous marsh-pea maiden. Among the fishes which repaired every night to the vicinity of the little hillock, which was the chosen resting place of the ugly songstress, was the great chief of the trouts, a tribe of fish inhabiting the river nearby. The chief was of a far greater size than the people of his nation usually are, being as long as a man and quite as broad. Of all the creatures which came to listen to the singing of Awashanks, none appeared to enjoy it so highly as the chief of the trouts. As his bulk prevented him from approaching so near as he wished, he from time to time, in his eagerness to enjoy the music to the best advantage, ran his nose into the ground, and thus worked his way a considerable distance into the land. Nightly he continued his exertions to approach the source of the delightful sounds he heard, till at length he had ploughed out a wide and handsome channel, and so effected his passage from the river to the hill, a distance extending an arrow's flight. Thither he repaired every night at the commencement of darkness, sure to meet the maiden who had become so necessary to his happiness. Soon he began to speak of the pleasure he enjoyed, and to fill the ears of Awashanks with fond protestations of his love and affection. Instead of singing to him, she now began to listen to his voice. It was something so new and strange to her to hear the tones of love and courtship, a thing so unusual to be told she was beautiful that it is not wonderful her head was turned by the new incident, and that she began to think the voice of her lover the sweetest she had ever heard. One thing marred their happiness. This was that the trout could not live upon land, nor the maiden in the water. This state of things gave them much sorrow. They had met one evening at the usual place, and were discoursing together, lamenting that two who loved each other so should be doomed always to live apart, when a man appeared close to Awashanks. He asked the lovers why they seemed to be so sad. The chief of the trouts told the stranger the cause of their sorrow. "Be not grieved nor hopeless," said the stranger, when the chief had finished. "The impediments can be removed. I am the spirit who presides over fishes, and though I cannot make a man or woman of a fish, I can make them into fish. Under my power, Awashanks shall become a beautiful trout." With that he bade the girl follow him into the river. When they had waded in some little depth, he took up some water in his hand and poured it over her head, muttering some words, of which none but himself knew the meaning. Immediately a change took place in her. Her body took the form of a fish, and in a few moments she was a complete trout. Having accomplished this transformation, the spirit gave her to the chief of the trouts, and the pair glided off into the deep and quiet waters. She did not, however, forget the land of her birth. Every season, on the same night as that upon which her disappearance from her tribe had been wrought, there were to be seen 2 trouts of enormous size playing in the water off the shore. They continued their visits till the pale-faces came to the country, when, deeming themselves to be in danger from a people who paid no reverence to the spirits of the land, they bade it adieu forever. End of section 180. Recording by Priscilla Hewitt.
Section 181 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 181. The Star Wife. In the days when the buffalo raced and thundered over the earth, and the stars danced and sang in the sky, a brave young hunter lived on the bank of the Battle River. He was fond of the red flowers and the blue sky, and when the rest of the Indians went out to hunt in waistcloths of skin, he put on his fringed leggings all heavy with blue beads, and painted red rings and stripes on his face, till he was as gay as the earth and the sky himself. High Feather was his name, and he always wore a red swan's feather on his head. One day, when High Feather was out with his bow and arrows, he came on a little beaten trail that he had never seen before, and he followed it, but he found that it went round and round, and brought him back to where he had started. It came from nowhere, and it went to nowhere. "What sort of animal has made this?" he said, and he lay down in the middle of the ring to think, looking up into the blue sky. While he lay thinking, he saw a little speck up above him in the sky, and thought it was an eagle, but the speck grew bigger, and sank down and down, till he saw it was a great basket coming down out of the sky. He jumped up and ran back to a little hollow, and lay down to hide in a patch of tall red flowers. Then he peeped out, and saw the basket come down to the earth, and rest on the grass, in the middle of the ring. 12 beautiful maidens were leaning over the edge of the basket. They were not Indian maidens, for their faces were pink and white, and their long hair was bright red-brown, like a fox's fur, and their clothes were sky-blue, and floating light as cobwebs. The maidens jumped out of the basket, and began to dance round and round the ring trail, one behind the other, drumming with their fingers on little drums of eagle skin, and singing such beautiful songs as High Feather had never heard. Then High Feather jumped up and ran towards the ring, crying out, "Let me dance and sing with you." The maidens were frightened, and ran to the basket and jumped in, and the basket flew up into the sky, and grew smaller, till at last he could not see it at all. The young man went home to his wigwam, and his mother roasted buffalo meat for his dinner, but he could not eat, and he could not think of anything but the 12 beautiful maidens. His mother begged him to tell her what the matter was, and at last he told her, and said he would never be happy till he brought one of the maidens home to be his wife. "Those must be the Star People," said his mother, who was a great magician. The prairie was full of magic in those days, before the white man came and the buffalo went. "You had better take an Indian girl for your wife. Don't think any more of the Star Maidens, or you will have much trouble." "I care little how much trouble I have, so long as I get a Star Maiden for my wife," he said, "and I am going to get one, if I have to wait till the world ends." "If you must, you must," said his mother. So next morning she sewed a bit of gopher's fur onto his feather, and he ate a good breakfast of buffalo meat and tramped away over the prairie to the dancing ring. As soon as he came into the ring, he turned into a gopher, but there were no gopher's holes there for him to hide in, so he had to lie on the grass and wait. Presently he saw a speck up in the sky, and the speck grew larger and larger till it became a basket, and the basket came down and down till it rested on the earth in the middle of the ring. The eldest maiden put her head over the edge and looked all around, north and east and south and west. "There is no man here," she said, so they all jumped out to have their dance. But before they came to the beaten ring, the youngest maiden spied the gopher, and called out to her sisters to look at it. "Away, away!" cried the eldest maiden. "No gopher would dare to come on our dancing ground. It is a conjurer in disguise." So she took her younger sister by the arm and pulled her away to the basket, and they all jumped in, and the basket went sailing up into the sky before Highfeather could get out of his gopher skin or say a word. The young man went home very miserable, but when his mother heard what had happened, she said, "It is a hard thing you want to do, but if you must, you must. Tonight I will make some fresh magic, and you can try again tomorrow." Next morning Highfeather asked for his breakfast, but his mother said, "You must not have any buffalo meat, or it will spoil the magic. You must not eat anything but the wild strawberries you find on the prairie as you go." Then she sewed a little bit of mouse's whisker onto his red feather, and he tramped away across the prairie, picking wild strawberries and eating them as he went, till he came to the dancing ring. As soon as he was inside the ring, he turned into a little mouse and made friends with the family of mice that lived in a hole under the grass, and the mother mouse promised to help him all she could. They had not waited long when the basket came dropping out of the sky. The eldest sister put her head over the edge and looked all around, north and west and south and east, and down on the ground. "There is no man here," she said, "and I do not see any gopher, but you must be very careful." So they all got out of the basket and began to dance round the ring, drumming and singing as they went. But when they came near the mouse's nest, the eldest sister held up her hand, and they stopped dancing and held their breath. Then she tapped on the ground and listened. "It does not sound so hollow as it did," she said. "The mice have a visitor." And she tapped again and called out, "Come and show yourselves, you little traitors, or we will dig you up." But the mother mouse had made another door to her nest, just outside the ring, working very fast with all her toes, and while the maidens were looking for her inside the ring, she came out at the other door with all her children and scampered away across the prairie. The maidens turned round and ran after them, all but the youngest sister, who did not want anyone to be killed, and Highfeather came out of the hole and turned himself into what he was, and caught her by the arm. "Come home and marry me," he said, "and dance with the Indian maidens, and I will hunt for you, and mother will cook for you, and you will be much happier than up in the sky." Her sisters came rushing round her, and begged her to go back home to the sky with them. But she looked into the young man's eyes and said she would go with him wherever he went. So the other maidens went weeping and wailing up into the sky, and Highfeather took his star wife home to his tent on the bank of the Battle River. Highfeather's mother was glad to see them both, but she whispered in his ear, You must never let her out of your sight if you want to keep her. You must take her with you everywhere you go." And he did so. He took her with him every time he went hunting, and he made her a bow and arrows, but she would never use them. She would pick wild strawberries and gooseberries and raspberries as they went along, but she would never kill anything, and she would never eat anything that anyone else had killed. She only ate berries and crushed corn. One day, while the young man's wife was embroidering feather stars on a dancing cloth, and his mother was gossiping in a tent at the other end of the village, a little yellow bird flew in and perched on High Feather's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "There is a great flock of wild red swans just over on Loon Lake. If you come quickly and quietly, you can catch them before they fly away. But do not tell your wife, for red swans cannot bear the sight of a woman, and they can tell if one comes within a mile of them." High Feather had never seen or heard of a red swan before. All the red feathers he wore he had had to paint. He looked at his wife, and as she was sewing busily and looking down at her star embroidering, he thought he could slip away and get back before she knew he had gone. But as soon as he was out of sight, the little yellow bird flew in and perched on her shoulder, and sang her such a beautiful song about her sisters in the sky that she forgot everything else and slipped out and ran like the wind and got to the dancing ring just as her sisters came down in their basket. Then they all gathered round her and begged her to go home with them. But she only said, "High Feather is a brave man, and he is very good to me, and I will never leave him." When they saw they could not make her leave her husband, the older sister said, "If you must stay, you must, but just come up for an hour to let your father see you, because he has been mourning for you ever since you went away." The star wife did not wish to go, but she wanted to see her father once more, so she got into the basket, and it sailed away up into the sky. Her father was very glad to see her, and she was very glad to see him, and they talked till the blue sky was getting grey. Then she remembered that she ought to have gone home long before. "Now I must go back to my husband," she said. "That you shall never do," said her father. And he shut her up in a white cloud, and said she should stay there till she promised never to go back to the prairie. She begged to be let out, but it was no use. Then she began to weep, and she wept so much that the cloud began to weep too, and it was weeping itself quite away. So her father saw she would go down to the earth in rain if he kept her in the cloud any longer, and he let her out. "What must I do for you," he said, "to make you stay with us here and be happy?" "I will not stay here," she said, "unless my husband comes and lives here too." "I will send for him at once," said her father. So he sent the basket down empty, and it rested in the middle of the dancing ring. Now when High Feather reached Loon Lake, he found it covered with red swans. He shot 2 with 1 arrow, and then all the rest flew away. He picked up the 2 swans and hurried back to his tent, and there lay the dancing cloth with the feather stars on it, half finished, but no wife could he see. He called her, but she did not answer. He rushed out with the 2 red swans still slung round his neck and hanging down his back, and ran to the dancing ring, but nobody was there. "I will wait till she comes back," he said to himself, "if I have to wait till the world ends." So he threw himself down on the grass and lay looking up at the stars till he went to sleep. Early in the morning he heard a rustling on the grass, and when he opened his eyes he saw the great basket close beside him. He jumped up with the 2 red swans still slung round his neck and climbed into the basket. There was nobody there, and when he began to climb out again, he found that the basket was halfway up to the sky. It went up, and at last it came into the star country, where his wife was waiting for him. Her father gave them a beautiful blue tent to live in, and High Feather was happy enough for a while, but he soon grew tired of the cloudberries that the star people ate, and he longed to tramp over the solid green prairie, so he asked his wife's father to let him take her back to the earth. "No," said the Starman, "because then I should never see her again. If you stay with us, you will soon forget the dull old earth." The young man said nothing, But he put on the wings of one of the red swans, and he put the other red swan's wings on his wife. And they leapt over the edge of the star country and flew down through the air to the prairie, and came to the tent where High Feather's mother was mourning for them. And there was a great feast in the village, because they had come back safe and sound. The star wife finished embroidering her dancing cloth that day, and whenever the Indians danced, she danced with them. She never went back to the Star Maiden's dancing ring, but she still lived on berries and corn, because she would never kill anything, except one thing, and that was the little yellow bird. It flew into her tent one day when High Feather had his back turned, and began to whisper into the star wife's ear, but it never came to trouble her again. End of section 181, The Star Wife. Recording by Ross Clement.
Section 182 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 182. The Story of Caliph Stork. Caliph Cherished of Baghdad was reclining on his divan one pleasant afternoon, smoking his long pipe and sipping coffee from a handsome dish which a slave was holding for him, when his Grand Vizier Mansour entered and told him of a pedlar in the court below whose wares might interest him. The Caliph, being in an affable state of mind, summoned the pedlar, who, delighted with the opportunity, displayed all the treasures of his pack. There were pearls, rings, silks, and many other rich things. The Caliph selected something for himself, a handsome present for the Vizier, and another for the Vizier's wife. Just as the pedlar was putting the things back into his box, the Caliph noticed a small drawer and asked what it contained. "Only something of no value which I picked up in a street of Mecca," the pedlar replied. He thereupon opened the drawer and showed the Caliph a small box, containing a black powder and a scroll written in characters which neither the Caliph nor his Grand Vizier could make out. The Caliph immediately decided that he wanted this strange scroll, and the pedlar was persuaded to part with it for a trifle. Then the Vizier was asked to find someone to decipher its meaning. Near the mosque lived a man called Selim, who was so learned that he knew every language in the world. When the Vizier brought him to interpret the scroll, the Caliph said to him, "They tell me that you are a scholar and can read all languages. If you can decipher what is written here, I shall know that it is true, and will give you a robe of honour. But if you fail, I shall have you punished with many strokes, because you are falsely named." Selim prostrated himself at the feet of the Caliph, and then took the scroll. He had not looked at it long when he exclaimed, "My lord and master, I hope to die if this is not Latin." "Well, if so, let us hear what it says," the Caliph impatiently answered. Selim at once began. "Let him who finds this box praise Allah. If he snuffs the powder it contains, at the same time pronouncing the word Matabor, he will be transformed into any creature that he desires, and will understand the language of all animals. When he wishes to return to his own form, let him bow to the east 3 times, repeating the word Matabor. But remember, if while he is bird or beast he should laugh, the magic word would be forgotten, and the enchantment would be on him forever." The Caliph was delighted with the knowledge of Selim. He made him a splendid present and told him to keep the secret. When he had dismissed the learned man, he turned to the Grand Vizier and expressed a wish to try the powder. "Come tomorrow morning early," said he, "and we will go together to the country and learn what the animals are talking about." The Vizier came as he was ordered, and they left the palace without attendants. Beyond the town was a large pond where some handsome storks were often seen, and to this place they presently came. A grave and stately stork was hunting for frogs, while another flew about and kept him company. "Most gracious lord," said the Vizier, "what think you of these dignified long legs, and how would you like to know their chatter?" The Caliph replied that the stork had always interested him, and he would very much like a more intimate acquaintance. Taking the box from his girdle, he helped himself to a pinch of snuff, and offered it to the vizier, who followed his example. Together they cried Matabor, and instantly their beards disappeared, and feathers covered their bodies. Their necks stretched out long and slender, and their legs shriveled into red and shapeless sticks. The Caliph lifted up his foot to stroke his beard in astonishment, but found a long bill in its place. "By the beard of the Prophet, since I have not one of my own to swear by, but we are a pretty pair of birds, Mansour." "If I may say so, your Highness, you are equally handsome as a stork, as when you were a caliph," replied the vizier. "I see our two relations are conversing over there. Shall we join them?" When they came near to where the storks were smoothing their feathers and touching bills in the most friendly manner, this was the conversation they overheard. "Will you have some of my frog's legs for breakfast, Dame Yellowlegs?" "No, thank you. I am obliged to practice a dance for my father's guests, and cannot eat." Thereupon Dame Yellowlegs stepped out and began to pose, most gracefully. The Caliph and the vizier watched her until she stood on one foot and spread her wings. Then they both at the same time burst into such peals of laughter that the two storks flew away. Suddenly, however, the vizier ceased his mirth and commenced bowing to the east. The Caliph recovered himself and did the same, but neither could think of the magic word. "Mansour, just recall that unholy word, and I will become Caliph once more, and you my Grand Vizier. I have had enough of being a bird for one day." "Most gracious lord, that dancing stork has undone us, for since laughing at her antics, I cannot remember the word that will restore us to human shape." So at last, in despair, the two unhappy birds wandered through the meadows. They appeased their hunger with fruits, for they could not bring themselves to eat frogs and lizards. As they dared not return to Baghdad and tell the people their chagrin, they flew over the city and had the satisfaction of seeing signs of mourning and confusion. In a few days, however, while sitting on the roof of a house, they saw a splendid procession coming up the street, and the people welcoming the new ruler. "Hail! Hail Mirza, rule of Baghdad!" they shouted. The procession came nearer. At the head of it the Caliph saw a man dressed in scarlet and gold riding a handsome horse. He at once recognized the new ruler as the son of his worst enemy. "Behold," said he, "the explanation of our enchantment. This is the son of Kashnur, the magician, who is my great enemy, who seeks revenge. Let us not lose hope, but fly to the sacred grave of the Prophet and pray to be released from the spell." They at once spread their wings and soared away toward Medina, but not being accustomed to such long flights, they soon became fatigued and descended to a ruin which stood in a valley below. The two enchanted birds decided to remain there for the night, then wandered through the deserted rooms and corridors, which gave of evidence of former splendor. Suddenly the vizier stopped and remarked that if it were not ridiculous for a stork to be afraid of ghosts, he would feel decidedly nervous. The Caliph listened and heard a low moaning and sobbing, which seemed to come from a room down the passage. He started to rush toward it, but the vizier held him fast by a wing. He had retained the brave heart that he had possessed when a Caliph, however, and freeing himself from the vizier's bill, he hurried to the room whence came the pitiful sounds. The moon shone through a barred window and showed him a screech owl sitting on the floor of the ruined chamber, lamenting in a hoarse voice. The vizier had cautiously stolen up beside the Caliph, and at the sight of the two storks the screech owl uttered a cry of pleasure. To their astonishment it addressed them in Arabic in the following words: "I have abandoned myself to despair, but I believe my deliverance is near, for it was prophesied in my youth that a stork would bring me good fortune." The Caliph, thus appealed to, arched his neck most gracefully, and replied, "Alas, screech owl, I fear we are unable to aid you, as you will understand when you have heard our miserable story." He then related how the magician Kashnur had exchanged them into storks and made his own son ruler of Baghdad. The screech owl became very much excited and exclaimed, "How strange that misfortune should come to us through the same man! I am Tusa, the daughter of the king of the Indies. The magician Kashnur came one day to my father to ask my hand in marriage for his son Mirza. My father ordered him thrown down the stairs, and in revenge he managed to have given me a powder which changed me into this hideous shape. He then conveyed me to this lonely castle, and I swore I should remain here until someone asked me to be his wife, and so freed me from the enchantment." At the conclusion of her story, the screech owl wept anew and would not be consoled. Suddenly, however, she wiped her eyes on her wing and said, "I have an idea that may lead to our deliverance. Once every month the magician Kaschnur and his companions meet in a large hall at this castle, where they feast and relate their evil deeds. We will listen outside the door, and perhaps you may hear the forgotten word. Then, when you have resumed human form, one of you can ask to marry me, that I too may be freed from this wretched enchantment, and the prophecy that a stork would bring me happiness would be fulfilled." The Caliph and the Vizier withdrew and consulted over the situation. "It is unfortunate," said the Caliph, "but if we are to meet again, I think you will have to ask the screech owl to marry you." "Not so, your Highness. I already have a wife, and would rather remain a stork forever than take another. Besides, I am an old man, while you are young and unmarried, and much better suited to a beautiful princess." "That is it," said the Caliph. "How do I know that she will not prove to be some old fright?" As the Vizier was firm, the Caliph at last said he would take the chances and do as the screech owl required. That very night it so happened that the magicians met at the ruined castle. The screech owl led the two storks through difficult passages till they came to a hole in the wall, through which they could plainly see all that transpired in the lighted hall. Handsomely carved pillars adorned the room, and a table was spread with many dishes. About the table sat 8 men, among whom was their enemy, the magician. He entertained the company with many stories, and at last came to his latest, that of turning the Caliph and Vizier into storks, in relating which he pronounced the magic word. The storks did not wait to hear more, but ran to the door of the castle. The screech owl followed as fast as she could, and when the Caliph saw her, he exclaimed, "To prove my gratitude, O our deliverer, I beg you to take me for your husband." Then the two storks faced the rising sun and bowed their long necks 3 times. "Matabor," they solemnly cried together, and in an instant they were no longer storks, but stood before each other in their natural forms. In their joy they fell on each other's necks and forgot all about the screech owl, until they heard a sweet voice beside them, and turning beheld a beautiful princess. When the Caliph recovered from his astonishment, he said that he was now indeed enchanted, and hoped to remain so always. They then started at once for the gate of Baghdad, and when they arrived the people were overjoyed, for they had believed their ruler dead. The magician was taken to the ruined castle and hanged, and his son was given the choice of the black powder or death. Choosing the powder, he was changed into a stork and was kept in the palace gardens. Caliph Cherished and the princess were married, and when their children grew old enough, the Caliph often amused them with imitations of the Grand Vizier when he was a stork, while Mansur sat smiling and pulling his long beard. End of section 182.
Section 183 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Children's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 183, Persevere and Prosper. Persevere and Prosper, adapted by A.R. Montalba. He that seeketh shall find, and to him that knocketh shall be opened, says an old Arab proverb. I will try that, said a youth one day. To carry out his intention, he journeyed to Baghdad, where he presented himself before the Vizier. Lord, said he, for many years I have lived a quiet and solitary life, the monotony of which wearies me. I have never permitted myself earnestly to will anything, but as my teacher daily repeated to me, he that seeketh shall find, and to him that knocketh shall be opened. So have I now come to the resolution with might and heart to will, and the resolution of my will is nothing less than to have the Caliph's daughter for my wife." The vizier thought the poor man was mad, and told him to call again some other time. Perseveringly he daily returned, and never felt disconcerted at the same often repeated answer. One day the Caliph called on the vizier, as the youth was repeating his statement. Full of astonishment, the Caliph listened to the strange demand, and being in no humour for having the poor youth's head taken off, but on the contrary, being rather inclined for pleasantry, his mightiness condescendingly said, "For the great, the wise, or the brave, to request a princess for wife is a moderate demand. But what are your claims? To be the possessor of my daughter, you must distinguish yourself by one of these attributes, or else by some great undertaking. Ages ago a carbuncle of inestimable value was lost in the Tigris. He who finds it shall have the hand of my daughter." The youth, satisfied with the promise of the Caliph, went to the shores of the Tigris. With a small vessel he went every morning to the river, scooping out the water and throwing it on the land. After having for hours thus employed himself, he knelt down and prayed. The fishes became at last uneasy at his perseverance, and being fearful that, in the course of time, he might exhaust the waters, they assembled in great council. "What is the purpose of this man?" demanded the monarch of the fishes. "The possession of the carbuncle that lies buried in the bottom of the Tigris," was the reply. "I advise you then," said the aged monarch, "to give it up to him, for if he has the steady will, and is positively resolved to find it, he will work until he has drained the last drop of water from the Tigris, rather than deviate a hair's breadth from his purpose." The fishes, out of fear, threw the carbuncle into the vessel of the youth, and the latter, as a reward, received the daughter of the Caliph for his wife. He who earnestly wills can do much. End of section 183. Persevere and Prosper. Recording by Ross Clement.
Section 184 of Childhood Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 184. The Most Frugal of Men. A man who was considered the most frugal of all the dwellers in a certain kingdom heard of another man who was the most frugal in the whole world. He said to his son thereupon, "We indeed live upon little, but if we were more frugal still, we might live upon nothing at all. It will be well worth while for us to get instructions in economy from the most frugal of men." The son agreed, and the two decided that the son should go and inquire whether the master in economic science would take pupils. An exchange of presents being a necessary preliminary to closer intercourse, the father told the son to take the smallest of coins, 1 farthing, and to buy a sheet of paper of the cheapest sort. The boy, by bargaining, got 2 sheets of paper for the farthing. The father put away 1 sheet, cut the other sheet in halves, and on 1/2 drew a picture of a pig's head. This he put into a large covered basket, as if it were the thing which it represented, the usual gift sent in token of great respect. The son took the basket, and after a long journey reached the abode of the most frugal man in the world. The master of the house was absent, but his son received the traveller, learned his errand, and accepted the offering. Having taken from the basket the picture of the pig's head, he said courteously to his visitor, "I am sorry that we have nothing in the house that is worthy to take the place of the pig's head in your basket. I will, however, signify our friendly reception of it by putting in 4 oranges for you to take home with you." Thereupon the young man, without having any oranges at hand, made the motions necessary for putting the fruit into the basket. The son of the most frugal man in the kingdom then took the basket and went to his father to tell of thrift surpassing his own. When the most frugal man in the world returned home, his son told him that a visitor had been there, having come from a great distance to take lessons in economy. The father inquired what offering he brought as an introduction, and the son showed the small outline of the pig's head on thin brown paper. The father looked at it, and then asked his son what he had sent as a return present. The son told him he had merely made the motions necessary for transferring 4 oranges, and showed how he had clasped the imaginary fruit and deposited it in the visitor's basket. The father immediately flew into a terrible rage and boxed the boy's ears, exclaiming, "You extravagant wretch! With your fingers thus far apart, you appeared to give him large oranges. Why didn't you measure out small ones?" End of The Most Frugal of Men.
Section 185 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. The Moon Cake. A little boy had a cake that a big boy coveted. Designing to get the cake without making the little boy cry so loud as to attract his mother's attention, the big boy remarked that the cake would be prettier if it were more like the moon. The little boy thought that a cake like the moon must be desirable, and on being assured by the big boy that he had made many such, he handed over his cake for manipulation. The big boy took out a mouthful, leaving a crescent with a jagged edge. The little boy was not pleased by the change, and began to whimper, whereupon the big boy pacified him by saying that he would make the cake into a half-moon. So he nibbled off the horns of the crescent and gnawed the edge smooth, but when the half-moon was made, the little boy perceived that there was hardly any cake left, and he again began to snivel. The big boy again diverted him by telling him that, if he did not like so small a moon, he should have one that was just the size of the real orb. He then took the cake and explained that, just before the new moon is seen, the old moon disappears. Then he swallowed the rest of the cake and ran off, leaving the little boy waiting for the new moon. End of section 185.
Section 186 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alma Molino. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 186, The Ladle That Fell from the Moon. Once there was an old woman who lived on what she got by wile from her relatives and neighbors. Her husband's brother lived alone with his only son in a house near hers, and when the son brought home a wife, the old woman went to call on the bride. During the call she inquired of the bride whether she had not, since her arrival in the house, heard a scratching at night among the boxes containing her wedding outfit. The bride said she had not. A few days later the old woman came again, and during the visit the bride remarked that, before the matter was mentioned, she had heard no scratching among her boxes, but that since that time she had listened for it, and had heard it every night. The old woman advised her to look carefully after her clothing, saying that there were evidently many mice in the house, and that she would be likely at any time to find her best garments nibbled into shreds. The old woman knew there was no cat in the house, but she inquired whether there was one, and on hearing that there was not, she offered to lend the young woman her own black and white cat, saying that it would soon extirpate all the mice. The bride accepted the loan, and the old woman brought the cat and left it in the bride's apartment. After a few hours the cat disappeared, and the bride, supposing it to have gone home, made no search for it. It did indeed go home, and the old woman secretly disposed of it, But several days later she came to the young woman and said that, when she lent the cat, her house had been free from mice, but that, as soon as the cat was gone, the mice came and multiplied so fast that now everything was overrun by them, and she would be obliged to take the cat home again. The young woman told her that the cat went away the same day that it came, and she had supposed it had gone home. The old woman said it had not, and that nothing could compensate her for the loss of it, for she had reared it herself. That there was never before seen such a cat for catching mice. That a cat, spotted as that one was seldom found, and that it was of the rare breed which gave rise to the common saying, "A coal-black cat with snowy loins is worth its weight in silver coins," and that the weight of her cat was 200 ounces. The young woman was greatly surprised by this estimate of the value of the lost cat, and went to her father-in-law and related all that had occurred. The father-in-law, knowing the character of the old woman, could neither eat nor sleep, so harassed was he by the expectation that she would worry his daughter-in-law till the 200 ounces of silver should be paid. The young woman, being a newcomer, thought but lightly of the matter, till the old woman came again and again to make mention of the cat. When it became apparent that she must defend herself, the young woman asked her father-in-law if he had ever lent anything to the old woman, and when he said he could not remember having lent anything, she begged him to think carefully, and see if he could not recall the loan of a tool, a dish, or a faggot. He finally recollected that he had lent to her an old wooden ladle, but he said it originally cost but a few farthings, and was certainly not worth speaking about. The next time the old woman came to Dudden for the amount due for her cat, the young woman asked her to return the borrowed ladle. The old woman said that the ladle was old and valueless, that she had allowed the children to play with it, and that they had dropped it in the dirt, where it had lain until she had picked it up and used it for kindlings. The bride responded, "You expect to enrich yourself and your family by means of your cat. I and my family also want money. Since you cannot give back the ladle, we will both go before the magistrate and present our cases. If your cat is adjudged to be worth more than my ladle, I will pay you the excess, and if my ladle be worth more than your cat, then you must pay me." Being sure that the cat would, by any judge, be considered of greater value than the ladle, the old woman agreed to the proposition, and the two went before the magistrate. The young woman courteously gave precedence to the elder, and allowed her to make the accusation. The old woman set forth her case, and claimed 200 ounces of silver as a compensation for the loss of the cat. When she had concluded her statement, the judge called on the young woman for her defense. She said she could not disprove the statement, but that the claim was offset by a ladle that had been borrowed by the plaintiff. There was a common saying, "In the moon overhead at its full you can see the trunk, branch, and leaf of a cinnamon tree." A branch from this tree had one night been blown down before her father-in-law's door, and he had had a ladle made from the wood. Whatever the ladle was put into never diminished by use. Whether wine, oil, rice, or money, the bulk remained the same if no ladle beside this one were used in dipping it. A foreign innkeeper, hearing of this ladle, came and offered her father-in-law 3,000 ounces of silver for it, but the offer was refused, and this ladle was the one that the plaintiff had borrowed and destroyed. The magistrate, on hearing this defense, understood that the cat had been a pretext for extortion, and decided that the two claims offset each other, so that no payment was due from either one. End of section 186. Recording by Alma Molino.
Section 187 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neve. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 187. The Young Head of the Family. There was once a family consisting of a father, his 3 sons, and his 2 daughters-in-law. The 2 daughters-in-law wives of the two elder sons, had but recently been brought into the house, and were both from one village a few miles away. Having no mother-in-law living, they were obliged to appeal to their father-in-law whenever they wished to visit their former homes, and as they were lonesome and homesick, they perpetually bothered the old man by asking leave of absence. Vexed by these constant petitions, he set himself to invent a method of putting an end to them, and at last gave them leave in this wise. "You are always begging me to allow you to go and visit your mothers, and thinking that I am very hard-hearted because I do not let you go. Now you may go, but only upon condition that when you come back you will each bring me something I want. The one shall bring me some fire wrapped in paper, and the other some wind in a paper. Unless you promise to bring me these, you are never to ask me to let you go home, and if you go and fail to get these for me, you are never to come back." The old man did not suppose that these conditions would be accepted, but the girls were young and thoughtless, and in their anxiety to get away did not consider the impossibility of obtaining the articles required. So they made ready with speed, and in great glee started off on foot to visit their mothers. After they had walked a long distance, chatting about what they should do and whom they should see in their native village, the high heel of one of them slipped from under her foot, and she fell down. Owing to this mishap, both stopped to adjust the misplaced footgear, and while doing this, the conditions under which alone they could return to their husbands came to mind, and they began to cry. While they sat there crying by the roadside, a young girl came riding along from the fields on a water buffalo. She stopped and asked them what was the matter, and whether she could help them. They told her she could do them no good, but she persisted in offering her sympathy and inviting their confidence till they told their story. And then she at once said that if they would go home with her, she would show them a way out of their trouble. Their case seemed so hopeless to themselves, and the child was so sure of her own power to help them, that they finally accompanied her to her father's house, where she showed them how to comply with their father-in-law's demand. For the first, a paper lantern only would be needed. When lighted, it would be a fire, and its paper surface would compass the blaze, so that it would truly be some fire wrapped in paper. For the second, a paper fan would suffice. When flapped, wind would issue from it, and the wind wrapped in paper could thus be carried to the old man. The two young women thanked the wise child and went on their way rejoicing. After a pleasant visit to their old homes, they took a lantern and a fan and returned to their father-in-law's house. As soon as he saw them, he began to vent his anger at their light regard for his commands. They assured him that they had perfectly obeyed him, and showed him that what they had brought fulfilled the conditions prescribed. Much astonished, he inquired how it was that they had suddenly become so astute, and they told him the story of their journey and of the little girl who had so opportunely come to their relief. He inquired whether the little girl was already betrothed, and finding that she was not, engaged a go-between to see if he could get her for a wife for his youngest son. Having succeeded in securing the girl as a daughter-in-law, he brought her home, and told all the rest of the family that as there was no mother in the house, and as this girl had shown herself to be possessed of extraordinary wisdom, she should be the head of the household. The wedding festivities being over, the sons of the old man made ready to return to their usual occupations on the farm, but according to their father's order, they came to the young bride for instructions. She told them that they were never to go to or from the fields empty-handed. When they went, they must carry fertilizers of some sort for the land, and when they returned, they must bring bundles of sticks for fuel. They obeyed, and soon had the land in fine condition, and so much fuel gathered that none needed to be bought. When there were no more sticks, roots, or weeds to bring, she told them to bring stones instead, and they soon accumulated an immense pile of stones, which were heaped in a yard near their house. One day an expert in the discovery of precious stones came along, and saw in this pile a block of jade of great value. In order to get possession of this stone at a small cost, he undertook to buy the whole heap, pretending that he wished to use it in building. The little head of the family asked an exorbitant price for them, and as he could not induce her to take less, he promised to pay her the sum she asked, and to come 2 days later to bring the money and to remove the stones. That night the girl thought about the reason for the buyers being willing to pay so large a sum for the stones, and concluded that the heap must contain a gem. The next morning she sent her father-in-law to invite the buyer to supper, and she instructed the men of her family in regard to his entertainment. The best of wine was to be provided, and the father-in-law was to induce him to talk of precious stones, and to cajole him into telling in what way they were to be distinguished from other stones. The head of the family, listening behind a curtain, heard how the valuable stone in her heap could be discovered. She hastened to find and remove it from the pile, and, when her guest had recovered from the effect of the banquet, he saw that the value had departed from his purchase. He went to negotiate again with the seller, and she conducted the conference with such skill that she obtained the price originally agreed upon for the heap of stones, and a large sum besides for the one in her possession. The family, having become wealthy, built an ancestral hall of fine design and elaborate workmanship, and put the words, "No Sorrow," as an inscription over the entrance. Soon after, a mandarin passed that way, and, noticing this remarkable inscription, had his sedan chair set down, that he might inquire, who were the people that professed to have no sorrow? He sent for the head of the family, was much surprised on seeing so young a woman thus appear, and remarked, "Yours is a singular family. I have never before seen one without sorrow, nor one with so young a head. I will fine you for your impudence. Go and weave me a piece of cloth as long as this road." "Very well," responded the little woman. "So soon as your excellency shall have found the two ends of the road, and inform me as to the number of feet in its length, I will at once begin the weaving." Finding himself at fault, the mandarin added, "And I will also fine you as much oil as there is water in the sea." "Certainly," responded the woman. "As soon as you shall have measured the sea and sent me correct information as to the number of gallons, I will at once begin to press out the oil for my beans." "Indeed," said the mandarin, "since you are so sharp, perhaps you can penetrate my thoughts. If you can, I will fine you no more. I hold this pet quail in my hand. Now tell me whether I mean to squeeze it to death or let it fly in the air." "Well," said the woman, "I am an obscure commoner, and you are a famed magistrate. If you are no more knowing than I, you have no right to fine me at all. Now I stand with one foot on one side of my threshold, and the other foot on the other side. Tell me whether I mean to go in or come out. If you cannot guess my riddle, you should not require me to guess yours." Being unable to guess her intention, the mandarin took his departure, and the family lived long in opulence and good repute under its chosen head. End of section 187. Recording by Neve. Section 188 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neve. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 188. A Dreadful Boar. A poor old woman who lived with her one little granddaughter in a wood was out gathering sticks for fuel, and found a green stalk of sugar cane which she added to her bundle. She presently met an elf in the form of a wild boar that asked her for the cane, but she declined giving it to him, saying that at her age to stoop and rise again was to earn what she picked up, and that she was going to take the cane home and let her little granddaughter suck its sap. The boar, angry at her refusal, said that he would, during the coming night, eat her granddaughter instead of the cane, and went off into the wood. When the old woman reached her cabin, she sat down by the door and wailed, for she knew she had no means of defending herself against the boar. While she sat crying, a vendor of needles came along and asked her what was the matter. She told him, and he said that all he could do for her was to give her a box of needles. This he did, and went on his way. The old woman stuck the needles thickly over the lower half of her door, on its outer side, and then she went on crying. Just then a man came along with a basket of crabs, heard her lamentations, and stopped to inquire what ailed her. She told him, and he said he knew no help for her, but he would do the best he could for her by giving her half his crabs. The old woman put the crabs in her water jar behind her door, and again sat down and cried. A farmer soon came along from the fields, leading his ox, and he also asked the cause of her distress, and heard her sad story. He said he was sorry he could not think of any way of preventing the evil she expected, but that he would leave his ox to stay all night with her, as it might be a sort of company for her in her loneliness. She led the ox into her cabin, tied it to the head of her bedstead, gave it some straw, and then cried again. A courier, returning on horseback from a neighbouring town, next passed her door, and dismounted to inquire what troubled her. Having heard her tale, he said he would leave his horse to stay with her, and make the ox more contented. So she tied the horse to the foot of her bed, and thinking how surely evil was coming upon her with the night, she burst out crying anew. A boy, just then, came along with a snapping turtle that he had caught, and stopped to ask what had happened to her. On learning the cause of her weeping, he said it was of no use to contend against sprites, but that he would give her a snapping turtle as a proof of his sympathy. She took the turtle, tied it in front of her bedstead, and continued to cry. Some men who were carrying millstones then came along, inquired into her trouble, and expressed their compassion by giving her a millstone, which they rolled into her backyard. A little later, a man arrived carrying hoes and a pickaxe, and asked her why she was crying so hard. She told him her grief, and he said he would gladly help her if he could, but he was only a well digger, and could do nothing for her other than to dig her a well. She pointed out a place in the middle of her backyard, and he went to work and quickly dug a well. On his departure, the old woman cried again, until a paper seller came and inquired what was the matter. When she had told him, he gave her a large sheet of white paper as a token of pity, and she laid it smoothly over the mouth of the well. Nightfall came. The old woman shut and barred her door, put her granddaughter snugly on the wall side of the bed, and then lay down beside her to await the foe. At midnight, the boar came, and threw himself against the door to break it in. The needles wounded him sorely, so that when he had gained an entrance, he was heated and thirsty, and went to the water jar to drink. When he thrust in his snout, the crabs attacked him, clung to his bristles, and pinched his ears, till he rolled over and over to disencumber himself. Then, in a rage, he approached the front of the bed, but the snapping turtle nipped his tail, and made him retreat under the feet of the horse, who kicked him over to the ox, who tossed him back to the horse, and thus beset, he was glad to escape to the backyard to take a rest, and to consider the situation. Seeing a clean paper spread on the ground, he went to lie upon it, and fell into the well. The old woman heard the fall, rushed out, rolled the millstone down on him, and crushed him. End of section 188, A Dreadful Boar. Recording by Neve.
Section 189 of Children's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Children's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. King Kojata, 189. King Kojata ruled over a mighty kingdom and was beloved by his subjects, but because he had no heir to his crown, both he and the queen lamented. Once, while travelling through his territories, he came to a well that was filled to the brim with clear cold water, and being very thirsty, he stopped to drink. On the top of the water floated a golden vessel, which the king attempted to seize, but just as his hand touched it, away it floated to the other side of the well. He went around to where the vessel rested and tried again, with the same result. Every time the king touched the basin, it glided from his grasp. At last, losing patience, he gave up trying to seize the vessel, and bending over the well, he began to drink. His long beard had fallen into the water, and when he had slaked his thirst and attempted to rise, he found himself held fast by it. After vainly pulling and jerking for some time, he looked down into the water and saw a hideous face grinning at him. Its eyes were green and shining, its teeth showed from ear to ear, and it held him by the beard with 2 bony claws. In horror the king tried to extricate himself, but a terrible voice came from the depths of the well. "You cannot get away, King Kojata, so do not make me pull your beard too hard. There is something at the palace of which you do not know. Promise to give it to me, and I will release you." The king did not know of anything that could have arrived at the palace during his absence worth the discomfort he was experiencing, so he very readily gave his promise and was freed. When he had shaken the water from his beard, he looked in the well for the ugly monster which had held him captive, but he was nowhere to be seen. Summoning his attendants, he at once set out for home, where he arrived in a few days. The people along the way hailed him with delight, and when he reached the palace, the queen led him to the royal chamber and showed him a beautiful son that had been born during his absence. His joy was so great that he forgot all else, but after a time he recalled with horror his compact with the monster of the well, and the meaning was all plain to him. The thought of what he had promised haunted him day and night, and the fear that something would happen to his little son tortured him. But as days and months passed, and the little prince grew more beautiful all the time, the king at last forgot his fears and became happy once more. Years went by without anything happening to disturb his peace of mind, and the prince grew to be a beautiful youth, who was the joy and pride of the king and queen. One day he went with the hunters to the forest, and while pursuing a wild boar, became separated from them. He got farther and farther away from his companions, and at last found himself alone in a dark part of the wood, where he never before had been. Not knowing in which direction his path lay, he called again and again to the hunters. At last a hoarse voice answered him, and from the hollow trunk of a lime tree appeared a hideous man with green eyes and terrible teeth. "I've waited for you a long time, Prince Milan," said he. "Who on earth may you be?" asked the prince. "Your father will tell you who I am. Just give my greetings to His Majesty and tell him that I am ready to claim the debt he owes me." The green-eyed man then disappeared into the hollow tree from which he came, and when the prince reached home he related his experience to his father. The king turned white and cried, "At last it has come." Then he explained to the prince what had occurred at the well, and added, "Now my happiness is at an end, for you, my son, will be taken from me." The prince told the king not to despair, for though he might go away, he was certain to return to him. His father provided him with a handsome horse with golden stirrups, and the queen gave him a cross to wear about his neck. When he had said farewell to his unhappy parents, he mounted his horse and rode for 2 days without stopping. On the 3rd day he came to a lake on whose smooth surface 30 ducks were swimming, while spread about upon the grass were 30 white garments. The prince dismounted, and taking up one of the garments, seated himself behind a bush and waited to see what would happen. The ducks dived under the water and disported themselves for a time, then came ashore, and putting on the little white garments, they became beautiful maidens and disappeared. But there was one little duck that remained on the lake and swam about in the most distracted manner, uttering piteous cries. The prince came from behind the bush, and the little duck begged him to give back her garment. He had no sooner done so than before him stood the loveliest maiden he had ever seen. "Thank you, Prince Milan, for restoring my garments," said she. "My name is Hyacinthia, and I am one of the 30 daughters of a king of the underworld, to whose castle I will lead you, for he has waited long for you. Approach him on your knees and do not fear him, for I will be there to help you, whatever happens." She tapped her little foot on the ground, which opened, and they were immediately transported to the palace of her father in the underworld, which was carved from a single carbuncle. When his eyes became accustomed to the radiant light, the prince saw the magician of the lime tree sitting on a dazzling throne. His green eyes looked out from under a golden crown, and his hideous claws clutched the air with rage when he saw the prince. Remembering what the maiden had told him, Prince Milan walked boldly up to the throne and knelt at the feet of the magician, who cursed in a voice that shook the underworld. As the youth was not at all frightened, the magician at last stopped swearing. Laughing at his courage, he welcomed him to his palace and showed him to a beautiful chamber which he was to occupy. On the following day he sent for him and said, "You are very brave, Prince Milan, but you must pay the penalty for keeping me waiting so long for you. Tonight build me a palace of gold and marble, with windows of crystal, and about it the most beautiful gardens in the world, or tomorrow I shall cut off your head." The prince went back to his chamber and sadly awaited his doom. That evening a small bee flew in through his window, and as soon as it entered the room it became Hyacinthia. "Why are you sad, Prince Milan?" she asked. He told her of her father's impossible command and added, "Naturally I am not happy at the thought of losing my head." "Do not be distressed about that," said she, "but trust to me." In the morning he looked out of the window and saw a wonderful marble palace with a roof of gold. When the magician beheld it, he exclaimed, "You have accomplished a great wonder, but I cannot let you off so easily. Tomorrow I will place my 30 daughters in a row, and if you cannot tell me which one is the youngest, you will lose your head." The prince, however, was not cast down at this, for he thought he would have no trouble in recognizing Hyacinthia. That evening the little bee entered the room and told him that this task was quite as difficult as the first, because the sisters were all exactly alike. "But you will know me," said she, "by a little fly which you will discover on my cheek." The next day the magician summoned him to his presence and showed him the 30 daughters standing in a row. The prince passed before them twice without daring to choose, but he saw the little fly on the pink cheek of one of the maidens. "This is Hyacinthia," exclaimed he. The magician was greatly astonished, but not yet satisfied, he required of the prince still another task. "If before this candle burns to the bottom," said he, "you make me a pair of boots reaching to my knees, I will let you go, but if you fail, you will lose your head." "Then we must fly, for I love you dearly," said Hyacinthia. When the prince had told her of this new task, she breathed on the window pane, and straightway it was covered with frost. Then, leading Prince Milan from the chamber, she locked the door, and they fled through the passage by which they had entered the underworld. Beside the smooth lake his horse was still grazing, and mounting it they were borne swiftly away. When the magician sent for the prince to come to him, the frozen breath replied to the messengers, and so delayed the discovery of his escape. At last the magician lost patience and ordered the door burst open. The frozen breath mocked at him, and he hastened in pursuit of the fugitives. "I hear the sound of horses' feet behind us," said Hyacinthia. The prince dismounted, and putting his ear to the ground, answered, "Yes, they are near." Hyacinthia thereupon changed herself into a river, and the prince became a bridge, and his horse a blackbird. Their pursuers, no longer finding their footprints, were obliged to return to the magician, who cursed them and again sent them forth. "I hear the sound of horses' feet behind us," again said Hyacinthia. The prince put his ear to the earth and said, "Yes, they are nearly upon us." Thereupon Hyacinthia changed herself, the prince and the horse, all into a dense forest in which many paths crossed, so that the followers were bewildered, and they again returned to the magician. "I hear horses' feet behind us," said Hyacinthia a third time, and this time it was the magician himself. Hyacinthia took the little cross from the neck of the prince, and changed herself into a church, the prince into a monk, and the horse into the belfry, so that when the magician came up he lost all trace of them, and was obliged to return to the underworld in great chagrin. When he had departed, the prince and Hyacinthia mounted the horse and rode till they came to a beautiful town. "We must not enter," said she, "for we may not come out again." But the prince would not take her advice, and insisted upon passing through the gates. "Then," sadly replied the maiden, "when the king and queen of the town come out to meet you, do not kiss the little child which they will lead by the hand, or you will forget me and never come back. As for me, I will become a milestone and wait for you here." It was all as Hyacinthia had said. The king and queen came out to greet him, and when the lovely little child ran up to him for a caress, he kissed its pretty face and forgot Hyacinthia. The first and second day went by, and when the third day came, Hyacinthia wept, and became a little blue flower growing by the roadside. An old man came along, and digging up the flower, carried it home with him and planted it in his garden. He watered and tended it carefully, and one day the little flower became a beautiful maiden. "Why did you not leave me to die by the roadside?" she asked, and told the man her story. "Tomorrow is Prince Milan's wedding day," said the old man. Hyacinthia at once dried her tears and presented herself at the palace dressed like a peasant. She went to the cook and asked to be allowed to make the wedding cake. The cook was so struck with her beauty that he could not refuse the request. When the guests were all seated about the table, Prince Milan was called upon to cut the cake. As soon as he had done so, out flew 2 beautiful doves, which circled about his head. "Dear mate," cried one of the doves, "do not leave me as Prince Milan left Hyacinthia." The prince, who suddenly recollected all he had forgotten, ran from the room and at the door found Hyacinthia, and his horse awaiting him. They mounted and rode swiftly away to the kingdom of King Kojata, where the king and queen received them with tears of joy, and they all lived in happiness to the end of their days. End of section 189.
Section 190 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 190. The Story of King Frost. A shrewish peasant woman had a daughter on whom she lavished everything she could get, and a stepdaughter whom she neglected and ill-treated. In the mother's eyes, the daughter had no faults, while the stepdaughter was always blamed, and, try as she might, the poor girl never could please. So unhappy was she made that her eyes were often red from weeping. The sight of her tear-stained face only angered the stepmother the more, and caused her to say to the girl's father, "Send her away, old man. My eyes are tired of the sight of her, and my ears of the sound of her voice. Send her out of the house." The father begged to have his daughter remain, but the shrew was determined to be rid of her, and gave him no peace. At last, when he could gainsay her no longer, he placed his daughter in a sledge and drove her to the open fields. Here he left her with nothing to shield her from the bitter cold. Kissing her goodbye, he drove away, not daring to look back at her. Left alone by her father, the girl wandered across the bleak fields to the edge of the forest, where she sat down under a fir tree and wept. A crackling sound caused her to look up, and she saw King Frost springing from one tree to another. When he reached the fir tree, he jumped down beside her with a bound. Snapping his fingers in her lovely face, he asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I will tell you. I am King Frost." "Hail to you, great king," smiled the maiden. "Have you come for me?" "Are you warm, fair maiden?" he asked in answer. "Yes, quite warm, King Frost," the maiden replied, although she was shivering. King Frost bent over her and snapped his fingers about her until the air seemed full of needles. Again he asked, Are you still warm, dear maiden? Her lips could scarcely move to utter the words. Quite warm, King Frost. He snapped his teeth and cracked his fingers till all the air was filled with stinging things. His eyes glistened, and for the last time he asked, Are you warm now, beautiful maiden? Are you still warm, my dear? She was now scarcely able to speak, but managed to gasp, Still warm, King Frost. The gentle girl's patience and uncomplaining endurance caused King Frost to take pity on her suffering. He arrayed her in a robe embroidered in silver and gold, and decked her with sparkling diamonds. She glittered and shone and was dazzling to behold. Then, placing her in his sleigh, he wrapped her in furs, and 6 white horses bore them swiftly away. The stepmother, at home, was baking pancakes for the girl's funeral feast. Go in the field, she said to her husband, and bring your daughter's body home so we can bury her. The old man rose to obey, when the little dog barked. Your daughter shall not die. Hers cold and stiff shall lie. The woman kicked the dog, then tried to coax it with a pancake, telling it to say, Her daughter shall have gold, his be frozen stiff and cold. When the little dog had swallowed the pancake, he barked, His daughter shall be wed, hers shall be frozen dead. The woman beat the dog, then coaxed it with more pancakes, but the blows could not terrify it, nor food persuade. It barked always the same. Suddenly the door opened, and a huge chest was thrust into the room, followed by the radiant stepdaughter in a dress that dazzled them with its beauty. As soon as the stepmother recovered from her astonishment, she ordered her husband to yoke the horses to the sledge and take her own daughter to the field. Take care you leave her in the same place, the old woman cautioned. The father left the girl as he was bidden and returned to his home. She was not long alone when King Frost came by. Are you warm, maiden? He asked. You must be a fool not to see that my hands and feet are nearly frozen, she angrily replied. The king danced in front of her and cracked his fingers. Are you warm, maiden? He asked her over and over. She cried with rage and called him rude names until he froze the words on her lips and she was dead. The mother waited for her daughter's return until she became impatient. Then she told her husband to take the sledge and go for her. But don't lose the chest, she added. The dog under the table barked, Your daughter, frozen cold, will never need a chest of gold. The old woman was scolding the dog for telling lies when the door opened. Rushing out to welcome her daughter and her treasures, she clasped the frozen body in her arms, and the chill of it killed her. End of section 190. Recording by John Chase, Edmonton.
Section 191 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clarica. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 191. Tell Us a Tale by Edward Shirley. Tell us a tale, dear mother, a fairy tale, do, please. Take baby brother on your lap, we'll sit beside your knees. We will not speak, we will not stir until the tale is told, and we'll be oh so comfy, and just as good as gold. What shall it be, my children, Aladdin and his lamp? Or shall I tell the story of Puss in Boots, the scamp? Or would you like to hear the tale of Bluebeard, fierce and grim? Or Jack who climbed the beanstalk? I think you're fond of him. Or shall I tell you, children, about Red Riding Hood? Or what befell those little babes who wandered in the wood? Or how sweet Cinderella went so gaily to the ball? Yes, yes, we cried, and clapped our hands. We want to hear them all. End of section 191.
Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 192. Little Red Hen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. Reading by Father Ziley. Little Red Hen. Little Red Hen found a grain of wheat. "Who will plant this?" she asked. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the goose. "Not I," said the rat. "Then I will," said Little Red Hen. So she buried the wheat in the ground. After a while it grew up yellow and ripe. "The wheat is ripe now," said Little Red Hen. "Who will cut and thresh it?" "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the goose. "Not I," said the rat. "Then I will," said Little Red Hen. So she cut it with her bill and threshed it with her wings. Then she asked, "Who will take this wheat to the mill?" "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the goose. "Not I," said the rat. "Then I will," said Little Red Hen. So she took the wheat to the mill, where it was ground. Then she carried the flour home. "Who will make me some bread with this flour?" she asked. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the goose. "Not I," said the rat. "Then I will," said Little Red Hen. So she made and baked the bread. Then she said, "Now we shall see who will eat this bread." "We will," said cat, goose, and rat. "I am quite sure you would," said Little Red Hen, "if you could get it." Then she called her chicks, and they ate up all the bread. There was none left at all for the cat, or the goose, or the rat. End of section 192.
Section 193 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 193. In Search of a Baby by F. Tapsell. "Please, I'm lost." These words and a thump-thump on the door were what Mrs. Stone heard as she sat at supper in a tiny house in the wood. She went to open the door, and there she saw a dear little girl about 3 years old. "Please, I'm lost." Again came the words, and 2 fat little fists went up to a pair of big blue eyes. "Come in, little girl, and tell me all about it," said the woman. "Maybe I can help you to find your way." The child let herself be led into the room. Then all at once the 2 tiny fists came down from the 2 blue eyes, and she gave a quick look at the table. "Are you having supper?" she said. "May I have supper too? I'm ever so hungry." "Yes, dear, of course you shall have some," was the reply. "See, you shall sit on this chair by my side. Now, what will you have?" "I think I would like some bread and butter with sugar on it, brown sugar, you know." And soon the little girl was as happy as could be. "What is your name, dear?" asked Mrs. Stone, when supper was over and the little girl had begun to think once more about how she was to find her way home. "Meg," was the reply. "But your other name, for you must have 2 names." "No, my name is just Meg, of course. I don't have any other name," she said, a look of wonder in the big blue eyes. "Do you know where you live?" "Yes, I lives in the nursery. Didn't you know that?" She was so sure that it did not seem any good to say any more about it. So Mrs. Stone only asked, "Where were you going when you came to my house?" "To find a baby," was the reply. "Rob said that if I went to a house in the wood, they would give me one. Have you got a baby to give me?" "No, dear, I am afraid I have not." "But why do you want a baby? I'm sure you have lots of dolls." "Yes, of course I have. But then you see, Dolls are not alive. I want a real baby to play with. Enid won't play with me much now, for she says I am too small, and Robert's at school all the time."
"Why, who is that?" said a voice, and a man came in with a bag of tools. Then the two little fists again went up to the blue eyes, for the little maid was shy of this great big man. "Well, wife, so you have a friend, I see," he said. "Who is the little lass?" "I don't know," said his wife. "It seems she was lost, and came here to ask her way. She says she came to find a baby." "Come here, little one, and don't be afraid," said the man. "There never was a child yet who would not come to me." And as he spoke, he drew her onto his knee. "Now then, tell me all about it." After one glance at the man's kind face, Meg nestled up to him and began. "Nurse was so busy she could not be in the room with me. So I put on my hat and came to look for a baby, but I got lost on the way. At last I came to the wood and saw this house. She could not give me a baby as Rob said she would, but she gave me some tea and bread and butter with sugar on it. We only have that on Sunday at home. Is this Sunday?" "No, little miss," said the man, "but I expect you had it just for a treat, as you had got lost." But just then steps were heard on the path, and there was a sharp knock on the door. The latch was lifted, and a voice said, "Have you seen a little girl in a white frock pass this way?" "Why, that must be Nurse," cried Meg. In spite of being cross at Meg's having run away, Nurse had to laugh. Then she bent down and said, "But what made you run away like this, Miss Meg?" "Rob told me that if I came to the house in the wood, I should find a real live baby, but he was wrong, for she," with a smile at Mrs. Stone, "is very nice, but she has not got a baby to give me." "Of course not, child, but do you know I have some news for you." "What is it? Do tell me," cried the little girl. "While you were away in the wood to look for a baby, we have found the baby at home. You have a new baby brother. Come home with me now, and you shall see him." "A new little brother?" said Meg, her eyes wide open with wonder. "He must have known I'd gone out to look for one, so now I have got two new friends, and a baby too. Come along quick." "Goodbye," she said to her new friends. "Thank you ever so much for being so kind, and for the supper. I am coming to have supper with you again soon, and then I will bring the new baby with me. You will give me and baby bread and butter with sugar on it, won't you?" And Meg trotted off, as happy as a little queen. End of section 193, In Search of a Baby. Recording by Ross Clement. Section 194 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 194, Jock and I and the Others. First of all, I must tell you who I am. My name is Penelope, but Jock always calls me Pen. I am 8 years old. Jock is 6:30. We live with Mother and Father and Rover and Tibby in a house not very far from a large city. Mother is the nicest person I know in all the world. Father is a very big man. He always has lots of money in his pocket. He goes to business in a train every day. We have a real farm quite near to our house, where they keep cows, chickens, pigs, horses and geese. Jock and I often go to see them all. One day in summer, we went to see the farmer. I had my blue dress on, so that the cows would not be angry when they saw me. We met the farmer near the stable. "Come," he said, "I have something to show you today." "What is it?" we both said at the same time. "Come and see," was all that he would say. Then he took us into the stable, where he keeps Nobby, the big brown horse, who likes sugar. Now, Nobby was not there, but in the straw were 7 little puppy dogs, oh, so sweet and cuddly. Jock danced round and round the farmer. "May we have one?" he said. "Ask Mother," said the farmer, and off we ran at once. Mother was at the garden gate.
We ran up to her. Jock was first, but it was nearly a dead heat. Mother opened the gate and said, "Well, what have you seen today?" "Oh, Mother," said Jock, out of breath. "Oh, Mother dear," I said, out of breath also. "Farmer has such lovely puppies," we both said at once. "May we have one to keep?" By this time we both had our arms around Mother's waist, and she was laughing. "Yes, we can," I said, for I knew. "If Father says yes," said Mother, "you must ask him when he comes home." So we went to the station to meet him. Jock took his bag, and I took his paper parcel to carry it home for him. On the way home, I asked him if he liked dogs, and he said, "Of course." Then Jock said, "Little dogs?" "Oh, yes." "Puppy dogs?" "One at a time is all right." "One puppy dog with brown spots on white?" Jock went on. "Where is it?" asked Father, and his eyes were laughing. You could not see his mouth for his beard. Then we told him, and he said, "Yes, just at the garden gate." So that was how we got Rover. Rover was very soft and downy when he first came to us, but he soon grew to be a big dog. Jock and I taught him many tricks, and he can beg very nicely if we let him get on the couch in the dining room. We put sugar on his nose, and he waits until we count 1, 2, 3. Then he throws the sugar into the air and catches it. End of section 194, Jock and I and the Others. Recording by Ross Clement.
Section 195 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Porridge. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 195. Dolly Dimple by F. Tapsell. Oh dear, I'm so lonely, and it is so dark. I do want my dear Dolly Dimple. I think I will go and fetch her. And little 4-year-old Babs got out of bed, felt her way to the door. The door was just a wee crack open. As she peeped in, Babs saw that there was a light in the room, and the sight which met her eyes almost made her cry out. On the floor stood Dolly Dimple in her very best frock, and Mr. Jollyman was asking her to dance with him. Teddy Bear was at work on the big drum, and the clown was turning the organ to make music for the dolls to dance to. The tin soldiers on the backs of cows, pigs, and sheep from the Noah's Ark were having a sham fight. The dolls from the doll's house were going for a ride in the big horse and cart. It's too bad of them to go and have a good time like this when I'm in bed, thought Babs, and I am going to take Dolly Dimple away with me all the same. But when she tried to pick up the doll and carry her off, Mr. Jollyman flew at her in a fury. He began to kick her bare legs till Babs thought she would have no shins left at all. But she would not run away. I want Dolly Dimple, she said. She's my doll, and you've no right to try and keep her away from me. She's yours in the day, but not at night, was the reply. How do you think we toys could live if we'd no life but the one we endure at your hands? It is in the night that we live and have our good times, for we know you're safe in bed then. I don't care what you say, I will have her, cried Babs, very angry now. She tried once more to get hold of Dolly Dimple, but before she could do so, Mr. Jollyman turned to the soldiers and said the one word, "Charge!" there was a great noise and a rush, and right down upon the little girl came camels, horses, lions, tigers, sheep, and pigs. But just as she thought her last hour was come, she heard the word, "Halt!" and then the sound of Dolly Dimple saying, "No, don't kill her. She's very good to me, most of the time." The rest of the dolls had begun to dance once more, but Dolly Dimple came up to the little girl and took hold of her arm. "I am queen here in the night," she said. "I will not hurt you, as you have been good to me, and I know you love me. If you like, I will come and stay with you till you go to sleep. Pick me up." So Babs picked up the doll and took it back to bed with her, and hugged it in her arms. End of section 195.
Section 196 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 196. The Tale of Peter Rabbit by Beatrix Potter. Once upon a time there were 4 little rabbits, and their names were Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. They lived with their mother in a sandbank, underneath the root of a very big fir tree. "Now, my dears," said old Mrs. Rabbit one morning, "you may go into the fields or down the lane, but don't go into Mr. McGregor's garden. Your father had an accident there. He was put in a pie by Mrs. McGregor. Now run along and don't get into mischief. I am going out." Then old Mrs. Rabbit took a basket and her umbrella and went through the wood to the baker's. She bought a loaf of brown bread and 5 currant buns. Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail, who were good little bunnies, went down the lane to gather blackberries. But Peter, who was very naughty, ran straight away to Mr. McGregor's garden and squeezed under the gate. First he ate some lettuces and some French beans, and then he ate some radishes, and then, feeling rather sick, he went to look for some parsley. But round the end of a cucumber frame, whom should he meet but Mr. McGregor? Mr. McGregor was on his hands and knees planting out young cabbages, but he jumped up and ran after Peter, waving a rake and calling out, "Stop, thief!" Peter was most dreadfully frightened. He rushed all over the garden, for he had forgotten the way back to the gate. He lost one of his shoes among the cabbages, and the other shoe amongst the potatoes. After losing them, he ran on 4 legs and went faster, so that I think he might have got away altogether if he had not unfortunately run into a gooseberry net, and got caught by the large buttons on his jacket. It was a blue jacket with brass buttons, quite new. Peter gave himself up for lost, and shed big tears, but his sobs were overheard by some friendly sparrows, who flew to him in great excitement, and implored him to exert himself. Mr. McGregor came up with a sieve, which he intended to pop upon the top of Peter, but Peter wriggled out just in time, leaving his jacket behind him, and rushed into the tool shed and jumped into a can. It would have been a beautiful thing to hide in, if it had not had so much water in it. Mr. McGregor was quite sure that Peter was somewhere in the tool shed, perhaps hidden under a flower pot. He began to turn them over carefully, looking under each. Presently Peter sneezed. "Kerchoo!" Mr. McGregor was after him in no time, and tried to put his foot upon Peter, who jumped out of a window, upsetting 3 plants. The window was too small for Mr. McGregor, and he was tired of running after Peter. He went back to his work. Peter sat down to rest. He was out of breath and trembling with fright, and he had not the least idea which way to go. Also he was very damp with sitting in that can. After a time he began to wander about, going lippity-lippity, not very fast, and looking all around. He found a door in a wall, but it was locked, and there was no room for a fat little rabbit to squeeze underneath. An old mouse was running in and out of the stone doorstep, carrying peas and beans to her family in the wood. Peter asked her the way to the gate, but she had such a large pea in her mouth that she could not answer. She only shook her head at him. Peter began to cry. Then he tried to find his way straight across the garden, but he became more and more puzzled. Presently he came to a pond where Mr. McGregor filled his water cans. A white cat was staring at some goldfish. She sat very, very still, but now and then the tip of her tail twitched as if it were alive. Peter thought it best to go away without speaking to her. He had heard about cats from his cousin, little Benjamin Bunny. He went back toward the tool shed, but suddenly, quite close to him, he heard the noise of a hoe, screech, scratch, scratch, scratch. Peter scuttered underneath the bushes, but presently, as nothing happened, he came out, and climbed upon a wheelbarrow, and peeped over. The first thing he saw was Mr. McGregor hoeing onions. His back was turned toward Peter, and beyond him was the gate. Peter got down very quietly off the wheelbarrow, and started running as fast as he could go along a straight walk behind some black currant bushes. Mr. McGregor caught sight of him at the corner, but Peter did not care. He slipped underneath the gate, and was safe at last in the wood outside the garden. Mr. McGregor hung up the little jacket and the shoes for a scarecrow to frighten the blackbirds. Peter never stopped running or looked behind him till he got home to the big fir tree. He was so tired that he flopped down upon the nice soft sand on the floor of the rabbit hole, and shut his eyes. His mother was busy cooking. She wondered what he had done with his clothes. It was the second little jacket and pair of shoes that Peter had lost in a fortnight. I am sorry to say that Peter was not very well during the evening. His mother put him to bed, and made some chamomile tea, and she gave a dose of it to Peter. 1 tablespoonful to be taken at bedtime. But Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail had bread and milk and blackberries for supper. End of Section 196. Section 197 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 197. The Miller, His Son, and Their Ass. Once upon a time there was a miller who lived in a little house beside his mill. All day long he worked hard, but at night he went home to his wife and his little boy. One day this miller made up his mind that he would take his ass to the fair and sell it. So he and his boy said farewell to the dame and started off. They had not gone far when they met a number of girls coming from the town. "Look," said one of them, "did you ever see such stupid fellows? They are walking when one of them might be riding." When the miller heard this, he bade the boy get up on the ass, while he tramped along merrily by its side. Soon they came to a number of old men standing by the side of the road talking together. "Look at that," said one of them. "Look at that young rascal riding, while his poor father has to walk. Get down, you idle fellow, and let your father ride." Upon this the son got down from the ass, and the miller took his place. They had not gone very far when they met two women coming home from market. "You lazy old man," they cried at once, "how dare you ride when your poor little boy is walking and can hardly keep pace with you?" Then the miller, who was a good-natured man, took his son up behind him, and in this way they went to the town. "My good fellow," said a townsman whom they met, "is that ass your own?" "Yes," replied the miller. "I should not have thought so, by the way you load him," said the man. "Why, you two are better able to carry the beast than he is to carry you." "Well," said the miller, "we can but try." So he and his son got down, and tied the legs of the ass together. Then they slung him on a pole, and carried him on their shoulders. It was such a funny sight that the people laughed and jeered at them. The poor ass was very uncomfortable, and tried hard to get off the pole. At last, as they were passing over a bridge, he pulled his legs out of the rope and tumbled to the ground. He was so frightened that he jumped off the bridge into the river and was drowned. Do you know what this story teaches you? If you try to please everybody, you will please nobody. End of section 197. Section 198 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 198. The Visit to Santa Claus Land. Jack and Margaret were growing more excited each day because Christmas was so near. They talked of nothing but Santa Claus. "Don't you wish you could see him?" they said over and over. One night, just before Christmas, Mother tucked them in bed and left them to go to sleep. But Jack wiggled, Margaret wriggled. At last they both sat up in bed. "Jack," Margaret whispered, "are you asleep?" "No," said Jack, "I can't go to sleep." "Margaret, don't you wish you could see Santa Claus?" "What's that?" They both listened, and they heard a little tap-tap on the window. They looked, and there, right in the window, they saw a funny little brownie. "What's that I heard you say? You want to see Santa Claus? Well, I am one of his brownies. I am on my way back to Santa Claus Land. I'll take you with me if you want to go." Jack and Margaret scrambled from their beds. "Come on, show us the way," they cried in great excitement. "No, indeed," said the brownie. "No one must know the way to Santa Claus Land. Kindly wait a moment." Then the brownie took something soft and thick and dark, and tied it around Jack's eyes. Next he took something soft and thick and dark, and tied it around Margaret's eyes. "How many fingers before you?" he asked. Both of them shook their heads. They could not see a wink. "Very well, now we're off," said the brownie. He took Jack's hand on one side, and Margaret's on the other. It seemed as if they flew through the window. They went on swiftly for a little while. Then the brownie whirled them round and round until they were dizzy, and off they went again. The children could not tell whether they were going north, south, east, or west. After a time they stopped. "Here we are," said the brownie. He uncovered their eyes, and the children saw that they were standing before a big, thick gate. The brownie knocked, and the gate was swung open. They went through it, right into Santa Claus's garden. It was a very queer garden. There were rows and rows of Christmas trees, all glittering with balls and cobwebby tinsel, and instead of flower beds there were beds of every kind of toy in the world. Margaret at once ran over to a bed of dolls. "Let's see if any of them are ripe," said the brownie. "Ripe?" said Margaret in great surprise. "Why, of course," said the brownie. "Now, if this one is ripe, it will shut its eyes." The brownie picked a little doll from the bed and laid it in Margaret's arms. Its eyes went half shut, and then stuck. "No, it's not ripe yet," said the brownie. "Try this one." He picked another one, and this one shut its eyes just as if it had gone to sleep. "We'll take that one," he said, and he dropped it into a big sack he was carrying. "Now this one cries if it's ripe," he said as he picked a lovely infant doll. The brownie gave it a squeeze, and the doll made a funny squeaking noise. "Not quite ripe," he said, and he put it back into the bed. He tried several others, and he picked a good many. Some of them cried, some said Mama and Papa, and some danced when they were wound up. "Oh, do come over here, Margaret," Jack called. Margaret ran over to another bed, and there were drums, big drums, little drums, and middle-sized drums, yellow drums, blue drums, green drums, red drums. "Can we gather some of these?" said Jack to the brownie. "Why, of course. Let's see if this one is ripe." The brownie took up a little red drum, and gave it a thump with a drumstick, but it made such a queer sound that Jack and Margaret both laughed out loud. The little red drum was put back into the bed, and the brownie tried another big one. It went boom, 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 and Jack and Margaret marched all along the bed, keeping step to it. When they had finished picking drums, they went over to a bed filled with horns. That was the most fun of all. Some of them made very queer noises, and on some the Brownie played jolly little tunes. The next bed they came to was filled with toys which could be wound up. There were trains, automobiles, dancing dolls, climbing monkeys, hopping birds, funny wobbling ducks, and every kind of toy you could think of. The children stayed at this bed for a long time. At last Margaret said, "But where is Santa Claus? We want to see him." "Oh, to be sure," said the Brownie. "Come along," and he led them down a long, winding walk to the edge of the garden. Then he pointed to a hill in the distance. "Do you see that large white house? There is where he lives." The children stared at it. It was so white that it seemed to shine in the distance. "Walk right across here," said the Brownie, "then up the hill to Santa Claus's house." "Oh, must we walk across there?" said Margaret. She stared down at the deep dark chasm between the garden and the hill. Across it was stretched a narrow plank. "Walk carefully," said the Brownie, "and mind you don't look down, for if you do, I'm afraid you won't see Santa Claus tonight." "We'll be very careful," said Jack. "Come along, Margaret," and he took his little sister's hand, and they started across the plank. They had almost reached the middle of it when Jack looked down. "Oh!" he said, and gave Margaret a pull. She looked down, too, and cried, "Oh!" and down, down, down they went. Suddenly they landed with a thump. They sat up and rubbed their eyes. There they were, right in their own beds at home. Mother opened the door. "Are you awake, children?" she said. "Oh, Mother, we haven't been asleep. We've been to Santa Claus Land, and we nearly saw Santa Claus." Then they told her all about it, and Mother just smiled. End of section 198. Section 199 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 199. The Greedy Brownie. There was once a little Brownie who lived in a hollow tree stump. He had been busy all the day playing pranks. His pranks had taken him far away from home to the house of a very important laird. Into the laird's cup of wine he had dropped some sour berries which he had picked on his way. He also put thistles into his boots, so that when the laird had drawn them on, he had screamed out with pain. The Brownie had been away all the day, so that when at last he turned to go back to his home, he felt really very tired. On his way back to the wood, he passed by a cosy-looking farmhouse. The door of the dairy was open. The Brownie thought this would be a very nice cool place in which to rest for a few moments. So he slipped into the dairy and curled himself up underneath the bench to have a nice little doze. He was so weary that once he had fallen asleep he never woke up again until it was quite dark, when he was disturbed by two lassies who had come into the dairy. One was carrying a candle in her hand, and by its light the pair espied a big bowl of cream on the shelf. The naughty girls thought that they would drink it for supper. They could only find one spoon on the shelf, so they decided they would each have a spoonful in turn. Lassie Jean took the bowl and carried it to a bench in the corner, and Lassie Meg followed it with the candle. No sooner had the two girls settled themselves than the Brownie, who was now wide awake, and who was himself feeling that some supper might not be out of place, crept up behind them and blew out the candle. The lassies at first were very much concerned at being in the dark. Nevertheless, they determined they would drink the cream all the same. Lassie Jean filled the spoon with the rich delicacy. She was about to raise it to her lips when the naughty Brownie poked his head over her shoulder and lapped it out of the spoon before it had reached her mouth. Lassie Meg, believing that Lassie Jean had already swallowed some cream while she had had none, stretched out her hand to take away the spoon from her friend. Lassie Jean was not willing to give it up, since she said she had not yet tasted any cream. Lassie Meg was unwilling to believe her, for she declared she had heard her lapping the cream. Without waiting for Lassie Jean to explain, she snatched the spoon out of her friend's hand. She filled it with cream from the bowl, and was about to raise it to her lips when the Brownie jumped from behind Lassie Jean, and settling himself behind Lassie Meg's shoulders, poked forward his head, and again lapped up the cream from out of the spoon. Lassie Jean, in her turn, snatched back the spoon from Lassie Meg. Thus they went on, for every time one or the other raised the spoonful of cream to her lips, it was lapped up by the Brownie. This continued until the bowl was emptied. The Brownie was full of cream, but the poor lassies had not so much as tasted one drop, although each believed the other had drunk it all. The lassies were still quarrelling when the door of the dairy was opened, and the farmer's wife entered, carrying a lighted candle in her hand. The moment that she did so, the Brownie hopped under the bench, and the lassies started up guiltily. The farmer's wife caught sight of the empty basin. She was very angry with them indeed. When they tried hastily to explain, each blaming the other, the farmer's wife would not listen, but only grew the more angry. She told them that, since they had supped so well, they should have none of the scones and eggs which she had prepared for the evening meal in the kitchen. When the farmer's wife had entered, she had left the door open, so while she was busily scolding the lassies, the Brownie slipped out from under the bench and made his escape. As he ran chuckling down the road, he could still hear her angry voice drowning the attempted explanations of the bewildered lassies. When the little fellow curled himself up some time later in the tree trunk, he was still laughing. End of section 199. Section 200 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 200. The Fairy's Passage by James Clarence Mangan. Tap, 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 rap. Get up, Gaffer Ferryman. Ah, who's there? The clock strikes 3. Get up, do, Gaffer. You are the very man we have been longing to see. The ferryman rises, growling and grumbling, and goes fumbling and stumbling and tumbling over the wares on his way to the door. But he sees no more than he saw before, till a voice is heard, "O ferryman dear, here we are, waiting, all of us here. We are a wee colony, some 200 in all, or 3. Ferry us over the River Lee, ere dawn of day, and we will pay the most we may in our own wee way. Who are you? Whence came you? What place are you going to?" "Oh, we have dwelt over long in this land. The people get cross, and are growing so knowing too. Nothing at all, but they now understand. We are daily vanishing under the thunder of some huge engine or iron wonder. That iron, it has entered our souls. Your souls, oh girls, you queer little drolls. Do you mean? Good Gaffer, do aid us with speed, for our time, like our stature, is short indeed, and a very long way we have to go, 8 or 10,000 miles or so, hither and thither and to and fro, with our pots and pans and little gold cans. But our light caravans run swifter than man's." "Well, you may come," said the ferryman affably. "Patrick, turn out and get ready the barge." Then again to the little folk, "Though you seem laughably small, I don't mind, if your coppers be large. Oh dear, what a rushing, what pushing, what crushing!" The watermen making vain efforts at hushing the hubbub the while. There followed these words, "What clapping of boards, what strapping of cords, what stowing away of children and wives, and platters and mugs, and spoons and knives," till all had safely got into the boat, and the ferryman, clad in his tip-top coat, and his wee little fairies were safely afloat. Then ding, 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 and cling, 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 how the coppers did ring in the tin pitcherling. Off then went the boat, at first very pleasantly, smoothly, and so forth, but after a while it swayed and it sagged this and that way, and presently chest after chest and pile after pile of the little folks' goods began tossing and rolling, and pitching like fun, beyond very controlling. Oh, ma'am, if the hubbub were great before, it was now some 2 or 3 million times more. Crush went the wee crocks, and the clocks, and the locks of each little wee box were stove in by hard knocks. And then there were oaths and prayers and cries, "Take care, see there, oh dear, my eyes, I am killed, I am drowned," with groans and sighs, till to land they drew. Yo-ho, pull to, till a rope throw and throw, and all's right anew. Now jump upon shore, ye queer little oddities. What is this? Where are they at all? Where are they, and where are they, tiny commodities? Well, as I live, he looks blank as a wall, poor ferryman. Round him and round him he gazes, but only gets deeplier lost in the mazes of utter bewilderment. All are gone, and he stands alone, like a statue of stone. In a doldrum of wonder he turns to steer, and a tinkling laugh salutes his ear, with other odd sounds, ha ha, ha ha, pol lol, zid zizzle, quee quee ba ba. Fizzygig, giggity, sha-sha. Oh, ye thieves, ye rascally thieves. The good man cries, he turns to his pitcher, and there, alas, to his horror perceives that the little folks' mode of making him richer has been to pay him with withered leaves. End of section 200.
Section 201 of Charlotte's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vera and Real. Charlotte's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. The world. The world is wet, said the little frog. What is in water is mostly bog. Oh, not at all, said the little fly. It's full of spiders and very dry. The world is dark, said the moth polite, with ruddy windows and balls of light. My poor young friend, you've much to learn. The world is green, said the swaying fern. Oh, listen to me, sang the little lark. It's wet and dry and it's green and dark. To think that's all would be very wrong. It's arched with blue and it's filled with song. End of section number 201.
Section 202 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Manuvox. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. Various authors. Section 202. White Magic. Blind folks see the fairies, oh better far than we, who miss the shining of their wings, because our eyes are filled with things we do not wish to see. They need not seek enchantment from solemn printed books, for all about them as they go the fairies flutter to and fro, with smiling friendly looks. Therefore hear the fairies, however soft their song. 'Tis we who lose the honey sound, aim it the claymore all around, that beats the whole day long. But they with gentle faces sit quietly apart. What room have they for sorrowing, while fairy minstrels sit and sing, close to each listening heart? End of section 202. Recording by Manuvox. End of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. Various authors.
Section 203 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 203. The Brownies by Juliana Horatio Ewing. 1. Children are a burden, said the tailor as he sat on his bench stitching away. Children are a blessing, said the kind lady in the window. It was the tailor's mother who spoke. She was a very old woman and nearly helpless. All day she sat in a large armchair knitting rugs. What have my two lads ever done to help me? Continued the tailor sadly. They do nothing but play. If I send Tommy on an errand, he loiters. If I ask him to work, he does it so unwillingly that I would rather do it myself. Since their mother died, I have indeed had a hard time. At this moment, the two boys came in, their arms full of moss, which they dropped on the floor. Is there any supper, grandmother? Asked Tommy. No, my child, only some bread for breakfast tomorrow. Oh, grandmother, we are so hungry. And the boy's eyes filled with tears. What can I do for you, my poor children? Said the good woman. Tell us a story, please, so we can forget we are hungry. Tell us about the brownie that used to live in your grandfather's house. What was he like? Like a little man, they say. What did he do? He came early in the morning before anyone in the house was awake, and lighted the fire and swept the room and set out the breakfast. He never would be seen, and was off before they could catch him. But they often heard him laughing and playing about the house. Did they give him any wages, grandmother? No, my dear, he did all the work for free. They always set a pan of clear water for him, and now and then a bowl of bread and milk. Oh, grandmother, where did he go? The old owl in the wood knows. I do not. When I was young, many people used to go to see the old owl at moonrise and ask her what they wanted to know. How I wish a brownie would come and live with us, cried Tommy. So do I, said Johnny. Will you let us set out a pan of water for the brownie, father? Asked Tommy. You may set out what you like, my lads, but you must go to bed now. The boys brought out a pan of water. Then they climbed the ladder to the loft over the kitchen. Johnny was soon in the land of dreams, but Tommy lay awake thinking how he could find a brownie and get him to live in the house. There was an owl that lives in the grove, he thought. It may be the old owl herself. When the moon rises, I'll go and find her. 2. The moon rose like gold and went into the heavens like silver. Tommy opened his eyes and ran to the window. The moon has risen, he said, and it is time for me to go. Downstairs he crept softly and out into the still night. Hoot, hoot! Cried a voice from the grove near the house. That's the old owl, thought Tommy. He ran to a big tree and looked up. There he saw the old owl sitting on a branch and staring at him with yellow eyes. Oh dear, said Tommy, for he did not like the owl very well. Come up here, she cried. Tommy climbed the tree and sat face to face with her on the big branch. Now, what do you want? Said the owl. Please, said Tommy. I want to know where to find the brownie and how to get one to come and live with us. Ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo, said the owl. That's it, is it? I know of 3 brownies. Hooray! Said Tommy. Where do they live? In your house, said the owl. In our house? Whereabouts? Why don't they work? Cried Tommy. One of them is too little, said the owl. But why don't the other 2 do something? Said Tommy. Nobody does any work at our house except father. They are idle, said the old owl. Then we don't want them," said Tommy. "What is the use of having brownies in the house if they do nothing to help us?" "Perhaps they don't know what to do." "I wish you would tell me where to find them," said Tommy. "I could tell them what to do." "Could you? Could you? Oh-ho, oh-ho!" And Tommy could not tell whether the owl was hooting or laughing. "Of course I could. They might get up early in the morning and sweep the house and light the fire and spread the table before my father comes downstairs." "So they might," said the owl. "Well, I can tell you where to find one of the brownies, and he can tell you where to find his brother. Go to the north side of the pond, where the moon is shining on the water. Turn yourself about 3 times while you say this charm. Twist me and turn me and show me the elf. I looked in the water and saw. Then look in the water and think of a word which rhymes with elf, and make the charm complete." Tommy knew the place very well. He ran to the north side of the pond and turned himself about 3 times. He repeated the charm. Then he looked in and saw himself. "Why, there's no one but myself. I can't think of the right word. What can it be? I'll go back and ask the old owl," thought Tommy. And back he went. There sat the owl as before. "Woo-hoo!" said she, as Tommy climbed up. "Did you find out the word?" "No," said Tommy. "I could find no word that rhymes with elf, except myself." "Well, that is the word. Now, do you know where your brother is?" "In the bed, in the loft," said Tommy. "Then all your questions are answered. Good night." And the old owl began to shake her feathers. "Don't go yet," said Tommy humbly. "I don't understand you. I am not a brownie, am I?" "Yes, you are, and a very idle one, too," said the old owl. "All children are brownies." "But are there really any brownies except children?" inquired Tommy in a dismal tone. "No, there are not. Now listen to me, Tommy. Little people can do only little things. When they are idle and mischievous, they are called boggarts, and they are a burden to the house they live in. When they are thoughtful and useful, they are brownies, and are a blessing to everyone." "I'll be a brownie," said Tommy. "I won't be a boggart. Now I'll go home and tell Johnny." "I'll take you home," said the owl, and in a moment Tommy found himself in bed, with Johnny sleeping by his side. "How quickly we came," said Tommy to himself. "But is it morning? That is very strange. I thought the moon was shining. Come, Johnny, get up. I have a story to tell you." 3. While his brother was rubbing his eyes, Tommy told him of his visit to the old owl in the grove. "Is that all true?" asked Tommy. "It is all just as I tell you. and if we don't want to be boggarts, we must get up and go to work." "I won't be a boggart," said Johnny, and so the two brownies crept softly down the ladder into the kitchen. "I will light the fire," said Tommy, "and you, Johnny, can dig some potatoes to roast for breakfast." They swept the room and laid the table. Just as they were putting the potatoes in a dish, they heard footsteps. "There's Father," said Tommy. "We must run." The poor tailor came wearily down the stairs. Morning after morning he had found an untidy room and an empty table. But now, when he entered the kitchen, he looked around in great surprise. He put his hand out to the fire to see if it was really warm. He touched the potatoes and looked at the neat room. Then he shouted, "Mother! Mother! Boys! Boys! The brownie has come!" There was great excitement in the small house, but the boys said nothing. All day the tailor talked about the brownie. "I have heard of little people," he said, "but this is wonderful, to come and do the work for a pan of cold water. Who would have believed it?" The boys said nothing until they were both in bed. Then Tommy said, "The old owl was right, and we must stick to the work if we don't want to be boggarts. But I don't like to have Father thinking that we are still idle. I wish he knew that we are the brownies." "So do I," said Johnny. Day after day went by, and still the boys rose early, and each day they found more and more to do. The brownies were the joy of the tailor's life. One day a messenger came for the tailor to go to a farmhouse several miles away. The farmer gave him an order for a suit of clothes and paid him at once. Full of joy at his good fortune, he hurried home. As he came near the house, he saw that the garden had been weeded. "It's the brownie," he said, "and I shall make a suit of clothes for him." "If you make clothes for the brownie, he will leave the house," said the grandmother. "Not if the clothes are a good fit, mother. I shall measure them by Tommy, for they say that brownies are about his size." At last a fine new suit with brass buttons was finished and laid out for the brownie. "Don't the clothes look fine?" said Tommy when he came down in the morning. "I'll try them on." The tailor rose earlier than usual that day, for he wished to catch a glimpse of the brownie. He went softly downstairs. There was Johnny sweeping the floor, and Tommy trying on the new suit. "What does this mean?" shouted the father. "It's the brownies," said the boys. "This is no joke," cried the tailor angrily. "Where are the real brownies, I say?" "We are the only brownies, Father," said Tommy. "I can't understand this. Who has been sweeping the kitchen lately, I should like to know?" "We have," said the boys. "Who gets breakfast and put things in order?" "We do! We do!" they cried. "But when do you do it?" "Early in the morning, before you come down." "But if you do the work, where is the brownie?" "Here," cried the boys. "We are the brownies, and we are sorry that we were boggarts so long." The father was delighted to find how helpful his boys had become. The grandmother, however, could hardly believe that a real brownie had not been in the house. But as she sat in her chair day after day, watching the boys at their work, she often repeated her favorite saying, "Children are a blessing." End of the brownies. End of section 203.
Section 204 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Wallichem. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 204. The Story of Peter Pan. Once upon a time, there were 3 children named Wendy, John, and Michael, who lived with their father and mother in London. One evening, the father and mother were invited to a party, and the mother, after lighting the dim lamp in the nursery and kissing them good night, went away. That evening a little boy climbed in through the window, whose name was Peter Pan. He was a curious little fellow, very conceited, very forgetful, and yet very lovable. The most remarkable thing about him was that he never grew up. There came flitting in through the window with him his fairy, whose name was Tinker Bell. Peter Pan woke all the children up, and after he had sprinkled fairy dust on their shoulders, he took them away to the Neverland, where he lived with a family of lost boys. Tinker Bell was jealous of the little girl Wendy, and she hurried ahead of Peter Pan and persuaded the boys that Wendy was a bird who might do them harm, and so one of the boys shot her with his bow and arrow. When Peter Pan came and found Wendy lying lifeless upon the ground in the woods, he was very angry, but he was also very quick-witted. So he told the boys that if they would build a house around Wendy, he was sure that she would be better. So they hurried to collect everything they had out of which they could make a house. Though she was not yet strong enough to talk, they thought perhaps she might sing the kind of house she would like to have. So Wendy sang softly this little verse. "I wish I had a pretty house, the littlest ever seen, with funny little red walls and a roof of mossy green." When the house was done, Peter Pan took John's hat for the chimney, and the little house was so pleased to have such a capital chimney that smoke at once began to come out through the hat. All that night Peter Pan walked up and down in front of Wendy's house to watch over her and keep her from danger while she slept. All these children lived in an underground cave, and the next day, when Wendy got well, they all went down into the cave, and Wendy agreed to be their mother and Peter their father. They had many good times together. They also had some exciting adventures with the Redskins and with a pirate named Captain Hook and his crew. After a time, the Redskins became their friends, and Peter rescued his family from the pirate ship. One day, Wendy and her brothers realized that they had been away so long that perhaps their mother had forgotten them and shut the window of the nursery so that they could not get back. They decided to hurry home. When they reached home, Peter Pan was before them, and he closed the window so that they could not get back. But when he heard the children's mother singing such a sad song inside, his heart was made tender, and he opened the window, and the children crept back safely into their mother's arms. Wendy's mother invited Peter Pan to stay and be her child, but Peter was so afraid that he would have to go to school and grow up and be a man that he went back to his home in Fairyland. Wendy promised to go once a year and stay a few days with Peter Pan and clean house and mend his clothes. Let us picture them in the little house that was built for Wendy, which the fairies had put up in the branches of a pine tree. The birds are singing in the nests and in the branches, and far below the clouds you can see the land and the sea. Wendy is sewing for Peter, and Peter Pan is playing his pipes while she works. When night comes, the woods are full of flashing lights like little stars, because the fairies are flitting around the house where Peter and Wendy live, and are singing to them as they go to sleep. In a few days, Wendy will go back to John and Michael to tell them what a good time she had on her visit in the little house in the woods. End of section 204.
Section 205 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 205, Sir Lark and King's Son by George MacDonald. Good morrow, my lord. In the sky alone sang the lark as the sun ascended his throne. Shine on me, my lord, I only have come of all your servants to welcome you home. I have flown right up a whole hour, I swear, to catch the first shine of your golden hair. Must I thank you then, said the king, Sir Lark, for flying so high and hating the dark? You ask a full cup for half a thirst, half for love of me, half love to be first. There's many a bird makes no such haste, but waits till I come, that's as much to my taste. And King's son hid his head in a turban of cloud, and Sir Lark stopped singing, quite vexed and cowed. But he flew up higher and thought, anon the wrath of the king will be over and gone, and his crown, shining out of its cloudy fold, will change my brown feathers to a glory of gold. So he flew, with the strength of a lark he flew, but as he rose the cloud rose too, and not one gleam of the golden hair came through the depths of the misty air, till weary with flying, with sighing sore, the strong sun-seeker could do no more. His wings had had no chrism of gold, and his feathers felt withered and worn and old. He faltered and sank and dropped like a stone, and there on his nest, where he left her alone, sat his little wife on her little eggs, keeping them warm with wings and legs. Did I say alone? Ah, no such thing! Full in her face was shining the king. Welcome, Sir Lark. You look tired, said he. Up is not always the best way to me. While you have been singing so high and away, I've been shining to your little wife all day. He had set his crown all about the nest, and out of the midst shone her little brown breast. And so glorious was she in a russet of gold, that for wonder and awe Sir Lark grew cold. He popped his head under her wing, and lay as still as a stone till King's son was away. End of section 205.
Section 206 of Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. Childhood's Favorites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 206. The Imps in the Heavenly Meadow by Kate E. Bunce, after Rudolph Bonbach. To heaven's meadows, bright with flowers and sunshine, the little children go, when they have had enough of life's sad dreaming and leave the earth below. But as they had not time to learn their lessons before they went away, there is a school where all the angel children must work 4 hours a day. With golden pencils upon silver tablets they copy fairy tales, and learn to keep their halos bright and shining, and sing and play their scales. And twice a week they glide with merry laughter all down the Milky Way, and homeward in the evening wander softly upon a sunset ray. But Sunday is the day they love and long for, then all the children go, and play from morn till night within a meadow where flowers in thousands grow. The meadow is not green, but blue and golden, the flowers like dewdrops bright. When it is night they burn and glow and glisten, men call them stars of light. Through heaven's gate they all must pass to find it, where Peter with the key keeps watch and warns the little angels kindly how good they all must be. They must not fly about or run too quickly, nor go too far away, and when upon his golden key he calls them, then they must all obey. One day it was so very hot in heaven that good St. Peter slept, and when the little angel children saw it, away they quickly crept. Ah, then they ran and flew about with laughter, and fluttered far and wide. So far they wandered that of heaven's meadow, they reached the other side. They came to where the strong, tall, wooden paling shuts all that place away, where idle, careless, mischief-loving, naughty, the imps of darkness stray. And there the angels stopped, devoutly wishing some opening there might be, so that they might each one in turn peep through it and see what they could see. But not a chink or hole for all their seeking, no gleam of light pierced through, so with their little wings outspread and eager, right to the top they flew. And looking down they saw with awe and wonder imps all as black as soot. Each had 2 horns and each a tail to play with, and hoof instead of foot. They heard the rustle of angel feathers, they felt the cool sweet air, and lifting up their little coal-black faces, they saw heaven's children there. Then with one voice they cried, "Oh, angel children, you look so good and fair, we pray you let us come up into heaven and play a little there. We will not tweak nor pull your shining feathers, but be so very good. We will not try and steal your halos, but all do as we should." Then quick they flew away for Jacob's ladder, Peter was still asleep, and placed it safely where from heaven to Impland the way was dark and steep. Then every imp, with shouts of laughter, helped by an angel's hand, scrambled right over the great wooden paling, and stood in heaven's land. They all with airs sedate and pious faces discreetly walked around, their tails like trains upon their arms upholding, and eyes upon the ground. The little angels fluttered round in rapture, and showed the lovely flowers, and bade them listen to the thrilling voices of birds in heaven's bowers, and gently led them by the crystal streamlets, bade them on dewdrops feast, and showed them where the silver moon was rising, to light them from the east. Alas, when all the little demons saw her, the moon so large and round, they all began to roar, and growl, and gibber, and leap from off the ground, and mocked the great white moon with ugly faces, turned somersaults in air, and when the angels prayed them cease in terror, they vowed they did not care. They trampled down the grass in heaven's meadow, they tore the flowers about, and flung them on the earth beyond the paling, with jibe and jeer and shout. They chased the birds that sang among the tree-tops, and hushed their music sweet. They pulled the angels' tender feathers, and trod upon their feet. Then to the good St. Peter cried the angels, to help them in their pain, and if he would but this one time forgive them, they would be good again. Then rose St. Peter from his peaceful dreaming. An angry saint was he. He wrung his hands, and clasped his head in horror, and seized his golden key. Then blew a mighty blast in wrath upon it. Back all the angels flew, and wide he threw the door of heaven open, and thrust the children through. And then he called 2 great and powerful angels, the strongest of the race, to chase the little demons out of heaven, and clear the holy place. They gathered up the little imps in armfuls, bore them with mighty stride, and flung them over the strong wooden paling, down the other side. And though they fought and lashed their tails and whimpered, and kicked with might and main, to heaven's meadow, bright with sun and flowers, they never came again. For 2 long months the little angel children were not allowed to play before the door of heaven in the meadow, but stayed in all the day. And when again they sought the heavenly meadow, each child with humble mind must lay astride its little shining halo, and leave its wings behind. But all the flowers that on that day of sorrow flung out and scattered were, took root and bloom again in earth's green meadows, as daisies white and fair. End of 206. The Imps in the Heavenly Meadow. Recorded by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Section 207 of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Finkberg. Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors. Section 207. The Birthday Honours of the Fairy Queen by Hapgood Moore. Once upon a time there lived in Green Erin a little girl by the name of Nora. Her home was a small thatched cottage of stone beside the brae at the foot of a mountain, in the midst of a woodland so deep that in the summer-time, when the trees were full, the sun got its rays inside but a few hours of the day, and you could see of the stardust that covers the fields of the sky no piece larger than the palm of your hand. It was a famous meeting place for the fairies, this haunt at the foot of the mountain by the stream, for the little folk from the heather above used nightly to foregather in the meadow with the little folk from the woodlands below, and there they danced the long night through among the shamrocks. But although Nora had heard about the fairies from her grandmother, who sat all day tending the peat fire, and something more about them from her mother, when of an evening after supper she had time to speak to Nora of herself when she was a girl, yet Nora had never in all her life set eyes upon one of these feasters of the forest. For the fairies, mind you, come only to 2 kinds of folk, to those who believe in them and to those who need them. Now Nora believed in the fairies all right, but she had never been in need of them until now, at this time that I'm telling you of. Now, this same Nora was one of these lasses that is a wee bit gloomery. And you don't know what this same gloomery is? Well, she was at times hindered by a rainy morning disposition, so it was plain enough to the fairies that she was in some need of them. One day Nora went into the deep of the wildwood, a few steps below her mother's cottage, to a trysting place, where she often resorted when she had the time from her daily duties. She had been unusually heckled that morning, as all of us are at times, by being obliged to do many things for which she had little liking. The spot was a favourite one of Nora's. There was a shelter of rocks above, almost like a cave or roof, and below there was a tiny stream of water that ran out of a spring in the back of the hill and sang its way down the slopes to the brae below. In this pool Nora nearly always laid some field flowers, because they kept fresher there than anywhere else. From the low seat that Nora had made out of a stone in the back of a shelter, she looked out into a sunny place in the woods, around which stood, as if they were pillars of a woodland palace, 6 grey beeches. Now, upon this sunny afternoon that I'm speaking of, hardly had Nora reclined upon a bench, feeling a bit drowsy, no doubt, with the heat, yet not quite sleepy, listening to a robin singing with the voice of Eden, when she heard a light tapping on the wall of the largest beech, the one that was nearest to the place where she was lying. At first, when she heard this sound, she thought that it was the robin redbreast that she had noticed hopping up and down in the open place in the sunlight, and yet she knew well that robins do not drum upon the bark of trees like woodpeckers. So she jumped lightly up and ran to the tree, and at once she was aware that the tapping was from inside the tree, and between the taps that were no louder than those of a branch against a window pane, she distinctly heard a very tiny voice. "How tiny was the voice, Michael Arun?" "You're asking me how tiny the voice was? Let me see if I can tell you. You've heard the sound of the rivulet when it falls upon the mossy stones in the pasture by the barway? Well, it was about as loud as the echo of that if you should walk 30 paces away and then listen." So Nora had to put her ear up close against the breast of the beech tree, and even then the voice sounded no louder than the sound of a beech leaf when it falls from a branch into the moss bed. But she could hear what the voice was saying, and it was these words: "Nora, my darling, turn the key and let me out." Nora looked around in amazement, but sure enough, there on the breast of the beech, about the height of her heart, was a small key of the colour of the bark that she had never noticed before, even though she had hugged that beech tree every morning of her life. So Nora turned the key at once, and out stepped a fairy, Michael. Yeah, better than a fairy, a dryad. That is a fairy of the tree, for a fairy of a tree is as much higher in rank than a fairy of the meadow as a duchess is than a goose girl. She was about the size of the robin redbreast, and was dressed all in green, except a lovely cloak of red that, when it was folded about her, made her look very much indeed like the redbreast himself, and she was no bit bigger than the robin either. "Nora Mavourneen," said the dryad, "I have been noticing that you seem a bit sad-hearted of late, and for no reason either that anybody knows. So if you don't mind, I will take you with me for a walk this afternoon through Fairyland, and we will see if we cannot do something to restore your good spirits again." At these words Nora danced for joy, and you would never have been able to guess that she had ever known a downhearted moment. So the dryad clapped her tiny hands 3 times, and out of the open door in the beech tree stepped a little gnome who came and bowed low before them, holding in his hands a silver salver on which lay a little pellet. "How little was the pellet, uncle?" "Well, what would you say if I told you that it was as small as a hummingbird's egg?" "Oh, you think it was smaller than that? Well, how about the seed of a coriander? No? Then I will tell you the truth. It was as small as the gnat that gets into your eye, that feels as big as a rat." So Nora took the pellet from the platter and thanked the gnome kindly, and she ate it down. And no sooner had she swallowed it than she was no bigger than the dryad herself. So the dryad took her by the hand, and they walked gaily into the beech tree door, and the door shut behind them. They went down and down a lot of winding stairs that were lighted only by small windows in the bark of the tree that Nora had never noticed before and could never find afterward. It was very cool and pleasant, for they could hear the sap go singing on its way from the roots up to the branches and leaves, and when a summer shower went by, they could hear the raindrops as they went singing down the trunk outside to the roots. After they had reached the foot of the stairs, they walked for a long way through a cool corridor. It was not quite dark, for little people stood at every turn who seemed to be doing what fireflies do on summer nights in the grass, and each one whistling to himself as he held his softly shaded lantern aloft. Down the side passages, Nora could see thousands of tiny miners at work. And what do you think they are doing? Digging for gold and diamonds. They were tending the woodland plants that hang their golden blossoms in the pathways, and carrying up the dewdrops that sparkle like diamonds from their leaves in the daybreak. And it was pleasant to see them work, for they were all singing. By and by, Nora and the Dryad came to a place where there was a brighter light ahead, and as they drew nearer, Nora could see that they had come to the bank of the pond that is below Nora's cottage, only that they were under the surface, looking up through a light so soft that it cast no shadows. And now the Dryad took Nora's hand, and she found herself in a little boat, no bigger than a leaf, sailing across the pond, but still beneath its surface. And here she saw on every hand, working amid the mire and the murk, such jolly little divers who were feeding the fish and tending the pond lily roots, and like all the others, singing at their tasks. Now, you will know, of course, that they were on their way to the home of the Fairy Queen, and it was but a short while before they were there. I need not tell you, children, how lovely is her palace, with its golden floor and silver walls, and its hangings of the colours of the rainbow. Nor need I say how beautiful is her Majesty herself, with wings like the most splendid butterfly, and a gown like the morning, and a face like the sunshine. It seems that Nora had come upon the Queen's birthday, and she was just giving the birthday honours. So Nora and the Dryad stood in the background and watched the scene. Around the throne stood gallant fairy gentlemen, clad like beetles and dragonflies for splendour, and ladies whose long gowns hung like the light on the waterfall of Lough-Mareen. But to the amazement of Nora, those who came forward to receive the honours were for the most part dressed like workmen, and many of them were bent with hard labour. As each advanced and made obeisance, the royal herald read the exploit for which the rank of knighthood was about to be conferred. For one he read, "To our faithful servant who covered the lilies of Moira from the attack of the Frost King," and to another, "To the gallant yeoman who watered the grain field of Kilvellin," and to still another, "To him who dug the trench by the roadside and kept safe the highway to Throstlewaite Fair." And as each came forward, the trumpets pealed in triumph, and after a gold star had been pinned upon the new knight's breast, the gentlemen and ladies of the court greeted them with hearty reverence, and Nora looked in the smiling face of the Dryad, but said nothing. Then Nora herself, in a breathless moment of fear, was presented to the Queen, and the Queen kissed her daintily just above her lips on both sides, and suddenly Nora found herself back on her stony bench by the spring, with the branches of the beech tree waving silently before her. "Oh, Mothereen and Grandmotherkin," she cried as soon as she got home, and she ran home all the way. "Let me tell you about the wonderful visit I've been making out in the wildwood." And after she had told her story, Mothereen said, "I think Nora has been dreaming." But Grandmotherkin said, "No, daughter, I think our little Acushla has had her eyes opened the day." Then Nora in triumph showed the 2 dimples where the Fairy Queen had kissed her. And do you know, my darlings, I cannot but think that she told the truth after all. For ever after, if one kissed Nora upon these 2 dimples, or even touched them, or even looked at them, she would break into the sweetest smile, and she never was gloomerin' or lowering any more. End of section 207. End of Childhood's Favourites and Fairy Stories by various authors.